Hit me again then. I'm literally done playing nice with you today. Smack! Xu Zhengyang lands a clean hit on her face and immediately starts playing his role. You toxic snake, have you no shame? And you're actually bringing up last night? Even Lin Yurong is standing there like a total NPC, frozen by the drama. The guy following them stopped dead in his tracks too. Those two gossip-hungry bystanders already have their popcorn ready for the chaos. Xu Zhengyang grits his teeth and squeezes her wrist, wondering if her brain is actually wired correctly or if she's just delusional. You think I don't realize this whole awkward setup is just to start beef between me and this brainless rich heir? You'd rather double down and frame me than admit you're wrong? If I don't play along, it would be a total disservice to your Oscar-worthy acting skills. Xu Zhengyang grabs her by the collar, lifts her up, and starts barking at her. You were told to serve us properly last night, weren't you? Damn it, stop whining and crying. It was just young Master Chen, young Master Li, and Brother Wang all together, right? And you're crying to me about what you couldn't handle. Smack, smack, smack! Xu Zhengyang lets the slaps fly, though he's holding back just enough so she doesn't actually get a concussion. This is exhausting. The girl is getting absolutely wrecked, and still can't grasp why this guy is acting so off-script. After slapping her until he's satisfied, Xu Zhengyang finally lets go. Fine, now that young Master Chen's crew is going to be absolutely livid, how am I supposed to explain this to them? One of the gossiping bystanders yells out, Sun Xiaoxiao, I never knew you were this messy and desperate. Makes sense though. If you weren't looking for a sugar daddy, why'd you hop in their car? The girl getting pummeled screams, Shut your trap! The guy named Wu Shifan can't hold back anymore and decides to step in like a hero. Alright, that's enough. Let her go. Xu Zhengyang glares at him. What are you trying to do exactly? This guy is acting so high and mighty. Does he really think he's our boy's equal? Wu Shifan grinds his teeth and hisses. I said let her go. Are you deaf or something? The gossip-loving couple in the back starts cheering them on. That's it. My guy, fight him. Don't you dare back down. As young Master Wu charges, Xu Zhengyang finds his rhythm and lands a few more smacks. And if I don't let her go, what are you gonna do about it? Wu Shifan lunges forward, shouting, You dare provoke me? You clearly don't know who you're messing with. Xu Zhengyang scoffs. You call this provoking? I'm clearly just looking down on you. Big difference. Wu Shifan hits his breaking point, his face turning red as a tomato. The two bystanders start sweating. If he's bold enough to troll Wu Shifan like this, maybe this kid actually has a secret backing? But wait, he's driving a cheap beat-up car. How much influence could he really have? Unexpectedly, Wu Shifan storms off, leaving the girl behind in the dust. Fine, fine, fine. Let's see how much talent you actually have when things get real. Lin Yurong walks over, asking Brother Xu, do you need? Xu Zhengyang cuts her off. It's nothing, just another trust fund baby with a bit of cash. Watching Wu Shifan in the corner pulling out his phone to call for backup, Xu Zhengyang smirks. I want to see exactly who he's dragging into this. Ding! Xu Zhengyang's phone starts buzzing. Oh, it's Mu Sheng. Let's see what he wants. Hello, boss. Are you running into some drama with someone trying to frame you at the parking lot? Xu Zhengyang asks suspiciously, how did you know? Mu Sheng replies, we've been tapping the Zhao family's comms and realized Zhao Xiaoman is actively targeting you. The plan was clearly to bait you into clashing with a wealthy heir from another family. Xu Zhengyang guesses, trying to use a borrowed knife to kill me, huh? Mu Sheng says, it's deeper than that. They want to see if someone you know will show up to help so they can trace the organization behind them. Also, I've heard rumors about this group before. Their influence is definitely not small potatoes. It's not a good time to talk on the phone. I'll give you the full breakdown once I get back to the office. Xu Zhengyang nodded. Got it. I'll be back soon to find you. But first, send me the dossiers on these bottom feeders who are trying to start a scene. Hanging up, Xu Zhengyang sighed to himself. This Zhao Xiaoman really knows how to play dirty. If I hadn't recruited Mu Sheng already, I might have actually fallen for her trap. Plus, the fact that she knew I was here right now, and even had time to prep an ambush squad shows she's really invested a lot of effort into this. Either way, I've officially beefed with these two now. This little scheme from Zhao Xiaoman can be considered a success for her. The random gossip started stirring the pot. Hey kid, young Master Wu has already called for backup. If I were you, I'd take this chance to beat him up while you still can. Calling for backup, huh? Xu Zhengyang let out a mocking smirk. The next thing he said left the entire crowd stunned. You've got the second son of the Wu Corporation, and some trust fund baby from a real estate firm. But honestly, who could you possibly bring here? You guys are nothing but trash-tier families, yet you dare to act like you run the place while hiding behind your parents? I'll wait for your goons to show up. Let's see if your family's influence can actually shield you from real firepower. Wu Shifan started to hesitate, thinking that if one phone call was enough for him to dig up their backgrounds, this guy's reach is probably no joke. The gossiper also started feeling the heat, realizing this guy didn't look like he was capping, and if they really messed with the wrong person, they were done for. Wu Shifan gritted his teeth, deciding he couldn't stay here anymore, at the very least until he knew exactly who this guy was. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The whole crowd got spooked and started scattering. Wu Shifan tried to save face. I'll let you off the hook for today, but don't think this is over. Sun Xiaoxiao, who just got slapped, found herself abandoned by her own squad. Xu Zhengyang looked at her with pure disgust and barked, "Get lost." Sun Xiaoxiao fled the scene while clutching her swollen face. What just happened? Didn't the great Miss Zhao say this guy was just a broke loser? Is young Master Wu actually scared of him? I already offended him. So, does that mean our plans are ruined? Lin Yurong asked, clearly anxious. Anyway, are we still gonna grab that meal? Xu Zhengyang frowned and replied. No, forget the food. We're heading back to the Falcon Recon team. Arriving at the base, Xu Zhengyang went straight to check in with Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng, what exactly did you find out? Mu Sheng replied. Boss, listen to this recording first, then we can get into the main details. After hearing the audio, Xu Zhengyang said, it seems the Zhao family thinks I'm involved with the Guardian Sword organization. Do you know anything about this group? Mu Sheng handed over a USB drive. Boss, here is all the intel we gathered on the Guardian Sword. These documents only circulate on the black market. Even Zhao Xiaoman doesn't have access to them.
Huh!
Take a look. As far as we know, the Guardian Sword is a mysterious underground faction dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, filled with high-level masters who can scale walls and walk on air. High-level martial arts, leaping over walls and rooftops. Xu Zhengyang listened intently, then reminisced. That day, I was chasing a mysterious figure near 20th Street. After losing them, I went to the hotel to demand the security footage. Mu Sheng interjected. You guessed right. That hotel is also owned by the Zhao family. Xu Zhengyang immediately pieced it together, meaning there's a high chance Zhao Xiaoman saw the footage. Suspect's mom is with the Guardian Sword and has been surveilling me. Is she trying to take down the Guardian Sword, and this is her way of baiting them out? The Guardian Sword. They used to be called the Nation-Protecting Sword, founded around the same time as the Heaven and Earth Society. But they were their total opposites. The organization is absolutely stacked with elites, operating across every sector imaginable, and it is impossible to tell if they are even under government jurisdiction. Being able to recruit that many heavy hitters, the raw power of the Guard Sword is honestly terrifying. A file containing names and mission records popped up on the screen, so Xu Zhengyang tapped to open it. He skimmed through the data, thinking that everyone else listed here is basically just filler content. The true strength of this organization is clearly their martial prowess. Over the past few years, they have foiled countless foreign invasion plots, making them a major thorn in the side of both domestic and international power players. After investigating for this long, Mu Sheng definitely knows the truth about my mother. But as the saying goes, don't use people you suspect, and don't suspect people you use. Sometimes it is just better to lay all your cards on the table early. Xu Zhengyang pulled a ring from his pocket and asked, recognize this? That's the signature token of the Guard Sword. It even appeared in the files you gave me. The owner of this ring was Liu Huilan, my mother. Mu Sheng looked completely stunned upon hearing that. A split second later, he looked dead serious and vowed, I will do everything in my power to get to the bottom of this. Lin Yudong spoke up, Shu, the Zhao family is definitely trying to dig into your connection with the Guard Sword. What if they sell that intel to other factions? What do we even do then? Xu Zhengyang replied, as long as they cannot find any concrete proof, I am safe for the time being. If they dare to leak that information, the Zhao family won't have to worry about existing anymore. If Zhao Xiaoman wants to sell this info for a quick buck, she better hope she has the lifespan to actually spend the money. Lin Yudong's phone suddenly vibrated. Wait, who is this? Calling me right at a moment like this? She turned on the speakerphone and got blasted by a sobbing voice that nearly blew her eardrums out. Boo-hoo-hoo! Auntie, I've been scammed! Lin Yudong snapped. What did you do this time? Are you trying to pick a fight? The voice on the other end answered, no, I didn't, but I lost over 300 million. The two men in the room looked completely confused. We are talking about serious business here. Can we get some focus? A second later, they were both sent flying by the sheer volume of Lin Yudong's roar. 300 million, you say? Where on earth did you even get that kind of money? What exactly did you do? The voice on the other end blubbered. It was my red envelope money and allowance. I can't explain it over the phone. Just come save me. Lin Yudong was absolutely fuming and ready to bolt. Xu Zhengyang watched her go and sighed. He never expected the usually gentle Miss Lin to have such a dominant side. They say women are naturally fragile, so how does she turn into such a powerhouse? The ancients really knew what they were talking about. Like she suddenly remembered something, Lin Yudong turned back and flashed a smile, gentle as ever. Shu, my nephew's being a bit of a brat. Can I take the day off? Xu Zhengyang paused. I was actually planning on heading out for a walk anyway. Let me tag along. Let's go see what kind of disaster your nephew managed to cook up. The two hopped in the car and left the base. Lin Yudong's nephew saw her and came running over while bawling his eyes out. "Auntie, you're finally here!" Lin Yudong grabbed the kid by the collar like she was holding a stray chicken. She tossed him into the car and barked, "Get in," and explain exactly what happened to your uncle. "If your parents find out about this, they are going to tan your hide." "Uncle?" The kid's eyes were filled with tears, but he still made his point. Besides the aunt, there was also an uncle here. Xu Zhengyang was behind the wheel and calmly chimed in, "Man, why are you being so hard on a kid?" Lin Yudong scoffed, "You can't spoil this little brat, or he'll literally tear the house down." The boy suddenly looked at Xu Zhengyang and excitedly shouted, "Is he auntie's husband?" Lin Yudong went nuclear and roared like a lion. "What did this kid just say? Tell me exactly what happened right now." The boy trembled, huddled up, and started his sob story. I saved up so much money to buy a King of Glory gaming account. It had tons of characters and even more rare skins. But who would have thought, after playing for 2 days, the seller just snatched the account back. I went to the police station. They told me to bring my parents to file a report, but I was way too scared. As he spilled the tea, he cried even harder. He promised he wouldn't take it back. Whatever happened to basic human trust? Wah, 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 wah. Lin Yudong pinched her nephew's face and snapped, "Can't you stop playing that trash tier game for once?" The boy sobbed back. "Auntie promised me if I ranked first in my grade, I could play, and I have self-discipline. You're just jealous that my skill is better than yours. You're only gold rank anyway." That savage comeback left Lin Yudong stunned. She immediately lost it and gave her nephew a few solid smacks on the rear. "So what if you're smart? Does getting good grades mean you can act arrogant? Who hasn't been ranked first in their grade before? Gold rank?
So what?
I just don't play games often. Do you think everyone is as addicted to the internet as you are?" Xu Zhengyang saw them bickering non-stop and had to step in. All right. He only plays a little. No need to be so harsh. Send me the transaction history. I'll look into who this scammer really is." Not long after, he managed to track down the guy's actual phone number. Someone picked up on the other end. "Who's this?" Xu Zhengyang immediately asked, "Zhou Ming, you sold a King of Glory account a while ago, right? You have one chance to give the account back, or things are gonna get ugly for you." A mocking laugh echoed from the other side. "Haha, my guy, if you've still got money, maybe spend some on your own IQ. Welcome to the real world. Learn to be smarter. Think of that as your tuition fee." With that, he hung up the phone. Xu Zhengyang sneered, "So this is the real world, huh? Fair enough. It's high time I show him what the real world is actually like at a high school during dismissal time." That guy Zhou Ming, having just hung up on Xu Zhengyang, was still cursing. What an idiot, another gaming scrub pretending to be some big shot CEO. A friend with a crew cut walked over and patted his shoulder. "What's up, Zhou Ming? That look on your face is super shady. I can tell you're up to no good." Zhou Ming replied, "You jerk, you're the one who looks shady. I just snatched back an account I sold a few days ago, made a quick 3 bills. Crewcut shouted excitedly, "Damn, you're a legend. I've got to try that later." Zhou Ming leaned in and whispered, acting all low-key, "The buyer somehow found my number on the app and wants the account back." I told him that's just how the real world works. I ain't his dad, my job is to teach him lessons, not spoil him. They whispered to each other and cackled with glee. "Ha ha ha. Only you would pull a scam like that, man. Honestly, I heard that drinking more than 2 glasses of this could actually land you in some serious legal trouble." "You okay there, bro?" Zhou Ming replied with absolute zero chill. "What's there to be scared of? Never in my life have I heard of someone getting arrested just for reclaiming a game account. Besides, I'm still a minor. I'm not even old enough to face legal consequences yet. That guy is just bluffing to scare me. You think he's actually got the guts to follow through?" Suddenly, the homeroom teacher popped up and asked if he was Zhou Ming. She said someone was looking for him and told him to follow her. A few minutes earlier, Xu Zhengyang had dragged Lin Yurong and her nephew along to the school. Lin Yurong said nervously, "Shu, it's not worth it. It's really not worth the trouble." Xu Zhengyang replied like a total gigachad, "You're my girl, and if your family is getting bullied, I'm obviously going to help you flex on them." Lin Yurong choked up, totally moved by his energy. "Wait, did you just call me your girl?" Her nephew looked at Xu Zhengyang with eyes full of pure fanboy energy. "Whoa, my uncle is such a boss, he's so cool." At the school gate, security blocked them, saying, "Sorry, this is a school, no outsiders allowed." Xu Zhengyang slipped them a pack of smokes and said, "I'm just here to talk business with the school leadership." The guard immediately bowed and said, "Right away, boss, please come in." Inside, Xu Zhengyang flashed some cash at a random teacher to find out where the homeroom teacher was. The teacher immediately played the simp and said, "Let me take you right to him." Then, he greased the palms of another teacher with more bills to clear the path. "So, you're the homeroom teacher? I've got some feedback I need to give you regarding a student." The teacher bowed lower than he would for his own boss. Once the higher-ups gave the signal, let's get back to the present scene. Zhou Ming was dragged into the office, shivering and thinking to himself, what is even going on? Could this guy be the one I scammed for that account? Is he actually the guy I swindled for that account? No way, right? Did he really track me down all the way to my school? Seeing his teacher acting like a total pushover, Zhou Ming started sweating bullets. The teacher seemed to be waiting on this guy hand and foot. The teacher spoke up, President Xu, I wanted to ask, did Zhou Ming do something wrong? Xu Zhengyang replied this. It's not a huge deal, but it's definitely not small either. He pulled Lin Yurong's nephew closer and continued. My nephew, Xiao Bali, bought a game account from Zhou Ming, and the kid reclaimed it not even 2 days later. I was ready to settle this nicely and just have him return it. But this little punk had the audacity to say, getting scammed is on you. Keeping the account was just my skill. The teacher immediately went into justice warrior mode to scold his own student. Scamming? This is straight up fraud. Our school will absolutely take strict disciplinary action. If you want to call the police, we will cooperate fully. Xu Zhengyang sighed and stopped him. Nah, it's not worth getting the cops involved. But I do expect Zhou Ming and this school to handle these 3 things. First, return the account. Second, notify his parents and tell them the truth without any sugarcoating. Third, announce to the whole school that he's a common scammer. Zhou Ming started crying like a total loser, begging for mercy. Sir, please, I was wrong. I'll give the account back. Can I just refund the money? If the whole school finds out, I won't even be able to show my face here anymore. Even the head teacher stepped in to plead for his student. CEO Xu, your nephew didn't lose much, and he's already admitted his mistake, so why not keep this off the school record? After all, he's still a minor, and doing this could leave him with permanent psychological trauma. Xu Zhengyang frowned, annoyed, and mimicked him mockingly. Psychological trauma, you say? The head teacher was so intimidated he actually backed away. Xu Zhengyang stood up abruptly, his voice ice cold. I want him to be traumatized, so what are you going to do about it? Weren't you acting all smug and arrogant earlier? If I hadn't tracked you down today, would you still be walking around thinking you're some kind of genius? Now let me tell you, go ahead and try to recover your account, and see if I don't have you rotting in a prison cell. Zhou Ming started kowtowing like a maniac, begging for forgiveness. I won't do it again, I swear, please? Uncle, don't send me to jail. I don't want to be a prisoner. Uncle, I'm begging you. Please show mercy. Once everything was settled, the 3 of them walked out, and Lin Yudong asked hesitantly, Xu, don't you think you went a bit too hard on him? Xu Zhengyang remembered how he just flexed on that teacher and replied, whether it's too much depends on the person and the situation. Plus, I already gave that teacher a heads up beforehand. He was just putting on a show to scare the kid. She knew exactly how much of it was just for effect. The kid, who was previously a fan of Xu Zhengyang, now huddled behind his aunt, trembling. Auntie, the uncle is so scary. Does he eat children? Lin Yudong barked. What kind of nonsense is that? If you keep running your mouth, don't blame me for telling your parents everything today. The kid teared up, but he's the uncle. He's the uncle. Xu Zhengyang stepped in to take charge. All right, everything is resolved now. Do you guys want to grab a bite to eat? The kid shouted excitedly, I want hot pot. Lin Yudong scolded him again. You little brat, trying to push your luck. The kid wailed, Uncle, save me. The 3 of them headed to the local food court. Even in such a busy place, there were still people struggling to survive. A mother and child were huddled in a corner on the very path where Xu Zhengyang and his crew were walking. Seeing such a pitiful sight, Xu Zhengyang paused, perhaps feeling a rare spark of empathy for their situation. Without a word, he pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to the woman. A second later, he led his group into a nearby restaurant. Check the menu, you two. Order whatever your heart's desire. As soon as Xu Zhengyang said that, the kid cheered. Long live, uncle. I want to order everything. I was so scared earlier I couldn't even eat. A while later, the bubbling hot pot was brought out, when suddenly that beggar woman from outside walked in and stood by their table with a chilling look, even catching Xu Zhengyang off guard. Xu Zhengyang asked, Can I help you with something? The woman handed the money back to Xu Zhengyang, looking hesitant. I don't need money. I need a job. I'll do anything. Xu Zhengyang said coldly, So you think just because I have money, I'm just here to hand out jobs? Surely you could just find some random diner and wash dishes to make a living, right? The woman knit her brows in pain. Washing dishes isn't enough to feed my child. I have no other choice. I'm begging you. I'll do absolutely anything. Xu Zhengyang refused, pointing at the restaurant manager nearby. I can't help you with that. You'd better go find someone else. I'm not a charity. I don't just hand out favors because someone begs me. Moments later, the mother and child were kicked out by the restaurant manager. Xu Zhengyang looked at the menu, feeling annoyed, just running up to demand a job like that, and so stubborn about it too. If there isn't a secret motive behind this woman's behavior, it would be a total shock. But this tactic is way too obvious, and even my brainless rivals wouldn't come up with something this stupid, right? Things were still feeling pretty normal until a loud-mouthed creep showed up to cause trouble. I told you, the food at this spot is actually goated. I already snagged a table. Get your butts over here. This guy walks into the restaurant and parks himself right next to Xu Zhengyang's table. He's talking loudly on his phone, cackling, and literally kicking the chair like a caveman. His kick slams right into Lin Yudong's chair, sending her flying. She stands up, face fuming, and shouts, "What is wrong with you? Everything was chill. Why are you out here acting like a menace?" The fat slob looks her up and down, giving her a creepy, greasy wink. "Whoa, look at this beauty. What, you can't handle a little bump to your chair? How about you hop into bed with me tonight? I guarantee you won't be able to walk by tomorrow morning." Lin Yudong's face turns red with absolute disgust. You are nothing but a total degenerate. Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang has his own drama. Those two beggars from earlier are back, kneeling right in front of him. Xu Zhengyang couldn't care less, just keeps eating as he says, "Let me see what you're actually capable of. If you're useful, I'll toss you some scraps." Hearing this, the woman stands up, grabbing a plate of egg rolls off the table. She marches straight over to that fat slob harassing Lin Yudong. She raises her hand high and slams the plate down. The fat guy just watches and laughs. "What's up?" "You want to spend the night with me too, sweetie?" Crash. The porcelain plate shatters right on the fat guy's skull. She doesn't stop there, grabbing his head and shoving his face directly into the boiling hot pot. Lin Yudong screams and pulls her niece back, while the other customers lose their minds and start pulling out phones to record the chaos. The fat guy starts screeching, get off me." Xu Zhengyang just sits there, watching like a true cold-blooded lead. Sure, the Mushang crew is great at gathering intel, but they lack that raw, feral energy for direct combat. This woman is vicious enough. She's basically the perfect recruit for a hit squad. Suddenly, the system pings in his head, and Xu Zhengyang scoffs. Of course, this troll of a system pops up right now. Is it trying to start something again? The system reports that since the host is building a security force, the second branch store has officially opened. High-tier training serums are now available in the shop. We've got mastery serums for stealth, melee weapons, firearms, explosives, and even lethal poisons. Seeing this, Xu Zhengyang smirks. Just as he thought about needing help, the system drops the exact loot he needs. Good thing he didn't turn her away earlier, or that would have been a massive L. Lin Yudong, looking stressed, asks, "Mr. Xu, shouldn't we pull her off that guy?" Xu Zhengyang finally snaps back to reality. "Oh, right, can't have a body count at the restaurant. That's bad for business." He walks over and catches the woman's fist, just as she's about to land another blow. He says, "All right, that's enough. What's your name?" The woman stammers, "Liu Kaili." Xu Zhengyang waves his hand, "Come with me, you're hired." The woman bows frantically, sobbing, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Xu Zhengyang tells Lin Yudong, "Take the kid and head out, and call the Haicheng Hotel to book a suite for this mother and daughter. And get a doctor too, I know. The car finally hits the road. Xu Zhengyang asks Liu Kaili, "The streets were packed with rich-looking people today. Why'd you specifically target us?" Liu Kaili says cryptically, "Because you're the one hiding in the shadows, right?" Xu Zhengyang chuckles. That's a pretty edgy answer. Xu Zhengyang feels a slight stir in his heart. Yeah, ever since the system hijacked his life, his status has been skyrocketing, and now he's crossed paths with these two. Honestly, even a trash-tier web novel writer wouldn't dare to script something this wild. They arrived at the massive Haicheng Hotel, where our boy ordered Chen Suosheng to hand over the files to Xu Zhengyang. After skimming the files, Xu Zhengyang looked confused. Turns out even the best investigators can't figure out who the baby's deadbeat dad is. Still, since the kid's medical condition isn't a problem for the host, it's basically a free W. He gestured for Chen Suosheng to link up with a doctor and handle the kid's treatment ASAP. Charge the bill to my tab, but make sure the mother and child are living comfortably. Chen Suosheng nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Xu. I'll handle everything perfectly. With the mission complete, Xu Zhengyang headed out, vibing. He just pulled out his phone when he got an incoming call. Wait, isn't Bao La supposed to be grinding at the restaurant right now? Why is she calling him at a time like this? He picked up and heard Bao La's voice on the other end. Hey, freeloader, some people are pressuring us to donate money. What should we do? Xu Zhengyang narrowed his eyes, confused. Donate? What kind of scam is this? The next evening at the Baisantai Hotel, the red carpet was swarming with elites and big shots. The host's voice boomed over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the charity gala hosted by the Nuanyang Foundation. Tonight, we've gathered the biggest players in the city to toast for a good cause. Chen Suosheng walked down the carpet with a face like a grumpy statue, flanked by his assistant. And now, walking the red carpet, we have the legendary CEO of Haicheng Hotel, Chen Suosheng. Not to mention, the viral Duga app is also just one of his many massive assets. Dong Changming finally arrived too. Wow, even CEO Dong from Tanglong Real Estate is here. It's looking like a truly cracked night for the city's top dogs. Suosheng looked at him and sighed, thinking, if Mr. Xu didn't want to stay in the shadows, these guys would look like absolute peasants compared to him. Changming also sighed. Just wait until Mr. Xu decides to buy the whole city of Santai. These people are going to lose their minds. In the background, Xu Zhengyang arrived with Lin Yurong and Cheng Baola. I'm really not used to these formal events. It's just a bunch of rich people eating. Nothing special. Yurong checked her phone and whispered, Mr. Xu, I did some digging on this Nuanyang charity group. They're a total shell company. Their website is just filled with fake projects for clout. Are they really that bold? He patted Baola's head and interrupted Yurong to keep her calm. We didn't need to come here, but whatever. Who told them to target our restaurant just because we're getting popular? If we don't show up, they'll just frame us as the heartless ones who don't give back to society. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. A car had slammed right into a girl on a bicycle. A blonde secretary stepped out, screaming, What the hell was that? Are you blind, kid? Can't you ride a bike properly? She stood there, full of herself, lecturing the poor girl. Do you even know how expensive this car is? Can't you watch where you're going? Even if you just scratch the paint, you wouldn't be able to pay it off, even if you worked for the rest of your life. The weak student girl just trembled and stammered, I'm sorry. A guy named Jack Larry opened the car doors and said, Forget it, stop blaming her. The secretary did a 180-degree turn. Yes, I understand, sir. She pointed at the girl and yelled, You hear that? Well, what are you waiting for? Thank him already. The young student hung her head low, whispering a thank you to the guy. The dude's secretary sneered with pure spite. Get lost, don't be an eyesore to us. Zheng Yang narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed. I actually thought this Jack Larry guy was a decent human being, but he's just another fraud using his wallet to bully people. He gave the order, You wrong. Once Jack Larry and his goons leave, go chase after that girl. Looking at the state of her, she's probably seriously injured. We can't let her miss her medical treatment. You wrong complied instantly. Understood. She still asked, sounding a little worried. But are you sure everything is going to be okay on your end, sir? Zheng Yang quickly held back Baola, who was literally breathing fire. No worries, I can keep this little firecracker under control for now. Baola growled like an angry puppy. That foreign loser is so annoying, I swear I'm going to tear him to pieces. He put an arm around her waist to calm her down. All right, I'll let you vent later when we get back. Baola pouted. Are you even sure you can handle him? He chuckled. Trust me, if that incident earlier hadn't happened, he might have been able to keep dancing for a few days, but now, he's done for. A while later, inside the Baisantai Hotel, the performers on stage were cranking up the vibe. Xu Zhengyang and Baola sat at a corner table, where she sighed, Ugh, this is so boring. Zhengyang held his wine glass and said, Even if you're bored, they've been waiting a long time, and for these greedy sharks, tonight is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He took a sip and thought, every company uses charity as a front to whitewash their image or farm some clout. These businessmen usually have some dark secrets buried in their closets, so they obviously use events like this to scrub their reputations clean. Just then, a waiter approached them. Are you two the owners of the slimmed-down restaurant? Whatever you're donating tonight, just write it down right here. Zheng Yang took the board and thought to himself, handing the donation device directly to the guests. That's one way to shake people down for cash. He happily filled in a number on the board. But they say all these donations are fully transparent, so they shouldn't be pulling any shady moves, right? As soon as the waiter walked away with the board, Baola whispered,
Hey, Mr. Big Spender, how much did you donate?
He smiled and held up 2 fingers. This much. The number 200 dropped like a brick and totally crushed her brain. 200? Baola scolded him, fuming. You damn spendthrift. I'm not talking to you anymore. He just stayed chill. Not bad. You're finally starting to adapt to my spending habits. Just then, Yu Rong sent a message. Sir, the girl's medical results are in. She has a fractured rib, but she asked me to keep it quiet because she's scared her parents will worry. Baola read the text and gritted her teeth in a rage. That poor girl is that badly hurt? I'm done. If I don't tear that foreigner apart tonight, I'm not Baola. Zheng Yang gently rubbed her head. Calm down, stay cool. Just leave this to me. At that moment, someone on stage grabbed the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Jack Larry from our Nanhua group. He was standing with Yang Donghui, the CEO of the Nuanyang Charity Fund. Donghui continued, Jack Larry is the head manager for the Nanhua group here in Santai City. Speaking of which, something truly heartwarming happened earlier today. Mr. Jack Larry's car was hit by a student, but he was kind enough not to ask her for a single cent in damages. That kind of heart and that sense of responsibility honestly makes us feel ashamed. This big shot fraud immediately started putting on a performance. Actually, I only did something very normal. I didn't want to brag about it to everyone. That toxic secretary from earlier also put on her fake flattering innocent face. Mr. Jack usually loves helping others. It's just a shame that only I can see it. But I feel like I should share this story to warm everyone's hearts. Cheng Baola was fuming, literally steaming with rage. No way, I can't stay here for another second. Xu Zhengyang sighed in relief as he watched her storm off. It's a good thing this kid knows how to read the room and didn't immediately rush over to shred that foreign fraud to pieces. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would be absolute chaos. Later, when the party ended, Xu Zhengyang looked around, wondering where that girl had run off to. Yurong already drove to the hospital, so did she plan on walking home? He heard some noise nearby and realized Baola was going psycho, stabbing Jack Larry's tires with a pair of scissors. He was speechless. So this girl rushed out in such a hurry just to pop someone's tires? Gongyang rushed over to grab her hand. Let's go, let's go! You don't even know how to do it properly. Let me handle it. He quickly jammed the scissors into the perfect spot. Baola cheered excitedly. It's leaking! It's starting to deflate, he urged her. That's enough, let's bounce. Baola laughed on his back and said, That's right, little Yangzi. Hurry and take this empress away from this dumpster fire of a place. He carried her away with a smile. Your humble servant obeys. And so Zhengyang and Baola strolled off into the night together. He gently asked her, What's wrong? Still not over it yet. Thinking of Jack's smug face, Baola frowned. She had calmed down a bit, but just thinking about that foreigner's face made her blood boil again. She jumped down and said, I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to drink. Little Yangzi, hurry and take me home so we can drink together. Zhengyang was absolutely buzzing when he heard that. Baola just invited him to drink with her, so he was already daydreaming with a massive grin on his face. A girl asking a guy to go drink, you know exactly what that implies, right? Looks like I've passed my internship period. Time to get promoted to full-time status.
Chapter 47.
Back at home, Xu Zhengyang and Cheng Baola sat down to drown their sorrows in beer. She slammed her beer can onto the table and crushed it in a fit of rage. That smelly fraud is going to be so pissed. Come to think of it, I shouldn't have just popped his tires. Zhengyang just smiled like a blooming flower and flicked her forehead. It's getting late. Are you sleepy yet? He pictured Cheng Baola sleeping soundly in his bed and chuckled. Don't tell me this kid is already blackout drunk? We still have important business to take care of later. You know, she was already stumbling drunk and fighting the urge to fall asleep. Carry me to the bedroom. Zhengyang shouted in pure joy. Yes! The answer I was waiting for. He gently laid her on the bed, still holding on to some expectations. Looking at Baola, she was about to drift off into deep sleep any second. Don't tell me it's all just going to end like this. So annoying. If I knew it would be like this, I would have let her drink way less. As Zhengyang was lovingly staring at her, Baola suddenly reached out and touched his cheek. She pulled his face closer in a daze, and Zhengyang's heart started racing like he'd just hit the lottery. Is this really happening? Are we finally going to get lucky tonight? Suddenly, Baola shoved him away, hunched over the edge of the bed, and started puking her guts out. Zhengyang's face went stone cold. I knew this was going to be a disaster. Baola, still half asleep, kept covering her mouth. Ugh, I feel like I'm going to die. He scrambled to get away. Wait, let me find something to help you out. Tipsy Baola started sobbing. It's over, my goddess reputation is officially nuked. Zhengyang sighed, feeling totally defeated. The only thing really getting nuked here is our chance at a romantic night. She spent the entire night puking her heart out. The next morning, a hungover Baola slumped on the sofa, clutching her head. I am never touching alcohol ever again. Zhengyang was feeling just as miserable. That spark he'd been holding on to all night was completely extinguished by her barfing. Who's really the one suffering here? Suddenly, his phone buzzed and he picked up. You wrong. What's up? You wrong sounded frantic, Zhengyang. We've got a problem. Remember that trash guy we saw bullying that girl yesterday? They somehow made the headlines today. She was absolutely livid. Ah! These shameless people are making my blood boil. I'm sending the link to your phone right now. The article was all about Jack Larry, featuring a photo of him looking like a saint in front of that poor girl. The headline read, High school student ruins luxury car worth millions, but a foreign enterprise executive heroically forgives them. Baola was steaming. She was losing her mind. The article starts with one photo, and the whole narrative is a total lie. Did they even bother checking the security footage? Zhengyang smirked. Those photos are clearly cropped from the security cam. They definitely saw the footage. Guess Huainan Motors paid off the media to spin the narrative, huh? Baola grabbed his hair and started shaking him. You moocher, don't you have 1,000 shady ideas up your sleeve?
Do something about it.
He stayed calm, letting her vent her frustration. Haha, no rush. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Suddenly his phone pinged again, and he checked it with a grin.
Oh?
You wrong just sent another report. Seeing the second headline, Cheng Baola turned into a stone statue. The second report showed clear footage of the two of them secretly slashing Jack Larry's tires last night. He just laughed it off. Haha, so they even caught us slashing the tires on camera. Baola started panicking even more. You broke-ass moocher, what are we going to do now? He remained unfazed and kept her calm. I told you, just chill and wait for the right moment. Just then, his board of directors started blowing up his phone, furious. 3,000. 4 weeks, no weekends off for them. Chen Haohai gritted his teeth. Zheng, have you seen the news yet? Do you want us to step in and bury this story? Dong Changming chimed in. I've done the digging. The ones pouring fuel on the fire are the guys at Kidu Video. They're definitely trying to get back at you for that whole internet idol drama. Chen Shusheng was also ready to throw hands. Damn it, I'm gonna find someone to go after the author of that Kidu article right now. Xia Jihao was even more unhinged. Zheng, give the word and let's start a full-blown counterattack against Huainan Motors. No worries, if we're trending, we're trending. Xu Zhengyang replied, looking like he didn't have a single care in the world. I've never been on the hot search before. Honestly, it's kind of a vibe. The four men were left speechless, totally helpless. Wait, you aren't actually getting triggered by all that hate, are you? A vibe, he says. He asked, anyway, what's the situation looking like out there? Su Sheng reported that the Huanan group is publicly dragging you and Ms. Baola, but Jack Larry seems to be keeping his distance and avoiding a formal lawsuit. Also, the Zhao family and a few other clans teamed up to draft a cringe apology letter to Jack Larry. Not only are they groveling to Jack Larry in the letter, but they're also begging him not to let this sour his view of our country and hurt international relations. Gong Yang thought about the optics of this and found it hilarious. Haha, they talk a big game about honor, but in reality, they're just trying to team up and squeeze us out. Su Sheng added, the problem is that the letter is getting a lot of positive PR from netizens, and now they've started a smear campaign against the restaurant. If we don't do anything, Baola's restaurant's going to be toast. People are out there protesting in droves, holding signs, yelling screw you, refund our money. Baola was totally spiraling. My restaurant, Zhengyang mused, I hear you, just let them bark for a little bit longer. He gave a cryptic smirk. Once the public opinion peaks, we're going to pull a massive plot twist on them. He turned around and saw Baola tearing up like a sad puppy. You have a way to fix this, right? He calmed her down. Don't trip, I'm about to handle this right now. He was about to say he was waiting for the right moment, but Baola was already hyped and threw her arms around him. She sweetly planted a kiss right on Zhengyang's cheek. Be a good boy. That's your reward for helping me. Even though Baola skipped away happy, Zhengyang was left standing there completely frozen. He muttered to himself, okay, that was definitely worth it. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, a group of clout chasers stormed in to stir up trouble. A girl walked in with a stack of flyers, screaming at the top of her lungs. Everyone, listen up. Come see what kind of trashy restaurant this is. She grabbed an old guy who was just trying to eat his lunch. Look at this place! With an owner like this, if this place doesn't go bankrupt, there's no justice in the world. Evil restaurant, trashy ethics. The guy got fed up with being harassed and finally snapped at her. Are you done yet? I'm just trying to eat my lunch. You've been here like 800 times today. Are you actually insane? She got all defensive and started yelling back. Hey, old man, what's your problem? The guy immediately lectured this rude little brat. I said what I said.
So what?
Whether the guy pops some tires or not, why the hell does that concern you? I'm just here for the food. The owner's personality has absolutely zero to do with me eating my meal. The beefy guy behind her immediately stepped up. The food is a reflection of his personality. Don't you get it? Do you honestly think people with their low-tier character could actually cook something edible? That green tea snake immediately chimed in. Exactly. Long Ye is just a filthy bum, and his food is straight-up trash, causing a lady eating nearby to lose her appetite. I told you guys to stop making a fool of yourselves here. Just hurry up and check the news. They all look so bright and intelligent, but who knew they were actually total airheads? That disrespectful little brat didn't know her place and fired back. Hey lady, who the hell do you think you're talking to? You guys are literally just NPCs being used by this shady boss to make dirty money. Yet you're out here acting like his personal bodyguards. Do you guys even have a brain, or is it just for show? Just then, the bald guy behind her tugged on her shirt, and she turned around, screaming. What are you tugging my shirt for? He looked pale as a ghost, shoved his phone in her face, and hissed, just look at this. A video of what actually happened that day is currently going viral online. When the little girl was slowly crossing the street, Jack Larry's car zoomed in like a missile and sent her flying a whole meter away. The middle-aged man from before let out a mocking laugh. Ha! Someone was just saying the restaurant owner had a dark heart, but now let's see who's actually the villain here. Look at that angle and that attitude, hitting someone and then being so arrogant about it. If I were there, I would have slapped the taste out of his mouth. By now, the rude girl and the bald guy were red-faced with embarrassment. The lady at the next table happily added, Hey brother, don't just keep commenting. There's another video you haven't seen yet. The guy replied excitedly, I'm watching it right now. That girl helping the kid into the car looks so familiar. Just the girl looks familiar? Is there anything else you're missing? Looking at you wrong in the video, the guy shouted in excitement. No way. Isn't that the restaurant owner's car? And that girl, that's the owner's secretary. The guy shook his phone, mocking the troublemakers. Just as I thought, no video means no truth. So many netizens got played like fools by those edited photos. What a bunch of NPCs. These two losers even spent money to print flyers just to slander someone. I wonder what's going on in those tiny heads of theirs. The crowd started whispering louder, saying people who do such ugly things clearly didn't get much of an education. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the girl couldn't take it anymore and just bolted. The guy behind them didn't forget to land one final roast. Hey kids, next time try opening your eyes wide. You're getting scammed and still counting the money for them. The group was trying to run away when someone blocked their path. Not so fast. You wrong appeared looking like an absolute boss. I've already recorded your behavior as evidence, by the way. You two can just wait to receive a nice little letter from our lawyers. Our restaurant doesn't tolerate lowlifes who engage in malicious slander. We're going after every single one of you, no exceptions. The customers in the shop immediately started gossiping. Isn't that the restaurant owner's secretary? She's the exact person who rushed the kid to the hospital in the video. Holy cow, she's gorgeous, cold, and kind-hearted. Coming here to eat was totally worth it just to see her. That rude brat from earlier scrambled to make excuses. Well, we're just students! Zheng Yang just laughed. Ha! Students! He stepped into the restaurant. You didn't act like students when you were busy slandering us. And you definitely didn't act like Huaxia students when you were defending a foreigner and attacking our dignity. You pull a stunt like that and expect me to just let it slide? The girl hit the floor instantly, fake tears streaming down her face. Sobbing, she scrambled to run away in a panic. Wah! Xu Zhengyang stood in the middle of the shop and shouted with gratitude. Thanks to everyone for supporting our little shop. Thank you all for putting your trust in us. To show my appreciation, today's meal is on the house for everyone. The entire restaurant erupted in cheers and celebration. Haha, Boss Xu is so generous. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. You wrong asked curiously. Xu, now that we've dropped the video, what's the next move? Replied confidently, just stick to the same strategy and get Chen Suoda to boost it on the Duo video platform. Though, I bet they're having a massive headache right now, aren't they? Meanwhile, at Jack Larry's place, the hulking brute was furious and kicked his secretary to the ground. You useless wench, he barked at her in English. Who told you to talk to the budget fund about this? If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to act, things wouldn't have blown up this badly. She trembled, her face bruised and swollen as she replied. In English, Mr. Jack, I already deleted the camera footage. It must be that Xu Zhengyang guy, he set us up on purpose. He didn't waste another second and slapped her hard across the face. Shut your trap! He continued beating her mercilessly just to vent his rage. If it weren't for your brilliant idea, would he have even had the chance to trap us? Given the current situation, tell me, how do you suggest we handle this? After calming down, he stood up and ordered, immediately step up the pressure on Tianyu. All the frustration we've taken here needs to be repaid by Tianyu, and also contact the Nuanyang Budget Fund and tell them to release the list ahead of schedule. I want to use this opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to them. The blonde bodyguard behind him nodded obediently. Understood, sir. On the other side, Zhao Xiaoman wasn't having a good time either. Oh, how annoying. She slammed her hand down on the table repeatedly. Those idiots are only good for causing trouble. How did they let Xu Zhengyang release that security footage? Won't our apology letter just become a total joke now? Her secretary stuttered nervously. Currently, Dua is heavily promoting the video released by Xu Zhengyang. Tons of netizens have flipped their stance and are attacking us now. Even government media outlets have joined the fray, explicitly criticizing several companies, including us. Zhao Xiaoman gritted her teeth, not expecting Xu Zhengyang to have an ace like this up his sleeve. Still, this isn't over yet. You just wait and see. Back at the Degai restaurant, Xu Zhengyang walked over and asked, You wrong, how's the public sentiment looking online? She reported happily, the tide has completely turned, and besides, your reputation and Baolas are skyrocketing. Under the post, all the comments are flooding in. One user nicknamed Dried Fish wrote that the owners of Degai are just too adorable. What kind of fairy tier couple is this? They actually went and popped their tires. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't know the truth behind the earlier rumors. When I saw them slashing the tires, I was ready to rage, but it turns out they were doing it for the sake of justice. They are just too cute! Isn't this Liang Biu Capo way better than that doo-doo idol? I'm obsessed, I'm totally hooked. I have to go to Santai City and head to the Eat to Get Skinny restaurant to meet them in person. He nodded in satisfaction, honestly shocked that netizens have such eagle eyes these days. Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from outside, making the other two jump out of their skins, absolutely fuming. She stormed in clutching her phone, having already guessed that the fund was run by absolute scammers. But she never imagined they'd be this shameless. He gently pushed her to take a seat. What on earth happened to tick off our high and mighty Cheng Baola? Let me handle it and help you blow off some steam. She puffed out her cheeks and shoved the phone at him. Just look at this. The Nuanyang Charity Fund released the donation list from the South China Group Gala. 150 yuan from Sanlin Pharma, 50 yuan from the Wu Group, 10 yuan from Guangming Bank, and 15 yuan from others. However, the Eat to Get Skinny restaurant actually didn't donate a bad amount. Seeing this line, Xu Zhengyang remained calm and silent. A while later, they arrived in front of the Nuanyang Charity Center. Seeing Cheng Baola fuming with rage, Zhengyang laughed. It's just rigged data. Do you really need to get this worked up? Her eyes were practically shooting sparks. 200 yuan. We clearly donated 200 yuan. I still have the donation receipt right here, yet they wiped it clean. I demand an explanation right now, or I won't be able to sleep at night. Zhengyang nodded in agreement. If they don't give me an answer in the next few days, I'm going to unleash hell. As soon as they stepped inside, Yang Donghui walked up to greet them. Welcome. You two are the owners of the Eat to Get Skinny restaurant, right? I just read all about you guys online today. You're practically celebrities now. What brings you here today? Zhengyang asked politely. We just wanted to ask. We donated 200 yuan at the gala last night. Why isn't it on the public list? I had already guessed the outcome. He was the one who went crazy at the South China car show yesterday, right? Looks like they've already prepared their excuses. Yang Donghui started running his mouth. Mr. Xu, you two did attend the gala, but I don't recall you making any donation at all. As for a 200 yuan donation, I haven't heard a single thing about it. You can't just go around slandering us. Baola angrily interrogated him. You're lying. We clearly donated the money last night, and I even have the receipt. Donghui scoffed. Miss Cheng, you need to watch your mouth. Our internal database shows that you two didn't donate a dime. If you try to pull out proof now, it's definitely going to be a forgery. If you forge a donation receipt, I'll have to drag you to court for legal consequences. Zhengyang couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you absolutely certain we didn't donate? Donghui shamelessly replied, I am 100% certain. He snickered internally. What a moron. We're already prepped to shut you down. It would be best if you just lost your temper and hit me. That would give me all the reason I need to ruin you. After hearing that, Zhengyang just turned around to leave. Fine. Noted. Baola looked confused. Wait. She chased after him, feeling completely wronged. Are we just going to leave like this? Zhengyang shoved her into the car. Ouch! Baola asked him, clearly triggered. Are we just going to let those parasites off the hook like that? Why not just pull out the receipts and expose them already? He smirked and grabbed his phone, knowing those frauds had already prepped a cover-up. And besides, just suing them would be letting them off too easy. He had a much better play in mind. He dialed you wrong and told her to book 2 high-speed train tickets to Yanjing ASAP. Back at Nuanyang, Yang Donghui's phone started blowing up. Mr. Yang, I heard they arrived, everything under control? The guy was just chilling and clipping his nails, smugly thinking that since the bank's transfer records were already cooked, what else could possibly go wrong? I actually thought Xu Zhengyang had a master plan. Turns out he just rage quit. What a disappointment. The voice on the other end warned him that this was a huge amount of cash, so he better not trip up. Donghui paused for a second before doubling down. Relax, I've got it all handled. I'm just waiting for him to walk right into my trap. As long as he dares to claim he donated, I'll make sure he's social media canceled into oblivion. Jack Larry chuckled, satisfied. You're a genius, man. Let's celebrate tonight. Yang Donghui laughed back. Well, don't mind if I do. As soon as Jack hung up, he started ranting in English, clearly feeling himself. Those smooth-brained netizens. So what if they call me immoral? I'm throwing 200 bucks at them. You think that won't shut their mouths? The heat is finally on Xu Zhengyang. English dude, I want to see how you're going to turn this L into a W, Xu Zhengyang. While they were busy popping bottles, Xu Zhengyang had already made it to Yanjing. He stretched out, totally vibing in the high-speed train's business class. Yu Rong asked him, confused, Xu, what's the plan once we hit Yanjing? He replied, tell me, do you know which bank the Nuanyang Charity Fund uses? She tilted her head, the Zhongde Bank, as he stepped off the train, full of hype. Since the Nuanyang Charity Fund is so cocky, even bold enough to claim our donation records are fakes, they've definitely rigged every single angle. In this situation, staying in Tamdai City and running in circles is just a waste of time. So, might as well cut the problem off at the root. Yu Rong's eyes lit up. Or Xu, are she saying? He replied finally. The light bulb went on. Anyway, Zhengyang stayed totally chill and invited her over.
Let's grab some grub first.
Then, we head to the next stop. A while later, at the Zhongde Bank headquarters, Zhengyang walked in with a suitcase full of cash. He walked up to a teller and said, hey, I'm looking to make a massive deposit. Do me a favor and call your manager. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Zhengyang added, look, you definitely don't have the clearance for this deal, so just go grab your manager. She immediately started beefing with him. Look, mister, if you want to transact, get in line or step aside. There's a whole line of people waiting behind you. Zhengyang just repeated his question, calm as ever.
So, is your manager not around?
She absolutely lost it, jumping up and pointing a finger right in his face. Whether the manager is here or not, what does that have to do with you? Do you think I can't handle a simple transaction? She started screaming at his face. So, what are you actually doing here? Do you want me to call security and have you tossed out on your face? Zhengyang calmly looks down and pops open his suitcase. Fine, you handle it then. Seeing the stack of cash inside, the teller instantly goes speechless. Zhengyang immediately demands, I want to open a savings account. 200,000. Staring at the glow radiating from that cash, the teller's jaw hits the floor. 200,000, thousands. Her eyes are locked onto that suitcase. Usually, even 2,000 bucks requires a VIP room visit, let alone this mountain of cash. A low-level bank teller like her doesn't have the pay grade to handle this kind of transaction. She panics and bows down in a deep apology. I am so sorry. Zhengyang replies with zero chill.
No worries.
He flashes a devious smirk. Hurry it up, I'm in a rush. You've got 10 seconds. If you can't give me a sweet deal that keeps me happy, I'm heading to the bank across the street to drop this off. She's trembling, tears streaming down her face. She frantically turns to beg the manager for backup. Manager! This customer says he wants to open a savings account. The manager struts out with a fake oily smile. Lou, come on now. You can't be acting like this. You really need to stay calm under pressure. The manager leans in, looking all smug. Come on, let me see what's got you all worked up. As soon as he sees the blinding glow of the cash, his jaw drops just like the teller's. 200,000, thousands. Even if we emptied the entire vault of this branch, it wouldn't even touch this amount. He starts sweating bullets. Sir! Zhengyang isn't letting them off the hook and helpfully reminds them.
Hey lady, you've got 6 seconds left.
The teller is basically sobbing a river now. Boss, please, you're the GOAT. Can you just let me off the hook? The manager is right here. Why are you still coming after me? The manager cuts in, sounding desperate. Sir? Zhengyang doesn't even blink. He just holds up 2 fingers. 2 seconds remaining.
2-1.
Zhengyang slams the suitcase shut. Without wasting a single motion, he grabs the handle and turns to leave. See ya, I'm heading to the bank across the street to make my deposit. The manager scrambles to block his path. Sir, please, I can definitely handle a deposit of 200,000. Please don't doubt my professional capabilities. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? He immediately drops an even crazier demand. Then I'll deposit 400,000, but go get your bank director out here right now. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Haha, looking this young and already packing this much heat. You truly are a hero among men, young sir. A middle-aged man with a greedy grin waddles out. I'm the deputy branch manager at the Zhongda Bank headquarters, and I have the authority of a full manager, so just lay your requests on me. Zhengyang drops another thick stack of cash on the counter. I changed my mind. I want to deposit 80,000. The deputy manager's jaw hits the floor. Wait, are those 888 stacks all 80,000? What is this guy actually trying to do? Is he just here to cause some drama? Zhengyang flops into a chair and says, I'll say it one last time, get your bank manager out here right now. I don't care what he's doing. You have 3 minutes to get him here, or I'm taking my deposit to the bank next door. He adds a chilling, low-voiced threat. My patience is wearing thin. The deputy manager frantically agrees. Understood. Sir, please head to the VIP lounge while I get our manager on the line immediately. He points at the staff and shouts, hurry up and call Boss Liu. Tell him to get his butt back here right now. The manager stammers, but sir, he's currently at a major industry conference. The deputy manager loses his mind and starts screaming. Do you really think there's anything more important than this right now? Forget it. I'll call him myself. After handling the bank drama, we cut back to their home. Baola is sitting there, bored out of her mind, when suddenly the door opens. Zhengyang walks in with a smile. I'm home. Baola, still annoyed, runs over and starts pummeling his chest. Where the hell have you been for the last 2 days? Do you have any idea how worried sick I was? He dodges her hits with a smirk. Haha, relax, haven't I made it back in one piece? He pinches her cheek and asks, so, how's the situation looking? Baola sighs and explains, those shady media outlets have started their hit pieces on us, but luckily there are still some netizens sticking up for us. So, what's the move? Did you find a way to take them down yet? Zhengyang beats his chest confidently. Since your man is back, you know this problem is basically already solved. Don't forget who your man is. Baola sticks her tongue out and teases him. Blah! You still haven't caught me yet. His eyes light up as he plays along.
Oh yeah?
Just wait until I catch you. You're done for. She keeps running away while laughing at him. Blah! Go find your busty little side chick instead. Meanwhile, at the Nuanyang Charity Fund, Yang Dongwei makes a call to Jack Larry. Hey Jack, did you hear the news? Xu Zhengyang is officially back. Jack lets out a mocking laugh. Haha, looks like the kid didn't have any real plans after all. Mr. Yang, you really are a genius. They're basically just dancing in the palm of our hands now. Wang Donghui reaches out and wraps his arm around his assistant's waist. It's just that you guys overestimated Xu Zhengyang from the start. He pulls his assistant into his lap and starts getting handsy. I am still waiting for him to post the donation receipt so we can nail these frauds for defamation. Who knew he was such a coward? He hasn't even tried to clear his name yet. He's definitely going to take the L. Jack smirked and gave him a nod. Well done. I'll be waiting for some good news from you. Yang Donghui looked absolutely smug, stroking his girl like he owned the place. They're nothing but the owners of a tiny little restaurant. I want to ruin him, so what? Though that female boss and her secretary are actually pretty easy on the eyes. He let out a creepy laugh. If they're willing to serve me for a few nights, I might consider letting them off the hook. Yang Donghui pulled the secretary back into his lap, and it'd be even better if you both served me together. She giggled and leaned in. Oh, Yang, you're such a bad boy, aren't you? Suddenly, an assistant kicked the door open and rushed inside. Young Master Yang, this is bad, it's really bad. Yang Donghui's vibe was totally ruined, so he barked back. What is it now? Stop acting so frantic. Can't you see we're in the middle of something important? She rushed over and turned on the TV. Young Master Yang, you need to see this. On the screen, a middle-aged man with graying hair was anchoring the news. Recently, our bank has received a formal inquiry from a major client. This client donated 200 yuan to the Nuanyang Charity Fund in Yunhai Province under the name of the Andagai restaurant in Taiwan City. But it's nowhere to be found on their public donation list. Yang Donghui's face turned ghost white in an instant. Zhongda Bank takes the concerns raised by this client very seriously. As such, we would like to issue the following clarification. There are absolutely no issues with the services provided by Zhongda Bank. The transaction for this donation was processed successfully. The man currently on the news is none other than Lu Chendan, the CEO of Zhongda Bank. He continued, Zhongda Bank is currently working with the provincial government to conduct a full audit of the Nuanyang Charity Fund to confirm the existence of these funds. Why is there no record of this donation on the list published by the Nuanyang Charity Fund? This is truly baffling to the public. While this specific donation record wasn't listed, the total charitable funds declared by Nuanyang match their internal ledgers. We hope the Nuanyang Charity Fund provides a reasonable explanation for this 200 yuan discrepancy immediately. Otherwise, they will likely face serious legal consequences. Charity is a noble cause that benefits society and the people. We hope the organization handles this seriously and operates with fairness, integrity, and transparency. Once the news ended, Baola turned to him and asked, Does this mean we're officially off the hook now? What should we do next? Zheng laughed with a wicked calculating look in his eyes. Next? Next is when they start getting a massive headache. Lu Chendan's words echoed through the entire room. Charity is a noble cause that benefits society and the people. We hope the organization handles this seriously. Operate with fairness, integrity, and transparency. A glass flew across the room, smashing the TV into pieces. Yang Donghui cursed under his breath. Damn it! What the hell? Didn't Zhongda Bank promise they'd wipe the data for us? How did they even track that down? He dialed a number in a blind rage. Uncle Chin, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say you deleted the data, Uncle Bao? Uncle Chin started screaming on the other end. Damn it, you still have the nerve to ask me that? Didn't you swear this guy was just some broke loser? How in the hell did he manage to get a hold of the bank's CEO? Now that they've traced the data deletion back to you, if anything happens to me, I'm sending people to take out your whole family. Yang Donghui was so shook he literally collapsed onto the floor. No, that's impossible. How could he possibly reach the bank's top boss? Uncle Chin kept raging. Impossible, you say? Start planning your funeral, because this time, nobody is coming to save your sorry ass. Yang Donghui started pacing like a maniac, trying to calculate how to scrape together 200 yuan for the charity donation. If he pushes the blame onto the Huanan group, he can just play the system glitch card. He was biting his nails in pure terror, but the problem is he split that money into two separate piles. If he tries to pin it on both Huanan Group and the Sanlin Pharma Company, nobody is going to buy that story with all those statistical inconsistencies. No other choice, gotta hit up Huanan Group first and see if they'll front the donation. His hands were shaking as he dialed Jack. The guy's voice echoed through the speaker. Hello? He started panicking. Jack, it's me. Things have really hit the fan now. I need the Huanan Group to chip in that 150 yuan donation. Jack started playing dumb, acting like he had no idea what was going on. Oh, my friend, what on earth are you talking about? I have absolutely no clue what you're saying. Mr. Yang, did you dial the wrong number or something? Yang Donghui was so triggered he smashed his phone to pieces. What a scumbag. He was officially cornered. Huanan Group denied the donation, and Sanlin Pharma would definitely do the same. But the gap was too massive for the Nuanyang Charity Fund to cover on its own. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so Yang Donghui realized he had to go crawl back to Xu Zhengyang. If he could just get Zheng Yang to drop the investigation, he might survive this. Cut to the convenience store. Zheng Yang stepped out, already on the phone. All right, it's all handled. Just get some rest at home. I'm just checking on the restaurant's business. Then I'll come home and cook for you. Bao La agreed immediately. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I haven't slept a wink these past few days, stressing over this donation drama. I definitely need a nap. Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Suddenly, Zheng Yang saw something that made him freeze. Spotting Yang Donghui showing up uninvited, he softened his voice for her. It's nothing, just some trash who walked right into a beatdown. I'll call you back later. A short-haired girl walked up and reached out her hand. Hello, I'm the lead reporter for Donghua Media. My name is Zhang Lin. Zheng Yang didn't even care. Spit it out already. If I hear one extra word or if I'm not in the mood, I'm walking away. Yang Donghui lost his cool and tried to charge Xu Zhengyang Yu, but Zhang Lin held him back, desperate to play the peacemaker. I'm sure you've already figured out why I'm here, to talk peace. I know this is a tough request to swallow, but I really need you to hear me out. The Nuanyang Fund definitely messed up, but if this keeps spiraling, the whole thing is going to get nuked. I've seen with my own eyes that they actually built schools. If you keep digging, you're going to expose something much bigger. Every single charity organization is just a blood-sucking monster. I'm hoping you'll show some mercy for the greater good. Zheng Yang heard the whole rant and just stood there letting out a massive yawn. Zhang Lin was still running her mouth non-stop. Besides, I trust you didn't get into charity just for the clout, right? Zheng Yang couldn't be bothered and just turned away. And here I thought you actually had some high-level IQ moves. Turns out it's just the same old playbook. He dropped a snide remark, saying ignorance really is bliss. Zhang Lin got poked where it hurts and shrieked in anger. Stop right there! What is that supposed to mean? Are you calling me brainless? Do you even know who you're talking to? Zheng Yang smirked and turned back around. Did I lie, though? Do you even know the detailed breakdown of the Nuanyang Foundation's donations and expenses from last year? She stayed stubborn. That's their internal data. How would I know that? Zheng Yang immediately exposed her utter stupidity. If you don't even know that, what gives you the right to claim they're actually using money for charity? I donated 200 yuan. What? Do you even know how many schools that could actually build? They're out here faking the numbers, and you're still preaching to me about charity? You really think you're some kind of saint just because you went on a field trip to the countryside with them? From where I'm sitting, you're just a delusional NPC who loves the smell of her own farts. Zhang Lin gnashed her teeth, so triggered she couldn't even speak. Yang Donghui kept up the tough guy act, shouting, "You Shu guy, stop framing us with your baseless accusations." Zheng Yang laughed at the guy for daring to talk back. Look at you, young Master Yang, so full of energy. The fraud has already been proven, yet you still dare to claim I'm lying? And another thing, don't tell me you forgot why you even came looking for me in the first place. Zheng Yang sat in his car, but Zhang Lin still leaned into the window to annoy him. Tell me, what will it take for you to finally back off? Zheng Yang lost his patience and threatened, stop pinning your hopes on Hao Xuan, because I'm definitely taking down the Nuanyang Foundation. The Nuanyang Foundation only has two options now. Die quietly, or drag the Huanan Group and the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company down into the grave with you. With that, he arrogantly drove off. Yang Donghui was drenched in cold sweat, spiraling into a panic. Xu Zhengyang, is he not leaving us a single exit strategy? If that happens, won't the Nuanyang Foundation? Suddenly his phone rang, and he trembled as he pulled it out.
Hello?
The voice on the other end panicked and reported, President Yang, it's over. The authorities have arrived at our office to investigate the donation scandal, and the internet is absolutely roasting us right now. The phone slipped right out of Donghui's hand. We're doomed. A while later, Xu Zhengyang happily walked home carrying his shopping bags. I'm home! I'm cooking tonight. Just relax and chill out and have fun. Suddenly, a fist flew out of nowhere, smashing into the wall behind his head and cracking it wide open. Zheng Yang's face went pale. What's going on here? Bola's face darkened with a menacing glare. About our relationship, is there anything you want to confess to me, honey? Thinking about the image of you wrong, Zheng Yang turned white and started sweating bullets. Bao La is looking at him with that specific kind of vibe. Could she have already found out about what happened between him and Hu Dong? They hopped in the car and headed straight to the restaurant. Xu Zhengyang was sweating bullets, watching how cranky Bao La was acting. She's been acting like this the whole time, then insisted he drive her to the restaurant. He prayed silently, thinking if it was actually about Hu Dong, she would snapped way earlier. As soon as Bao La kicked the door open, she shouted, I brought him here. If you have something to say, spit it out yourself. The girl with the pink tea-colored hair saw him, and her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Xu Zhengyang. She bolted across the room and tackled him into a hug. You didn't lie to me. I really could find you here. Our boy was shook. It was Duan Yu Yu. Bao La had officially turned into a demon. She was cracking her knuckles behind his back like a final boss. Look at that, getting all touchy-feely already. Our little player here really has some elite riz, doesn't he? Zheng Yang panicked and started speedrunning his defense. No, it's not what you think. After a while, Zheng Yang finally managed to talk his way out of the doghouse. Basically, that's how the whole story went down. Bao La gave him a salty look. Apparently, before he even reached Yanqin, he'd run into this girl and had to humble her with a reality check. Unfortunately, the side effect of that interaction was this girl latching onto him like a magnet. Zheng Yang recalled Duan Yuyu's absolute hooligan energy when they first met. Damn, you really think I won't tear you to shreds and stuff you in a box? He sipped his tea, trying to play it cool. Yeah, it was pretty much that vibe. Luckily, she dressed somewhat normally today. Otherwise, Bao La would have gone nuclear on the spot. Duan Yuyu was being way too extra, though. Since you broke me in, I'm your person now. I've got nowhere else to go. Can I just move in with you? Zheng Yang spat out his tea, and Bao La's glare was icy enough to freeze the room. Nice, your little side piece is moving fast. Planning to keep her in a secret love nest, huh? He started sweating and tried to calm her down. Chill, listen to me. I'm currently couch surfing at your place. Where would I even have the space for a secret lover? After dropping that nuke, Duan Yu suddenly shrugged and said, Wait, are you guys having a massive misunderstanding? A toxic CEO like Xu Zhengyang isn't even my type. I was just asking if you're hiring. I actually have a professional chef certification. Bala's eyes turned into dollar signs. She tossed Zheng Yang aside and shook hands with Yu enthusiastically. No problem. Our restaurant just opened and we're starving for staff. 9 to 5 shifts and you get 4 days off a month. Zheng Yang walked outside, feeling completely played. This girl Bao La is actually acting like a real boss when it comes to hiring. Bao La was still rambling about the salary, performance bonuses, and insurance packages. Outside, Zheng Yang stretched. Since the restaurant took off, Bao La had been learning the ropes of business from Tong Ying. Looking at her now, she's really shaping up to be a legit boss babe. A moment later, Bao La walked out. Oh, boss lady, finished interviewing the new recruit already? She lets out a dramatic sigh. Well, mostly because a high roller like you is around, so her salary is basically pocket change. Plus, that girl doesn't seem to want the job for the work. She's definitely just here for you, our local Rizzler. She hits him with that patented death glare. Good thing you actually have some self-control and aren't out here pulling shady moves behind her back. Baola gets right in his face, warning him. If she ever catches him slipping, she's going to personally remove his offending equipment. Zheng Yang is sweating buckets, but trying to play it cool. Ha ha ha, come on, you gotta have a little faith in your man. He suddenly pivots the conversation. By the way, should we head out for a bit? She looks at him, confused. Head out? Where? Zheng Yang strokes his chin. I mean, living in this rental forever isn't the move. Let's go house hunting. Once we buy a place, we can just move in together. Baola turns bright red instantly. Buying a house? Doesn't that basically mean moving in together? Why does this degenerate have to be so blunt about it? Zheng Yang pulls her into a hug. Moving in together is the natural progression, babe. Besides, you're not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. Whether we scout places before or after the wedding, it's all the same, and I want to make sure we pick somewhere you actually like, right? Baola is touched but instantly gets flustered, biting his shoulder and stubbornly muttering, Who said anything about marrying you? He yelps in pain, Hey, you a werewolf or something, why you biting me? Baola proceeds to lecture him hard. Listen, all the money you've made is just from your little schemes and silver-tongued scams, so don't be getting ahead of yourself. A modest, older place is more than enough for us. Zheng Yang plays the perfect simp. Yes. Whatever the wife says, I obey. She smiles and asks, So, did you already scout out an agency? Everything that's happened today, was this all part of some grand plan of yours? He responds casually. Ha, you could say that. He remembers back when he had some cash. It was Brother Li here who helped him negotiate the house deal. If it weren't for his help back then, he never would have pocketed that 2 million, let alone reach where he is today. Even if Brother Li was just chasing sales numbers back then, his character is actually top tier. Now that he's officially a big shot, he's got to make sure to pay that favor back. Zheng Yang walks in and greets Brother Li. Li Qi is genuinely shocked to see him. Oh, if it isn't little brother Shu! He rushes over to shake his hand. Little brother Shu? No, I mean President Shu, what brings you to our humble office today? Looking to buy some property? He smiles, but his eyes are scanning the room. Li Qi's expression seems a bit off. Did he run into some kind of trouble? Zheng Yang goes straight for the throat. Brother Li, why so formal? You aren't mad just because I haven't treated you to dinner since that house I bought from you skyrocketed in value, right? Li Qi lets out a laugh. Now how could I be? Sit down first. Let me have my wife pour you some tea. As they settle into their chairs, Li Qi starts singing their praises. Uncle Shu, is this your girlfriend? This kid, just how much good karma did he stack up in his past life? Brother Lee, stop teasing us already. He noticed the place was a ghost town and asked curiously. Right, Brother Lee, what's going on here? Why is there absolutely no one else around? Li Qi let out a frustrated sigh. Sigh, I can't keep doing this anymore. Zheng Yang was confused. Brother Lee, everything was fine. Why can't you keep going? I was actually planning to find you to buy a house today. Plus, my company is blowing up right now. If you've got some premium listings, I might just drop some investment capital too. Li Qi hesitated. About that, his wife spoke up first. What else could be done? He offended the regional director sent down by headquarters. I told him to watch his mouth when he speaks, but he never listens. Well, look at the result. He's banned from selling houses now. He shrugged and asked, if they won't let you sell, that's easy, just job hop. Li Qi shook his head, saying it wasn't that simple. I don't have a broker's license, and he's using that to keep me under his thumb. Most agencies in Santai City don't have the license either. He's just specifically targeting me. Zheng Yang didn't hesitate and pulled out his phone. Brother Lee, hang tight, let me make a quick call. Hello, Lawyer Zhang. It's me. I've got a situation here. After the call ended, Li Qi asked nervously, so how did it go? Zheng Yang smiled. Lawyer Zhang said he's going to make your director's life a living nightmare and get him fired. Li Qi couldn't hide his excitement. Uncle Shu, are you for real? Can I actually keep selling houses? Zheng Yang encouraged him. The lawyer said your old certification was voided ages ago anyway, so just open your own shop and get a new license. You're good to go. Aside from needing some capital and a bit of street cred, it's not an issue at all. Li Qi felt a weight lifted off his chest and slammed the table in rage. Damn it, that little brat scared the hell out of me. His wife immediately covered his mouth. What are you rambling about? Little Shu's girlfriend is right there. Watch your image. Zheng Yang gave an awkward smile. Brotherly sister-in-law, honestly, Baola doesn't mind this at all. As soon as he finished, the three of them felt a chilling aura behind them. Baola looked like an absolute beast, even more pissed off than Li Qi. That so-called regional director is just bullying Brother Lee because he's an honest guy, right? No way, I can't take it. I really want to punch that guy. The three of them were terrified, and he hurriedly patted her head to calm her down. All right, cool it. We still have business to discuss. Li Qi said seriously, Little Shu, maybe I should just quit. I know you like me, which is why you're buying from me, but I can't let you buy a house through this company. Zheng Yang waved it off. It's fine. Let's just go house hunting first. I want to take a look. Shortly after, Li Qi led them to the front of the Xinghe Garden Complex. In front of the fancy house, Li Qi started his pitch. Trust me, bro. This is a premium 2-story garden villa. The place has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms in an L-shaped layout covering 200 square meters. Since the buyer is paying cash up front, the total cost comes down to a measly 245 yuan. Zheng Yang was vibing with the deal, so he pulled the trigger immediately. Sounds solid. I'll take it. He thought to himself, 245 yuan. Back in the day, I couldn't even afford a snack, and now I'm out here buying real estate. Li Qi scratched his head, sounding hyped. You're built different, bro. I can't even compare to you. The market's getting brutal lately. It's tough out here. Zheng Yang laughed. Haha, Brother Lee, you're a real one. Stop worrying about the shady side hustles. You're gonna climb out of this slump soon enough. Zheng Yang calculated his next moves, even though Brother Lee is a bit straightforward. His sales skills are actually goated. Dong Changming just bagged that Tiantao land and is hiring sales staff. If he could pull Brother Lee into his squad, it'd be a major W. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from outside. Li Qi, you've got some nerve. Who gave you permission to sell houses here? Are you not afraid of me dragging you to court, you loser? Li Qi scrambled over to do some damage control. Director G, these are my previous clients. We've got to take responsibility for them until the deal is sealed, right? Zheng Yang and Bao La exchanged looks as the manager started screeching, responsibility? You're a bottom-tier failure who doesn't even have a broker license. What makes you think you have the right to serve premium clients? The second he laid eyes on Bao La, his entire personality did a 180. But, if they're guests of the firm, I suppose we should handle it professionally. He reached out with a creepy grin toward Bao La. Greetings, beautiful. I'm the regional GM for Jahe Real Estate. Honored to be at your service. She instantly got triggered. Is this the trash manager who's been gatekeeping Brother Lee? Doesn't look like he's got a single brain cell, let alone good intentions. Zheng Yang felt the jealousy levels rising. Is this old creep really trying to hit on my girl right in front of me? Bao La didn't even bother shaking his hand, just replied with a cold look. Oh, and the manager still put a hand over his heart, acting smooth. Ha, looks like I didn't make the best first impression, did I? Truth is, I just really want to get to know you better. The old goat's eyes were glued to Bao La's hands. He was probably thinking about how soft they'd be to hold. Bao La's face darkened in pure annoyance. Sorry, but I don't know you. What does this clown think he's doing? Does he think I'm still the same clueless girl from a few months ago? Even back then, I wouldn't let a loser like him get within 5 feet of me. Director Yi tilted his chin up. Beauty, I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm not just the GM of Jiahe. My brother-in-law is the VP of Feiyun Real Estate. He pulled out his business card like it was some legendary item. If you're interested in leveling up, here's my number. I guarantee, getting with me will bring you plenty of surprises. Zheng Yang couldn't take the cringe anymore and grabbed the guy's arm.
Is your brain fried or something?
We're buying this house together. Can you not read the room? You dare flirt with my woman right in front of me? Just because you're a regional manager? You think you're untouchable? Caught in his grip, the guy screamed, "Damn it, let go! Keep acting up and see if I don't make you regret existing." Before he could finish his monologue, Zheng Yang yeeted him across the room. He mocked the guy, doesn't even know when to fold. What a clown. To think a guy like this is a GM. Must gotten the job by riding coattails, huh? After roasting him, he put his arm around Bao La and walked out. Brother Li, we're bouncing. Good luck dealing with the trash. We'll catch you later. Li Qi stared in a daze watching them leave. Yeah, fine. The old manager scrambled to his feet in pain. Where are they? Where did those two go? Li Qi pointed forward. They just left. Instead of blowing a fuse at me, why didn't you try stopping them? Do you even know how to do your job? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. He shrugged it off aggressively, feeling triggered. Who the hell doesn't know I'm in a bad mood right now? Right in front of him stood Qi Yunfei and his goons, clutching heavy baseball bats. You promised to make Bao La regret everything right in front of me earlier, remember? The old manager collapsed onto the floor like a sack of potatoes. It was just a misunderstanding. He was literally crying in terror. Why is Qi Yunfei here?
Could that brat have called him over?
A short while later, the two of them were walking down the street. Zheng Yang tapped Bao La on the hip. Why the blank stare? We need to go home, pack our stuff, and get ready to move. She jumped in surprise.
Bao La complained.
Can you stop popping off and getting angry at every little thing? You scared me to death back there. I actually thought you were going to beat that guy to a pulp. He shrugged. Nah, I'm saving my energy for later. Bao La kept nagging. Seriously, you're always so stressed. It's not good for your health. Plus, if you actually killed that guy, you'd be rotting in prison. He hurried to calm her down. Yeah, I'll watch it next time. Zheng Yang muttered to himself, but that trash was so annoying. I couldn't rest easy without slapping him across the face. But since we're out now, might as well look at some stuff to clear my head. Zheng Yang then took Bao La to the Tianyu car dealership. He thought to himself as he walked. Sa Jihao and Chen Suosheng teamed up for this ad campaign. Looks like it's paying off. The rep for Tianyu is blowing up, and with all the government contracts coming in, the orders are stacking up. Back then, because of the siege from the Huanan group, Tianyu was struggling to even breathe. But after getting all those rave reviews, the situation is set. A few smear campaigns aren't enough to sink us now. Word is, they aren't just failing to move units. Their stock is tanking too. Jack Larry must be having a complete meltdown right now, huh? He smirked. A giant like Huan Group took a massive internal hit from me. If they don't have a plan to pivot, they're just waiting for their funeral. The two returned home to pack their things. After cleaning up for a while, Bao La let out a sigh of relief, finally almost done. He just replied lazily, "Yeah, you've worked hard." Bao La got annoyed and snapped, "I'm drenched in sweat from cleaning, and you're just slacking off in the corner." She immediately put him in a headlock from behind. "Watch me take you out." Zheng Yang shrieked, "Ow, ow, ow. I'm not slacking. I'm ordering some gym equipment." Bao La grabbed his phone. "You're ordering gear from Lin Zuoxian?" He replied miserably, "Yeah, your old boss runs a gym. I figured we could get her to help us out. Is that not a W?" She suddenly felt a bit hesitant. "But if they find out about our current relationship, will that—" Zheng Yang tilted his head and asked, "Is something wrong?" He suddenly realized what was up and flashed a smile, pinching Bao La's cheek to comfort her. "I know you're worried about what people will say, like you're only with me for the cash, right?" Seeing his smug face, Bao La went full beast mode and started roasting him. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Me catching you is just my own elite skill. If they're salty about it, they can go find a sugar daddy of their own." Even though he got ear blasted, he still lovingly ruffled her hair. Now that's the spirit. What other people think doesn't even matter. She looked a bit flustered and said, "Fine, I'll make a shopping list for you. Go buy everything we need." With that, Bao La stood up. "I'll leave the rest of the work here to you. I'm gonna go find you wrong. I haven't been back to the restaurant all day. I need to go check if everything's running smoothly." Zheng Yang watched her walk away, thinking that this girl was finally ready to shine and show the world what she's got. A notification popped up on his phone. "Lin Suxian, can you come over to my place and take a look?" He texted back, "Is that really necessary?" She replied, "Seeing the layout in person makes it way easier to figure out the decor." He heard her point and agreed. "All right then, I'll drive over and pick you up." A little later at the new house, Qi Yunfei stood by the door and reported, "Boss, we've finished buying all the furniture you requested." And that piece of trash NPC who tried to lay a hand on Baola, I took care of him for you already. He patted the guy on the shoulder. Good job. You can go back to work now. Zheng Yang instructed, by the way, just leave that CEO guy alone for now. Don't wreck his company yet. I might still need to use him later.
Sorry for all the trouble.
Lin Suxian stepped out of the car and couldn't help but compliment the place. This house is gorgeous. He replied, just moved in. It's not fully furnished yet. Might not look as aesthetic once we cram everything in. He handed a list over to her. This is the shopping list Baola put together. Could you look it over for me? Suxian scanned through every item with focus. The treadmill model is good. It's the same one we have at our gym. It doesn't take up much space and won't kill the vibe of the living room. For the weight set, go with the Ruby brand. They have the best features. Plus, suddenly Lin Suxian felt a wave of dizziness and started wobbling before collapsing. Zheng Yang panicked and rushed to catch her. Ms. Lin, are you okay? He looked on in shock. Blood was literally pouring out of Suxian's nose. Zheng Yang was spiraling, thinking, Lin Suxian was totally fine a second ago. Why did she suddenly faint? And with a nosebleed on top of that, could she be suffering from some incurable condition? A moment later, Lin Suxian slowly opened her eyes. Zheng Yang stood in front of her, urgently asking, Ms. Lin, what happened? Are you sick? She sat up, looking exhausted. It's nothing, just low blood pressure, an old issue of mine. He went silent, deep in thought. Even if low blood pressure is bad, it shouldn't cause a full-blown nosebleed, right? Plus, looking at her right now, it definitely doesn't seem like a mild case. Lin Suxian steadied herself, put on a brave face, and smiled. Anyway, I've seen everything I needed to. I'll go ahead and make the arrangements for you now. Let's keep in touch on WeChat for the rest. He replied, let me walk you out then. If you need any help with anything, make sure you let me know. I know, I will. Just as he finished sending off Lin Suxian, his phone started blowing up with a call from Baola. Why is little Baola calling me at a time like this? He picked up the call immediately. Hello? Lin Suxian is hiding her health condition from me. Maybe Baola knows something. I should probably just ask her. From the other end of the line, Baola screamed in a panic. That little leech is at it again. Get your butt over to the restaurant right now. Duan Yuyu, she just beat someone up. Zheng Yang blinked in confusion. Wait, what did you just say? Back at the restaurant, Duan Yuyu was standing there silently, with her head hung low. Yurong tried to calm Baola down. Okay, stop being so pressed. Besides, you didn't even do it on purpose. Zheng Yang arrived on the scene just then. What's going on here? Baola spilled the tea. 2 customers came in looking for trouble. Duan Yuyu got triggered, and she literally grabbed a stick to throw hands with them. Now someone has posted the whole thing online, and the keyboard warriors are already flooding the comments with hate. He asked, do we know who those 2 clowns are? Yurong replied, I already checked with Mu Sheng. They said those 2 are connected to the Wu group. Also, I've already uploaded the security footage that makes our restaurant look innocent, and the netizens are actually starting to back us up. Hearing that name, Zheng Yang immediately remembered the 2 guys from earlier. So the Wu group is the same trash that tried to start beef with us in the parking lot before? Seems like I didn't even need to mess with them. But these fools are just out here speedrunning their own deaths. Zheng Yang reassured them. Relax, it's already done. Just let them keep making noise on the internet if they want to. He pushed Baola down into a chair. If we don't even need to explain ourselves, their little drama won't cause any waves anyway. She let out a sigh. I know you're just a softie at heart. I know you're just a softie at heart. You didn't see what the place looked like back then. Pots and pans were flying everywhere. This wasn't just someone starting trouble. This girl literally trashed the whole place. Zheng Yang pointed directly at Yuyu. Duan Yuyu, you're fired. Don't show your face at this restaurant ever again. All 3 girls were shook by his sudden decision. Yurong hurried to step in. Bro, isn't that a bit too much? Even if Yu was a bit extra, her heart was in the right place. Baola couldn't bear it either. Yeah, exactly. Plus, those 2 guys were acting so entitled, I almost couldn't hold myself back from slapping them either. Zheng Yang saw them freaking out and just chuckled. What are you guys even thinking? I have other plans for her. Yurong, set Duan Yu up to stay with Lu Keilei and her kid, and while you're at it, check on how the kid's health is doing for me. Yurong let out a breath of relief. Sure, I'm on it. Duan Yu was being escorted away, feeling a little curious.
Hey, where exactly are you taking me?
Yurong smirked. Just follow me, it's definitely something good. Baola pinched his back and interrogated him. Spill it. What are you actually planning by taking in Duan Yu? Are you seriously trying to build a harem? Zheng Yang decided that since Baola is living with him now, she's bound to find out eventually. It's about time I spilled some of the real tea to her. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. You know about that reconnaissance squad I've been building? I'm planning to organize a specialized division for corporate intelligence. She looked at him, completely confused. Why are you even doing all this? This isn't illegal, is it? He chuckled, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Relax, I know exactly what I'm doing. Besides, gathering intel beforehand is the only way to stop those NPCs from pulling their usual stunts. She just sighed and gave up on arguing with him. Fine, you're a mastermind anyway. Just don't mess it up. Although if you do end up in jail, I'm definitely inheriting that massive mansion of yours. Just thinking about that new house had Bao La acting all hyped. Oh right, has Lin Suxian left yet? Does she have any weird plans for our place? He dodged the question, saying, yeah, she's gone, but she seems a bit under the weather. You should take some time to check on her. Since things were so rushed earlier, he hadn't double-checked the measurements, and things got a little too cozy, but he'd better keep that on the down low from Bao La for now. But Bao La is sharp as a tack. Wait, you're definitely hiding something from me. Start spilling the truth right now. He scrambled backward, trying to block her interrogation. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha, as if that would happen. Zheng Yang suddenly widened his eyes, stunned by the sight right in front of him. Wait, are you not wearing anything under there? Bao La didn't even hesitate, just straight up admitted it.
Yeah, I'm not.
Zheng Yang felt his nose about to bleed. This girl's charm damage is way too high, not good. I need to find a way to punish her for this later. The head chef suddenly poked his head out and started yelling. You two lovebirds need to learn when to take it to a private room. My junior just cut his hand because he was watching you guys. The guy sitting there covered his eyes, saying, don't drag me into this, master. The kitchen is a restricted zone for non-staff. Get out. Zheng Yang felt awkward and bolted out of there. Why, yeah, I'm heading out. Bao La also turned back inside, embarrassed. Yes, sir, the head chef laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Being young really is something else. Once he was outside, Zheng Yang got a random phone call. Sajahao is hitting me up at this hour. He picked up. What's the move? His uncle said, you promised the Huanan group just called wanting to meet with you. He let out a cold laugh. So those guys finally couldn't hold out any longer, huh? Send me the address. Let's see what kind of trashy schemes they're hiding up their sleeves. Meanwhile, a gorgeous girl was whispering instructions to the guy next to her. Babe, if I sound like I'm struggling later, you better jump in and cover for me. She was Chen Yijing, an employee at Huanan Group. The guy next to her reassured her, don't sweat it, you've got this. If we land this deal, we're going to be swimming in cash. This rich kid was Zhang Yi, the top young master of the Zhang family. You're a Zhang family heir, and I'm going to be the top lady of the house soon enough. Tran Yitin had some questions, still not quite grasping why the Huanan Group hired her, and even made her the lead negotiator. Truong Yi immediately started buttering her up. Isn't it just because my baby girl is a total genius? She let out a smug little laugh. Stop messing around. He wasn't about to back down. Darling, I'm just getting started. Let's celebrate tonight. Yeah? Xu Zhongyang and Yu Rong were already in the hall. He was curious why he hadn't investigated who the Huanan Group sent to negotiate. She nodded. Yes, sir. It seems the Huanan Group really values this person, keeping her identity under wraps. Xu Zhongyang didn't even blink. Whoever it is, if they manage to get their way today, then my name isn't Xu Zhongyang. As the door swung open, they were greeted by the sight of those two lovebirds acting like they owned the place. He spotted Tran Yitin and smirked. So the Huanan Group's secret weapon is actually you? Tran Yitin saw it was Xu Zhongyang and felt like she'd hit the jackpot. Xu Zhongyang, this loser is the rep for Tianyu Motors? This deal is going to be a total breeze. Given our history, Yitin, the rest of my life is going to be paved with gold. She immediately turned up the arrogance. Didn't expect to run into you here. Well, that makes things a whole lot easier. We're representing the Huanan Group for these negotiations. So when is your boss arriving? Xu Zhongyang kicked back in the chair opposite them. Since I'm the one here, it means I've got full authority to make the calls. He thought to himself, they actually sent an acquaintance to negotiate with me. Seems the Huanan Group really did their homework. The more he thought about it, the more hilarious it was to Xu Zhongyang. I really overestimated them. They sent this cheap snake. She must be really tired of living, huh? Tran Yitin crossed her arms and sneered. What's that? You think you're hot stuff just because you got a little bit of power? Full authority. Do you really think the owner of Tianyu is just going to let some bottom feeder like you call the shots? You're pathetic! Yurong was already seeing red behind him, shooting daggers. How dare she talk to Mr. Lin like that? Xu Zhongyang sensed a murder was about to happen and faked a cough. Ahem, let's skip the small talk before little Lin here decides to go nuclear. Xu Zhongyang brushed her off. Your attitude is really making me lose interest in this meeting. I have a feeling these negotiations aren't going to go the way you want. She stayed stuck up as ever. With that attitude of yours, you think these talks are going anywhere? Whatever, I'm not going to sweat the small stuff with a guy like you. Honestly, I'm here representing the Huanan Group to discuss interests with Tianyu. But Chuang Yi didn't even look his way, shocked that Tianyu would send a broke loser like Xu Zhengyang to negotiate with a giant like them. He was glued to you wrong. That secretary guy brought with him was actually a total smoke show. She noticed the young heir staring at her and gave him a cheeky, fake sweet wink. Chuang Yi was instantly hooked. The beauty winked at him, so she's definitely into him. If I put in a little effort, maybe I can get lucky with her. While he was busy daydreaming in the clouds, Tran Yi-tin slammed the table. Xu Zhengyang, don't you push your luck. The Huanan Group offering a measly $5,000 for your motor tech is basically them doing you a favor, so stop acting entitled. She wouldn't stop shrieking like a banshee. You're actually refusing this price? Are you trying to pull a fast one or just straight up delusional? Do you even realize what $5,000 is worth? Xu Zhengyang just waved his hand dismissively. If you think you can snag our tech for that pocket change, you might as well just be asking for a handout. Only a total moron would sign that deal. He shot back with a cold threat. I'll give you one last chance. If you can't make me happy, prepare to deal with the consequences. Chen Yijing was busy calculating her own gains. Huanan gave her a budget of 8,000, so the lower she pushed the Tianyu price, the bigger her cut would be. But seeing Xu Zhengyang's vibe, she knew she had to cough up at least a little more. She bumped it up just a smidge to 5,500. Zhengyang wasn't having any of it. Huanan had been trying to kill Tianyu Auto since day one, not just by cutting off motor supplies, but by trying to hostilely take over the company too. Now that they were hitting a wall and failing to crush us, they wanted to use this garbage offer to call a truce. He stood up, turned on his heel, and added a parting shot. Go tell Jack that if he doesn't show his face himself and keeps sending you 2 clowns, I'm not interested. Forget the current price. Even if he multiplied it by 10, the answer is still no. Chen Yijing, completely lacking common sense, shrieked, Get back here. You think you can just refuse to sell? Is this even a decision you get to make? She was so blinded by rage she had clearly lost her marbles. I get it now. You're just sabotaging this negotiation because I dumped you years ago, right? Send your actual boss over here. I want to negotiate face-to-face with the real representative of Tianyu. Turns out Chen Yijing was actually Xu Zhengyang's college ex-girlfriend. Yu Rong's face darkened instantly. This chick actually had the audacity. Xu Zhengyang felt a massive wave of not good wash over him. He turned back and smirked. Oh, you mentioning that made me remember something. Back when I was starting from scratch, you were busy hopping into the bed of some trust fund kid. Didn't you mock me back then, saying I'd never amount to half the man your boy Toy Boy Zhang was? Seeing Yu Rong's terrifyingly gloomy expression, he broke into a cold sweat. He needed to redirect this fire fast, or Yu Rong was going to rip Chen Yijing to shreds with her bare hands. Zhang Yi, that loser, put his arm around her. No choice. I guess that's the difference between a real young master and the broke NPCs like you who just bark at goddesses. In my eyes, he winked. For a real goddess, I am incredibly generous. Yu Rong coldly swatted away his arm and muttered, Who is this clown? Does he really think he's on my level? The guy's ego instantly shattered. What? The goddess rejected my chivalry? Watching Zhang Yi have his public meltdown, Zhengyang whispered with a grin, You're learning some bad habits, huh? I saw you give that trust fund brat a look earlier. Yu Rong barely held back a laugh, just bored out of my mind. It's fun to poke the monkeys for entertainment. Zhang Yi, refusing to take the L, doubled down on the threats. Xu Zhengyang, if you dare walk out that door, I'll make you regret it. You're just a tiny negotiator. Don't lose your career over a temper tantrum. Zhengyang didn't even look back. So, young Master Zhang, was it? With just that one sentence, your family's entire business is finished. The door slammed shut with a bang. Zhang Yi gnashed his teeth in pure rage. He was actually gone. That same broke loser who used to beg for favor just to get his business off the ground had just walked away like that. And before leaving, he actually dared to threaten me? Jack Larry showed up just then. Are you guys done negotiating? His secretary piped up. Mr. Jack wants to know how the talk went. Zhang Yi scrambled over, tripping over his words to make excuses. My bad, Boss Ju, the negotiation totally tanked. But don't sweat it, because the guy they sent was just some low-level negotiator. His name is Xu Zhengyang, just an old college buddy of my girlfriend, a complete nobody with zero influence. Boss Jue, you just need to set up a meet with the high-level execs at Tianyu, and we can definitely secure the deal. Also, we absolutely have to force Tianyu to punish Xu Zhengyang for intentionally blowing the negotiations. Eyes wide with rage, he demands another shot at the deal. Did you really think I asked this woman to come for a negotiation? He kicks Zhang Yi straight to the floor, and the secretary starts screeching like a banshee. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in a negotiation between Tianyu and our side? Xu Zhengyang is the big boss of the Tianyu group, the only one actually pulling the strings here. If this woman didn't have a tiny connection to him, do you really think a bottom feeder like her would even be allowed in our presence? Tran Ditin is shook, her jaw hitting the floor. Xu Zhengyang, the real CEO of Tianyu. How could a broke loser like him possibly have that kind of status? Recalling his final parting words, she realizes their family business is officially cooked. Zhang Yi finally catches on. It's over. Everything is well and truly finished. Sajahao reports in, Mr. Shu, the guy you recommended, Li Qi, I've already made contact. His proposal for the island project is actually pretty cracked. After a quick audit, we can definitely start pumping the marketing. He gives the order. Since the plan is solid, bump up the priority and sign Li Qi immediately. Find a real expert to oversee this. He replies, you got it, boss. Consider it done. Zheng Yang is already plotting. Even though he's being stifled, Li Qi won't just rage quit his real estate job easily. At the end of the day, he's got an entire team relying on him. And if he dips, his subordinates are going to be in a rough spot. Whether we can recruit Li Qi depends on how much the Jiahe real estate guys want to mess things up for themselves. A few days pass, and Li Qi storms into the Jiahe real estate office and slams his desk. Boss Trin, what's the meaning of this? The partnership with Tenglong Group was clearly negotiated by my team. Why are you pulling us off the case now? Trin Chuang, the chairman of Jiahe Real Estate, puts down his tea and starts spouting excuses. Look, at the end of the day, you're just a store manager, not really part of the company's executive inner circle. If we let you sign the contract, the Tenglong Group might have an issue with it, so we're handing this deal to someone else. Don't worry, once it's done, we'll toss you a bonus. We aren't going to stiff you. Li Qi furrows his brows. So who's taking over the contract now? He's fuming. Yesterday they were all smiles, but right before the signing, they pull this trash move. Director Kat waltzes in, saying it doesn't matter who's in charge, the signing has nothing to do with you. Li Qi glares, of course it was you. He shrugs arrogantly. That's right, it's me. What are you going to do about it? Tenglong Group values our ability. Did you really think you were the one who made this happen? Li Qi retorts, Chairman Trin, are you really going to go back on your word like this? If you run your business like this, you're not going to get very far. Trin Chuang smirks, is that how you talk to me? Guess you don't even want that bonus anymore, right? Pack your bags and get the hell out. You're officially done with the Jiahe company. Li Qi grinds his teeth. This business opportunity was handed to him by Brother Shu. If he makes a scene, he's worried Brother Shu won't get any of the benefits from the Tenglong side. Plus, Trin Chuang is holding his subordinates hostage, so he can't afford to burn the whole place down. He finally lets out a sigh, walks up to Director Kat Tuang and spits some shade. Kat Kwong, looks like your conscience is as rotten as your business sense. He replied arrogantly, you idiot, just go home and stop embarrassing yourself. Ta Liang immediately rushed over to suck up to him. Zheng Qiang, Brother Qiang, you're still the best. You got rid of that troublemaker in just a few sentences. Zheng Qiang stood up. All right, Li Qi is gone, so let's get ready to sign the contract with the people from Tenglong Group. A moment later, at Tenglong Group, Zheng Qiang and Ta Liang were inside when someone pushed the door open. Sorry to keep you two waiting. I am the CEO of Tenglong Group. Wang Kai welcomes you both. Wang Kai suddenly asked, oh, may I ask, is Li Qi not coming? Ta Liang felt guilty but still ran over with a fake smile. Hello, CEO Wang. Li Qi is busy with some things so he couldn't make it, but to show how much we value this partnership, President Zheng will be in full charge. Wang Kai adjusted his glasses with a serious look. Oh, did something happen to Li Qi? Ta Liang immediately started yapping and spinning lies. Well, while in charge of this deal, Li Qi repeatedly made unreasonable demands, and he even acted like Tenglong Group was beneath him. Geez, well, those were some pretty disrespectful words. Zheng Qiang chimed in. Exactly. We were worried he'd ruin this partnership, so we temporarily suspended him. Wang Kai suddenly turned around. I see. You two wait here for a moment. I need to report this to my superior. Ta Liang hurriedly followed him. CEO Wang, why don't we just sign the contract first and deal with the rest later? Our company has some urgent matters we need to get back to. Wang Kai glared at him. Are you trying to teach the CEO of Tenglong Group how to do his job inside Tenglong? Ta Liang panicked and replied, no. I wouldn't dare. Wang Kai immediately dialed Dong Changming. Boss, there's something I need to report to you. Wait, what's going on in the lounge? The person here to sign the contract is named Zheng Qiang, not Li Qi. Furthermore, Zheng Qiang claims Li Qi was arrogant, so they already kicked him out. He looked at Zheng Qiang in front of him. He thought this whole situation was laughable. Li Qi isn't that kind of guy. These guys definitely stabbed him in the back. He gave the order, tell Wang Kai to stall them. Tell them to go find Li Qi and bring him here. If they can't bring him back, make them wait there forever. This Jiahe real estate company certainly didn't disappoint me in their stupidity. Meanwhile, Li Qi was wandering the streets when Xu Zhengyang called, Hey brother, Xu Zhengyang. Hey, little brother Xu? He started, Brother Li, I heard what happened. You're getting bullied, aren't you? Li Qi sighed. You already know? I never expected that scum Zheng Qiang to treat me like a disposable tool. He reassured him, don't worry, I'll get some payback for you. Anyway, do you have the company group chat or the old housing broker group? Li Qi replied, of course I do. Everyone praises my work ethic, so obviously I know a lot of people. He was satisfied. Good. Now, take a ride to the Haicheng Hotel. I've got a surprise for you. If Zheng Xiang calls you to come back, go ahead and let out your anger, but don't commit to anything. Just give them the impression that you might return. Li Qi agreed. All right, I'm heading there now. Got it. I'm hanging up. Once done, he turned back to Dong Changming. All right, do exactly as I say. Dong Changming nodded in agreement. Understood, young Master Shu. People who burn bridges after crossing them are the scum of the earth, and I despise them most of all. That type of trash needs to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already relayed the orders to the other two. They looked completely bewildered. Director Wang, are you saying this contract still requires Li Qi's signature? Wang Kai answered firmly, we value your company, but we value Li Qi even more. Be a dear and get him here right now. Also, my boss made it clear, we only sign with Li Qi. If he's not here, we might as well call this deal off. Ta Xiang felt helpless, but honestly, the kid probably isn't even around anymore. He was sweating bullets internally, wondering what the hell was going on. Is it possible the Tenglong Group is only interested in this partnership because of Li Qi? That's absolutely impossible. Wang Kai just smiled. No worries, I can wait. Ta Xiang started to speak, but Zheng Gang cut him off. It's fine. We'll contact Li Qi immediately. Director Wang, please bear with us for a moment. He turned and threatened. Shut your mouth. If we offend the Tenglong Group, we'll be dead before we even know what hit us. The two of them stepped outside. They had to secure this contract, so they had no choice but to get Li Qi back here ASAP. Li Qi soon received the call. Hello? Zheng Gang spoke up. Li Qi, where the hell are you right now? Ta Xiang snatched the phone. Let me talk to him, brother Zheng. He started screaming into the phone like a complete idiot. Li Qi, tell the Tenglong Real Estate Group that you're pulling out of this project voluntarily, or I'll find someone to wipe out your entire family. Li Qi scoffed in mockery. Ta Xiang, are you actually brain dead? You're the ones begging for my help right now. What are you going to use to kill my family, exactly? Zheng Gang, tell your lapdog to use his brain before he speaks to me. Anyway, Li Qi, wait. Before they could finish, Li Qi hung up the phone. The uncle looked up at the hotel in front of him. Is this the place? As Li Qi walked in, two employees bowed respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Li. Yu Rong appeared to guide him. Mr. Li, please follow me this way. Li Qi followed along, feeling a bit hesitant. He kept scanning his surroundings in awe. The Haicheng Hotel wasn't exactly a place a normal guy like him could ever afford. I wonder what kind of setup young Master Shu has waiting for me here? When they reached the room, Yu Rong opened the door. Brother Shu, Mr. Li is here. Li Qi's eyes widened in pure shock. Zheng Yang sat in the middle of the table, waving him over. Brother Li, you're finally here. Come on, take a seat. Li Qi was confused. Uncle, wait, young Master Shu asked. Brother Li, do you recognize this person? He took one look and his jaw hit the floor. CCC Cheng, it's CEO Cheng. The vice president of Tenglong Group chuckled. Haha, looks like young Li here knows who I am. Li Qi excitedly shook his idol's hand. CEO Cheng, you're a legend. Anyone in the real estate industry in Santai City knows who you are. Cheng Qian smiled humbly. You're too kind, I'm not really that famous. Zheng Yang immediately cut to the chase. All right, the reason I called you here, Brother Li, is because I have a business proposal for you. Soon, Cheng Qian is going to register a real estate agency, and he wants you to represent the sales for all the properties under Tenglong Group. Right now, we're planning to bring you on as the CEO of this firm, and you get full authority to scout your own team. During this transition, Trin Tian will be your right-hand woman and support you with everything you need. Li Qi was stunned. This young Master Shu isn't just handing him the CEO position of a new real estate brokerage, but he's also assigning Trin Tian to be his assistant? When did he climb so high up the social ladder? But then, watching Trin Tian pouring tea for him, Li Qi was dazed. Surely, he isn't just dreaming right now, is he? Cutting back to the Tenglong Group, Cat Tuong is still obsessively trying to get a hold of Li Qi. Seeing the kid isn't picking up, he flies into a rage and smashes his phone against the wall. That trash Li Qi actually dares to ignore my calls. I'm going to personally mince him up and feed him to the dogs. Trin Chuang snapped back. Damn it, it's all because of your big mouth. If you hadn't threatened to wipe out his entire family, would he even be acting like this? Why are you so incompetent? Now that he won't show up, how are we supposed to sign the contract? Just then, the door swung open, and a voice said, honestly, don't even bother signing it. Wang Kai walked in with a face colder than an ice cube. Listen, I said I'd wait for you two. But you really made me wait for half an hour. Your work efficiency is absolute trash. The two of them started panicking immediately. Director Wang, Li Qi isn't answering our calls. Our hands are tied. How about we reschedule this for another day and talk it over? Wang Kai adjusted his glasses and dropped the bomb. Don't bother, we just got off the phone with Li Qi. Sounds like you guys already fired him, right? In that case, there's no need for you to come crawling back anymore. He poured a massive bucket of cold reality over them. Let's be real, we only agreed to this contract because of Li Qi. Your garbage brokerage firm isn't even worth our time. Trin Chuang tried his best to do some damage control. Director Wang, there must be some sort of misunderstanding here. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. Wang Kai pointed at it. You should probably take that call first. Tring Chuang scrambled to answer it. What is it now? I'm currently at Tenglong Group, discussing business with Director Wang. The HR manager replied in a panic. Chairman Trin, over 90% of our staff just submitted their resignations to the admin department. They all said Li Qi is starting a new company backed by Tenglong Group with pay packages way better than ours. He stood there paralyzed, staring at Wang Kai like a man who just lost his soul. Director Wang, you... Hello? Hello? Chairman Trin, Wang Kai doubled down. I already told you. Tenglong Group only cares about Li Qi. If he's no longer your employee, that's perfect timing for us to recruit and invest in him. Besides, that guy named Cat previously offended the true boss of Tenglong Group. Out of respect for Li Qi, that gentleman didn't want to make a scene, but now, there's no need to hold back. Cat Tuang's face turned deathly pale as he remembered Qi Yunfei. Director Wang, there must be a mistake in all of this, right? Even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare offend that big boss. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. Qi Yunfei appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, grinning as he asked, It hasn't even been 2 days since I dealt with you, and you're already serving yourself up on a silver platter? As Cat Tuang found himself surrounded, it finally clicked. That young man Cheng Yang really is a top-tier tycoon. Back at the company, Cheng Yang asked, Has Xiao Xiao's condition been stabilized yet? Xiao Xiao brushed her hair back. Her kid's condition is finally stable now. Thank you, Brother Xu. From this day on, my life belongs to you. Hearing that, he could only pretend to look away in fear. Zheng Yang probed the situation, and what about you? Have you finally calmed down a bit? Duan Yu giggled shyly. Boss, stop teasing me already. Zheng Yang pulled out 4 vials and put them on the table. Both of you asked me for a job, and the opportunity is here, but it's extremely dangerous. If you don't want in, I can just give you some cash so you can dip and start a new life. Xiao Xiao agreed without hesitation. I'm in. You also reached out. Me too. Besides, with a life as rough as mine, as long as the money is good, I'm down. He looked satisfied. Great. This is some medicine my friend cooked up. It'll help you master a specialized skill, but there's a 50% chance of sudden death. Both of them didn't even flinch, grabbed the vials, and downed them at the same time. The 2 girls immediately felt a weird shift in their bodies and collapsed to the floor. The medicine, it's insane. My brain feels like it just downloaded a massive amount of data. Zheng Yang had Yu Rong cover his eyes from the messy sight. All right, I can't really see you two right now. Tell me what skills you unlocked, and if you can, show me right here and now. Xiao Xiao reported in, I gain knowledge on firearms and demolitions, like I can intuitively operate any gun, plus close quarters combat and melee weapons. If I can just buff my physical stats, I could probably take on 100 dudes at once. He turned to Yu Yu and asked, what about you? She looked confused. It seems like I've learned some assassination techniques. My mind is literally flooded with ways to use toxins, the kind that can unalive people in their sleep. As for my other skill, it's hard to explain without actually showing you. But you excitedly scurried towards Yu Rong. Sister Yu Rong, why don't you lend me a hand so I can give you a live demo? A weird illusion flickered in front of them, and Duan Yu somehow transformed Yu Rong into Zheng Yang. He dropped his jaw in shock and reached out to pinch her cheek. No way, is this shape-shifting? You can literally just swap faces like that? Yu Rong, currently wearing his face, looked incredibly embarrassed. Bro, seriously, promise me you'll stop using me as your personal toy. You looked super smug. This is the skill I just unlocked. Shapeshifting, as long as I want, I can copy anyone's appearance, even down to their fingerprints. She reached out and pulled at Yu Rong's shirt. Too bad Sister Yu Rong's assets are a bit too huge. Even with my current skills, I can't hide that part. How about we just chop those 2 off? Well, you jumped up with excitement. If it weren't for the medicine you promised, I never would have learned this. I'm never leaving Brother Shu's side. From today on, I'm officially Brother Shu's woman. Yu Rong put a hand on her shoulder, glaring at her with a death stare. You want to be Brother Shu's woman? You're still gonna have to get in line, sweetie. Come here, let me give you a quick physical exam first. You laughed nervously. Ah, Sister Lin, have mercy. A while later, Yu Rong pouted. That Yu girl is so annoying. I can't believe she used me as the butt of her joke. Zheng Yang chuckled. Ha ha ha, she's still a kid. A little extra energy is a good thing. She asked him curiously, Boss, what are you watching anyway? He replied, I bought some tutorial videos on martial arts to pick up a few extra tricks. She looked confused. Boss, you're already OP as it is, though. Taking out those low-life thugs last time didn't even require me to break a sweat. He smirked. A real man never complains about being too overpowered. She let out a hesitant noise, thinking, is our boy having some wild thoughts right now? With his current maxed-out mental stats, he stared at the study materials and absorbed the entire syllabus in one go. Who knew the system's total enhancement skill would be this broken? If I keep upgrading, I could basically turn into a human scanner, right? Suddenly, Yudong spoke up. Look, that car behind us has been tailing us for miles. You better watch out. He gave the command, slow down, let's see what these NPCs are trying to pull. Seeing his car decelerate, the tailing vehicle swerved and cut them off, tossing a bag of trash right onto Zheng Yang's windshield. Nice, now floor it and force them to pull over. Yudong was fuming. My driving skills are practically pro tier, and this trash isn't worth my time. Plus, letting them pin us down like this would be losing way too much face. She slammed on the gas and their car rocketed past the other vehicle in a flash. Yudong yanked the wheel, slamming their ride into the thug's car and grinding them against the guardrail. As soon as they stopped, Zheng Yang blocked their path, and the thugs inside started screaming, "What the hell?" A bunch of goons stepped out with bats, stunned. Who knew this brat's driver actually had some moves? But since they dared to park their cars, it looks like they're just here to speed-run their own funerals. Zheng Yang stepped out. Is he really going for it? Let me see if I'm the one donating my life, or if I'm the one sending you guys to the lobby. The guys on the other side burst out laughing at the sight of him. Damn, this little punk actually has some serious drip and attitude. Listen up, kid. You mess with the Wu family. Consider your life over. Zheng Yang didn't even wait for the monologue to end. He threw a punch that folded the guy's face, knocking his teeth out until they bounced off the windshield. He moved like lightning, slamming another thug until he was literally coughing up blood. Zheng Yang sighed. I was going to see what your deal was, but you guys really chose the path of violence today, huh? He glared at the remaining goons. Guess I'll just beat the stress out of you lot then. Then, he demanded to know who sent these idiots to start drama. Zheng Yang started warming up his knuckles, followed by the sweet sound of pathetic wailing. Ah, stop hitting me. Please, Daddy, save me. I'm sorry. Just stop the pain. A moment later, with the whole squad floored, Zheng Yang grabbed the leader by his bald head and hauled him up. All right, my turn to ask the questions now. Talk. Tell me who sent you goons to start this beef. The bald guy was covered in blood, but still tried to act tough. Want to know who sent us? Why don't you try to take a guess, smart guy? Zheng Yang cocked his fist back. Oh, you like playing riddles, huh? The guy stared at Zheng Yang's terrifying fist, trembling as the threat landed. Want to guess if I'm going to punch you to death, or break every single bone in your body first? The thug immediately caved, shaking with pure fear. It was Wu Shifan who told us to come here. Zheng Yang knitted his brows. Of course, it was that trust fund baby starting drama again. First he sends goons to the restaurant. Now he's out here pulling drive-by harassment. Do these brainless rich heirs not have any better moves in their playbook? Zheng Yang tossed some cash on the floor and turned to leave. Here's some hospital money. Next time, try to be a bit smarter and stop begging for a death sentence. He hopped into the car and slammed the door. Noticing Yudong inside was sweating bullets, her hands still shaking on the wheel. He chuckled. Did I scare you, princess? Need a moment to reconsider your choices. It's not too late to bail if you want. She jumped, caught off guard. No way, I'm actually really brave, okay? Yurong's eyes started leaking like a broken faucet, just pointing at him, sobbing. Zheng Yang sighed, defeated, and handed her a tissue. Oish, look at you. How do you go from 0 to full-on crying mode so fast? Come on, wipe those tears. Just chill out. She snapped at him. Leave me alone. I'm just super stressed out, okay? Can I just have a good cry for a minute? Yurong was actually touched. She didn't expect him to still be looking out for her. Looks like I still hold some space in his heart after all. Hearing that, Zheng Yang casually pulled out his phone. Fine, keep crying then. Finish up before you head out, because driving like a mess is a death wish. Seeing his I don't give a damn energy, Yurong completely lost it. She lunged at Zheng Yang, throwing hands, making him scream for mercy. Hey! You've got some nerve attacking your own boss?
Stop!
No, stop biting me. Stop it or I'm docking your entire salary. Yurong didn't care. She kept at it until they reached the restaurant. Zheng Yang ended up looking like a disaster, and now he had to kneel and listen to Bao La lecture him. I told you 1,000,000 times already. Stop being so violent. Stop hitting people. But you just never listen. All that negative karma is going to bring you bad luck. He grumbled under his breath. You said don't hit people, but didn't you just beat me up? Bao La's temper flared up even more. You call that a beating? That was just a much-needed life lesson for you. The mischievous Yurong chimed in to de-escalate. All right, that's enough. He knows he messed up. Just let him off the hook, okay? Bao La grabbed Yurong and started walking away. Yurong, this guy is a lost cause. Let's just leave him behind. Let's go grab some food. Even after getting beat up, Zheng Yang couldn't help but smile. This girl is actually cute when she's angry. His phone buzzed, and Zheng Yang looked confused seeing it was Mu Sheng. It's a call from Mu Sheng. He had tasked Mu Sheng with digging up dirt on Lin Zuxian. Seems like he finally found something juicy. As soon as he picked up, the guy reported, Boss, about that woman Lin Zuxian you told me to track. Turns out she's way more complicated than we thought. He replied, Give me the details. Mu Sheng started. We found out she has some blood condition called CSL, and it looks like her days are numbered. Even though there's specialized medicine to keep her alive, it's insanely expensive, and some patients are allergic. But she has a secret channel to buy bootleg versions in bulk. This knockoff stuff is cheap and doesn't cause allergies, but it comes with nasty side effects, like comas and nosebleeds. Zheng Yang pondered and asked, "You said she's buying these bootlegs in massive quantities? How much does she actually need for herself?" He replied, "She's got a support group of over 1,000 people with the same condition, and they all rely on her supply to stay alive. She's selling it to them at cost price, which is basically sabotaging the official pharmaceutical market. The government is already sniffing around her." Zheng Yang was stunned. He never expected to see this side of Lin Zuxian. Mu Sheng added, "Besides, Sanlin Pharmaceutical is currently producing these knockoff meds. Looks like they're trying to cash in on the scam." He was confused. Sanlin Pharmaceutical again? Zheng Yang thought for a moment and ordered to keep tailing Lin Zuxian. "Wait for my word and get me the intel on Sanlin Pharmaceutical ASAP." Understood. He stared at his phone in silence. The CSL wonder drug scandal is rocking the whole city. Who knew Lin Zuxian was neck-deep in this mess? If this doesn't get swept under the rug perfectly, he won't just be looking at jail time. An unknown number popped up. Could it be that Mu Sheng had more tea to spill? He picked up. "Who is this?" A frantic voice shrieked on the other end. "Zheng Yang, you absolute trash. Do you even care that Xiao Jing is trying to unalive herself?" "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Zheng Yang answered, totally unbothered. "Oh, you're Lin Man, Chen Dijing's toxic bestie, right? If she's suicidal, call the cops. Why are you calling me?" He thought to himself, is Chen Dijing seriously pulling the self-deletion card? Is she not giving up? Or is the Weinan group still playing games? On the other end, Lin Man was still screeching like a banshee. "Zheng Yang, are you even a man? Xiao Jing is doing this because of you. Aren't you going to take some responsibility? We're at Sanhua Cafe right now. If you've got any guts, drag your feet over here and comfort her." He wasn't having any of it and snapped back. "Keep waiting then, see if I show up." "Are you dumb? If that girl Chen Dijing is actually suicidal, I'm the Emperor of China." Bao La appeared out of nowhere like a ghost behind him. "You're really not going?" He jumped a mile high, startled. "Gah! What are you doing?" "If you scared me to death, you're spending the rest of your life in the slammer." Bao La teased him. "If you die, I'd finally be free to go find a real hottie." "Blah!" she suddenly asked. "But for real, you're not going to comfort your toxic ex-girlfriend?" He retorted flatly. "Why would I? With an ex like that, the only thing she deserves is a memorial tablet on Tomb Sweeping Day." Bao La patted his shoulder. "No, you absolutely have to go." She gave him a devious look and threatened. "A life is at stake. If she actually kicks the bucket, it's going on your permanent record. So you're going, even if I have to drag you there by your collar." Zheng Yang just sighed. "I'd bet my dignity that this girl is definitely up to no good." Meanwhile, at Sanhua Cafe, Chen Dijing was desperately begging Man, "Can I really get back together with Zheng Yang this time? It all depends on you. I'm already divorced from Zhang Yi. If I can't get back with him..." Lin Man, her toxic bestie, confidently assured her, "Don't worry, Jing. I'm not just getting you two back together. I'm gonna make that scumbag apologize to your face." "Didn't you dump him in the first place? What's the big deal anyway?" It was all because he was such a loser back then. Just as she finished, a familiar voice cut through the air. "That's right, I was a loser back then, so what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" Zheng Yang sneered. "Imagine trying to commit suicide and still having the mood to invite me to a coffee shop. You really have a hobby for this, huh?" Lin Manru got embarrassed and shouted, "Zheng Yang, what did you just say? Since you showed up, it must mean you still have feelings for Jing, right? Can't you even try to comfort her?" He sat back, sipped his drink, and smirked. "Lin Man, if I remember correctly, you know exactly why she dumped me. Furthermore, ever since then, you've mocked and ridiculed me plenty of times, so what's the deal now? Are you here to beg me to recycle your literal trash?" Lin Man got all worked up and kept trying to argue. "Xiao Jing was wrong before. She shouldn't have left you while you were struggling. But she knows she messed up now. Can't you just forgive her? Do you have any idea how much she suffered after she ran off with that rich heir? Do you even know how many times she's been hospitalized? Do you even care?" Zheng Yang took a sip of coffee, thinking to himself, she's really starting to lose it. He stared at the two women in front of him and said coldly, "And why should I care?" Hearing that, Lin Man shuddered and stood up, pointing her finger right at his face. "Fine, you shouldn't care. But can't you just accept her back? She was the school goddess, you know. Back then, weren't you guys the ultimate power couple? Have you forgotten that already?" Her shouting echoed throughout the entire cafe. "Let me be real with you. I came here today to help you guys reconcile. Since you're rich now, you have a duty to take care of her." At this moment, Chen Yijing put on her weak, damsel in distress act. "Zheng Yang, I was wrong back then. If you can't forgive me, I won't pester you anymore." Not falling for her act, he bluntly told them to scram. "Get back together?" Do I look like a recycling bin to you? Lin Man slammed the table in anger. Xu Zhengyang, Jing already apologized to you. What more do you want? Seeing Zhengyang's calm, unimpressed face, she suddenly smirked. I get it now. You're just playing hard to get to raise your price, right? Lin Man raised an eyebrow, acting seductive. If you agree to get back with her, both of us can serve you tonight, and we can stay by your side whenever you want. How about that? You guys love this kind of thing, don't you? On the surface, she's acting like a wingman, but inside, she's scheming. She heard from Chen Yijing that Xu Zhengyang is now wealthy enough to go head-to-head with the Huanan group. If she can actually get into bed with him, who knows what kind of benefits she could squeeze out of this relationship. He gave them a look of pure disgust and replied, "Keep it. I'm afraid of catching something." Hearing that, she was completely stunned. Xu Zhengyang, what is that supposed to mean? Right at that moment, a sweet voice rang out. "Hubby." Cheng Baola slowly walked toward them. "Honey, are you here?" Seeing her, Zhengyang blushed, while the other two were frozen in total shock. She sat down and gently wrapped her arms around his. "Hubby, didn't you say you were just coming to pay your respects to your ex-girlfriend?" Her soft curves pressed against his arm as she leaned in close.
Oh, I see.
"So you asked me to come here just to put on a show, huh?" Lin Man glared at the scene in front of Xu Zhengyang, thinking to herself that money really does turn men into trash. "No wonder you dumped Jing. It turns out you found yourself a little fox spirit." Baola didn't back down either. She smirked and fired right back. "Oh, so this is the green tea snake who jumped on some rich heir while my husband was still starting his business, right? What's the matter? Did the Huanan group send you to play this little emotional game, or are you trying to make it real?" Lin Man was shaking with rage, screaming, "What emotional game are you even talking about? Do you even have any idea how deeply in love they were before? Even if Jing ditched Xu Zhengyang, are you really going to tell me he wasn't at fault at all? You're the one who inserted yourself into their relationship. Look in the mirror and check your own character. Are you seriously that shameless? Let me tell you, no matter how long they've been broken up, Xu Zhengyang will eventually be on his knees begging Jing to take him back." Her words completely triggered Baola. Damn her to hell. Losing all patience, she kicked Lin Man square in the face, saying, "You guys have pushed me way too far, haven't you?" The other two were absolutely stunned by the chaos unfolding before them. Chen Yijing jumped up, stuttering, Hey, what are you trying to do?" She didn't even notice the figure appearing behind her, holding a broom. Lin Yudong charged in, swinging and shouting, "You shameless trash, how dare you try to seduce our man? Do you have any idea how pathetic you look?" On the other side, Cheng Baola had grabbed Lin Man by the collar, throwing punches, thinking, "I only came to see which chick was trying to steal my man, and you fools actually delivered yourselves to my front door." Yudong wasn't holding back either, laying into Chen Yijing, asking, "You haven't even officially made it to side chick status and you're already trying to square up with the main wife? Do you think I'm weak and easy to bully?" Baola added fuel to the fire, cheering her on. "Yudong, don't hold back. Teach these two a lesson they'll never forget." Xu Zhengyang looked at the chaotic mess and couldn't help but feel helpless. Sure, they might act naive, but throwing hands is definitely their true talent. But wait, why is Yudong joining in on the fun? This epic catfight was already drawing a huge crowd of onlookers. What is even going on? He clicked his tongue and stepped forward. "Okay, that's enough for today. If this drags on, it's just going to get messy." In a flash, he wrapped his arms around Baola and grabbed Yudong as well. While Lin Yudong looked confused, being hauled away like a sack of potatoes, Cheng Baola kept struggling in his arms. "What are you doing?" "I haven't finished beating them up yet." He could only respond with a helpless sigh. All right, we'll deal with this later." Baola wasn't having it and kept yelling at the two losers. "I'm letting you off the hook today, but if I see you again, I'll literally crush your dog heads." A few minutes later, Zhengyang tossed the two of them into the car. He gripped the steering wheel, his face looking dead serious. Suddenly, Zhengyang's expression shifted, and he burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. "You two are hilarious. My main wife and side wife teaming up to hunt down the side chicks. Even novels wouldn't dare to write a plot twist like this." Baola was so embarrassed she lunged forward to choke him, making him almost gag. "If it wasn't for us helping you out, would we even be in this mess? And you're over here laughing at me. I'll kill you. I'm dying, I'm literally dying." The phone in his hand accidentally slipped and fell. Okay, I've got stuff to take care of later. Let me drop you two back at the restaurant first," she asked, her voice filled with suspicion. What, is some other gold digger trying to reel you in again? What are you even thinking about?" "I've got some actual business to take care of." The phone screen was literally broadcasting his chat with Lin Suxian for the whole world to see. She even sent him her live location. Moments later, they arrived at Lin Suxian's apartment complex. Xu Zhengyang knocked on the door. "Sister Suxian, you home?" She replied almost instantly. "Get in here." Seeing her silhouette, Zhengyang completely froze in his tracks. The woman standing right in front of him was wearing nothing but some skimpy lingerie. You finally made it, huh? He stuttered, completely caught off guard. Yeah, I thought you were having a medical emergency. She immediately shut that down. Not even close. She threw herself into his arms, whispering that she had a desperate favor to ask. She just wanted to experience being a woman one last time before she dies. Outside, the sun was already starting to set. Hearing that, Xu Zhengyang was stunned, his brain buffering for a solid second. Sister Suxian, you're gonna have to explain that one because I'm totally lost. Lin Suxian's face flushed a deep, embarrassed red. You don't need to understand, and honestly, you don't even have to remember me. Obviously. She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him tight, whispering that, if he could remember her, that would be even better. Staring at the waifu in his arms, Zheng Yang wondered what on earth she was playing at. Didn't they say that medicine was supposed to extend her life? Why is she talking about dying? Did her condition suddenly take a nosedive? His smile turned a little mischievous. She said she wanted to be a woman one last time before death. There's no way she means what I think she means, right? If she's really asking for that kind of help, I guess it would be rude to say no. Just then, his last remaining shred of logic stepped in and kicked his instincts to the curb. What are you thinking, man? Get your head in the game and be serious. Zheng Yang took a deep breath and tried to play it cool. Sister Suxian, I think you're just having a mental breakdown. Let's just calm down for a second. Besides, why me? We aren't even that close yet, are we? Suxian immediately countered that she was perfectly fine. She'd been thinking about this for a long time, and she just wanted to leave something behind before the end. To leave it with you. She looked up at him, voice dripping with charm, saying that since he's the only man who's ever held her, he's the only one who can take responsibility. Hearing that, his brain couldn't help but flash back to that moment he held her close. Zheng Yang was skeptical. Don't tell me you've literally never dated a single guy until now? It feels like you're trying to scam me or something. He thought to himself, honestly, what else was I supposed to do? I couldn't just watch her fall over, right? Sakshan persisted, leaning in close to his face, saying that even if it is a scam, it's only a one-time thing, so what's the harm? Just as their lips were about to touch, his phone started blowing up with a ringtone. Wrong. She grabbed the phone and answered it in a flash. Hello? The voice on the other end was frantic, sounding like an emergency alert. Lin Zuxian has a warrant out for her arrest. They're making their move. People are already on their way to grab you. We gotta bounce, now. Hearing that, Xu Zhengyang frowns, tension filling the room. Lin Zuxian turns to him and says, you need to get out of here. She hadn't even finished her sentence before he cut her off. I already know about your condition. And I know all about the fake medicine scandal too. Zheng Yang immediately starts packing and says, you're coming with me. A moment later, they're already in the basement, prepping for their escape. Xu Zhengyang issues a cold command, Musheng, kill the security feed for Century Flower Court right now. Musheng replies from the other end, loud and clear, boss. Zuxian is still visibly worried. Aren't you scared of getting dragged into this mess? He shakes his head, not even a little. She presses him, where exactly are you taking me? To my place, or aren't you planning on crashing with me? Hearing that, our boy just chuckles. What's so funny? Are you planning on coming clean to her about what happened earlier? She can't help but blush and lower her head. It's not like I can't tell her. Suddenly, Xu Zhengyang drops the smile, looks her dead in the eyes, and asks, tell me, what do you mean by saying you're dying? Lin Zuxian curls up on the couch, face buried in her knees, and says sadly, my condition is terminal. I've only got a year left. Even with the meds, my body is just breaking down. In a few months, I'll be stuck in a hospital bed, kept alive by machines. I don't want to end up like that. Unlike her, Xu Zhengyang stays chill. So, this is your grand plan to trick me into sleeping with you? Bro, that's honestly kind of weak. He reassures her, don't worry, you've saved so many lives and done so much good, the universe isn't going to let you go out like that. Zuxian nods, but her mood stays low. I hope you're right. A while later, they finally arrive at the spot. They crack the door and step inside. Right on cue, a silhouette jumps out from the shadows. It's Cheng Baola. She's literally holding a kitchen knife. She takes a closer look and realizes it's just the usual suspects. She asks Xu Zhengyang, CEO Lin, why are you two hanging out together? Seeing the blade, Zhengyang keeps his distance. Put the knife down, I'll explain everything. He leans in and whispers to Baola. You've heard of her, right? That internet saint who's been handing out life-saving CSL meds to thousands of patients. She replies, of course I have. She's a literal hero for bringing those meds from overseas, adding with total fangirl energy. The internet is calling her the magical girl. Zhengyang gestures. Boom, this right here is your magical girl. He takes the apple from her hand and adds, don't doubt it, just wait for the news. Her cover is about to be blown wide open. The feds are already coming for her. She'll probably be a wanted woman by the end of the day. Hearing that, Baola starts panicking. Then why are you just standing there doing nothing? Think of something! But our boy stays calm. Relax, it's not that deep. She's dying anyway. Are you serious? Do something. Looking at the chaotic scene unfolding, Lin Zuxian slowly cleared her throat. Regarding the near future, I just need to stay here to lay low. Sorry to be a burden on you two. Quick as a flash, Bao La grabbed her hand and immediately agreed. President Lin, stay as long as you want, no stress. It's all good. You're a hero. You've got nothing to worry about. Since Zheng Yang brought you here, he's definitely got a plan to handle this. Zheng Yang calmly threw a bucket of ice-cold reality on Bao La. This whole mess isn't something we can solve in a day or two. We need to mentally prepare for a long grind. For the time being, you need to stick to Bao La like glue. You should just crash here at night too. Bao La asked. Even during the day, she should be with me, but I still have to go look after the restaurant. If President Lin comes along, won't she get spotted immediately? He turned back and retorted, are you dense? Obviously, she's going to need a disguise. You two get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we're paying a visit to the Haicheng Hotel. She looked at Zheng Yang, clearly doubting if he actually had a plan. On the TV screen, an A-level wanted poster from the Ministry of Public Security flashed, featuring the suspect Lin Zuxian. What's wrong? Don't tell me you don't trust your own man. He confidently reassured her, don't trip, tomorrow I'll show you my secret weapon. The next day, a massive crowd swarmed the police station, demanding the arrest warrant be dropped and the magical girl released. Please let her go, I'm literally begging you. She has the CSL illness too, yet she still kept bringing us medicine. She's a saint doing good deeds. Why are you even arresting her? She's saved so many people already. She's a living goddess. Protesters held up signs everywhere. Signs reading goddess were raised high, saying the real medicines had already bankrupted them. Without her, we're all just waiting for death. Meanwhile, over at Xu Zhengyang's place, Cheng Baola was scrolling through the news on her phone. Sister Zuxian, ever since your wanted notice went live yesterday, so many patients have come forward to speak up for you. They're all calling you a saint and their savior. Lin Zuxian blushed, feeling embarrassed. No way, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Calling me a goddess is way too much. After her disguise, she had brown hair and piercing blue eyes. Baola grabbed the disguised girl's hand, showering her with encouragement. No, you're a total goddess, a saint, our savior. If it weren't for you, who knows how many people would still be suffering through this living hell. Also, Yu is cracked at this. I can't even tell it's a disguise, it looks so real. Duan Yu scratched her head and humbly said, it's all thanks to brother Zheng Yang. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have learned these skills at all. Baola put her hands on her hips, her face glowing with hope. With your skills, you can definitely help Sister Zuxian dodge those warrants. Let's just chill and live our best lives until Zheng Yang settles this whole thing. Xu Zhengyang spoke up calmly. Word, it's not that simple, you know? You're giving me way too much credit. She got annoyed and flicked him on the forehead. Can you just say something nice for once? You're supposed to be giving us some confidence right now. He held up his phone and turned his head to look at her. You call this lacking confidence? I just can't be bothered with the drama. Look at this. Some clueless rookie enterprise is actually begging to be destroyed. Cheng Baola was stunned, staring intently at the news on the screen. She lost it and started swearing. These Lin guys are absolute trash. I'm gonna tear them apart myself, and that's not even counting the fake meds they're peddling. How do they even have the nerve to pressure the government into punishing Zhu Xian like that? Seeing her like this, Xu Zhengyang quickly held her back. All right, calm down. He gently patted her head. Don't worry, this clown dancing around isn't gonna cause any real waves. Plus, we still have a score to settle with them. This time, we're gonna wipe them off the map for good. Baola asked, confused. You mean the Nuanyang Charity Fund scandal? He continued. Back when we donated, the Nuanyang Fund split our 200 yuan donation into two, and they credited 50 of it to the Sanlin Pharmaceutical Company. I was busy handling the Nuanyang Fund and the Huanan Group back then, so I let them slide, but I didn't expect them to crawl right into my trap. Zhu Xian asked, so the Nuanyang Fund was scamming people, and Sanlin Pharmaceutical was in on it too? Baola replied, not only were they involved, but they're still bragging that they donated that 50 yuan, acting like it's their own money. If they hadn't been hiding like cowards, I would have already cut off their dog heads. Seeing how tense she was, Zheng Yang reached over and pinched her cheek. Okay, didn't you end up perfectly fine in the end? She lightly swatted his hand away. Are you trying to tell me that fools have all the luck, and everything just works out for me? He admitted with a grin, that's right, fools have their luck, but those idiots who think they can steal the credit definitely don't. Besides, they're just digging their own graves, sooner or later. A while later, a mob of reporters blocked the entrance of the restaurant, looking for a scoop. Suddenly someone shouted, Mr. Xu is here. The moment Zheng Yang stepped out of the car, they bombarded him with questions. Mr. Xu, are you aware of the arrest warrant issued yesterday?
Do you know Lin Zuxian?
Mr. Xu, your former boss is Lin Zuxian. Do you admit that you know her? He frowned and replied, I don't know this person, so quit asking if I have any relationship with her. He thought to himself, as soon as something happens to Lin Zuxian, the media vultures pick up the scent and track me down immediately. On the surface, I've only met her once, but these media guys are clearly just following the script of that famous internet restaurant owner. Just then, a female reporter stepped forward and introduced herself. Mr. Xu, I'm from 20 Media, and I'm not here to ask about Lin Zuxian. She held up her phone, hoping to get his take on the content of this video. The video started playing, showing a man with the exact same silhouette as him pinning a female student against the wall. The girl backed away, her face filled with terror, her eyes welling up, looking like she was about to burst into tears as she screamed, No, please don't! The video ended with the sound of a struggle and the girl's desperate voice, begging him, please, don't hit me anymore. After watching, Xu Zhengyang turned and calmly asked, Where did you get this video? She replied, It's a video posted on the Keidu platform. Not too long ago. After it was posted, it was taken down in just a few short minutes. The girl in the video was injured by a top executive at the Huanan Corporation, and our boy helped her out. But what I really want to know is, that lady's got murder in her eyes. Is that guy in the video actually you? He handed the phone back, denying it straight up. I can tell you right now it ain't me, he added. Besides, I gotta thank you for exposing this pathetic smear campaign you tried to pull on me in front of everyone. As for this mess, I'm calling the cops to handle it, and I'm making a promise to everyone watching. Xu Zhengyang strolled toward the restaurant entrance, guaranteeing them he'd get to the bottom of this and clear his name for good. The news spread like wildfire, and the internet started absolutely losing its mind. Wait, isn't that guy in the video the owner of the trendy restaurant? The build, the hair, it's an exact match, it's definitely him. Plus, if it wasn't him, why hasn't that absolute trash opened his mouth to defend himself yet? Can't believe he only helped that girl to push some twisted agenda. What a total scumbag. We need to make sure this beast gets what's coming to him. Meanwhile, at the Tamlam Pharmaceutical office, Lin Zhengfeng was loving the fact that everyone was dragging Xu Zhengyang through the mud. Cousin, this move of yours is actually galaxy-brained. Tan Lap Siu couldn't hide his excitement either. For real, cousin, you're an absolute legend. The two of them were just feeding off each other's energy. Cousin, thanks for getting revenge for us. We don't even know how to repay you. Cousin, this power play is just chef's kiss. I bet Xu Zhengyang is absolutely content to cook by the internet right now, isn't he? Lin Qianheap, the CEO of Tamlam Pharmaceutical, said calmly, These people online don't know the truth from a lie. They're just mindless sheep, but once they form a mob, they turn into a violent force that can pick a target clean to the bone. He looked at the screen, adding, But honestly, we owe a lot to young master Wu Shifan. If he hadn't found an actor who looked exactly like Xu Zhengyang, this plan wouldn't have been this easy to pull off. On the other end, Wu Shifan let out a loud laugh. Haha, all thanks to your genius schemes, Lin. This time Xu Zhengyang is officially finished, and he hasn't even made a peep yet. Qin Heap said smugly, I'm going to use Tamlam Pharmaceutical's platform to make a formal statement, forcing him to crawl out and explain himself. Shifan chimed in. Perfect, then we'll apply some secret pressure and watch him go down in flames. Haha, I'm definitely showing up in person to watch him fall from grace. Trio Ho-sun from the Trio family laughed heartily, raining down praises. Haha, that's my daughter for you. A classic bait and switch that turned the entire Wu Corporation against Xu Zhengyang. Now that Tamlam Pharmaceutical and the Wu Corporation are piling on the pressure, he's got nowhere left to run. Trio Human recalled the scene of Lin Qianhip and Wu Shifan shaking hands on the deal. She sat there calmly filing her nails, knowing Wu Shifan had been taking L's from Xu Zhengyang left and right and losing all his street cred. This stunt was definitely his secret play to team up with Tamlam Pharmaceutical and crush Xu Zhengyang. Can't believe he'd stoop to such a mid-tier move like defamation, but hey, it's working. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Just then, Trio Not Mean burst through the door, looking completely frazzled. Dad, sis, he blurted out. Xu Zhengyang just posted an update. He's holding a press conference tomorrow to address everything. Unlike her frantic brother, Human stayed ice cold. Good, now we finally get to see how our boy tries to squirm out of this one. She stood up, checking her watch. Time for the main event, wouldn't you say? The next day, at the press conference, the reporters and journalists were buzzing like crazy. Did you hear anything? I heard the authorities were looking for Xu Zhengyang yesterday, but did it actually matter? Looks like they just asked a few questions, and didn't even haul him into the station. Right, and what about that girl's family? Has anyone from the media gotten to them yet? They tried, but the family said they wanted privacy for their kid and rejected every single interview. Off to the side, Lin Qianheap sat there looking like he'd already won the game. Trio Human slowly walked over to greet him. Young Master Lin gracefully motioned for the socialite to sit beside him, crossing his legs with a smug smirk. I'm honestly shocked that a big shot like young Master Lin from Sanlin Pharmaceuticals is actually wasting his time on a bottom-tier restaurant owner. Jianye, your standards are really bottom of the barrel. That Zhao girl has been causing quite a scene for that restaurant owner, hasn't she? I'm super curious. What exactly does a loser like that have that caught your attention? She didn't even look at him, just coldly replied, "Once you finish dealing with Xu Zhengyang, maybe I'll let you in on the secret." Just then a voice boomed out of nowhere, "Brother Xu is here." Xu Zhengyang walked out with total main character energy. Watching his relaxed vibe, Xiaoman scoffed, "Look at him acting all calm. Jianye, it's all just fake posturing. He's not changing a single thing." Jianye thought to himself, "I've spent years overseas. The things I've learned and the status I've achieved are things these local country bumpkins couldn't even dream of. There's no way some random lowlife like him can actually touch me." A reporter scrambled to her feet to grab the mic. "Mr. Xu, is today's press conference just to clear your name from that viral video?" The giant screen flashed press conference in bold. Zheng Yang admitted, "That's right, but before I take any questions, I want to introduce someone special. Though, I have a feeling you all already know who he is." Right on cue, a sturdy man with an aura of pure justice walked onto the stage. Xiao Changnian, deputy chief of the Santai City Police, famous for his justice-first reputation, a guy who boasts to no corrupt CEO or dirty money. The whole room went silent, jaws hitting the floor. Wait, is that Deputy Chief Xiao? Is he here to back Xu Zhengyang? Does this mean Xu Zhengyang was actually framed? He stood tall and announced, "Everyone, I am Deputy Chief Xiao Changnian of the Santai City Police Department. I am here today to set the record straight on a serious matter. After a thorough investigation, we have confirmed that the video circulating online regarding the assault on the schoolgirl was a malicious frame-up with intent to smear. I promise you all, I will hunt down the snake behind this smear campaign and make them pay. Strict punishment." His declaration left both Jianye and Xiaoman looking like they'd seen a ghost. Then, he turned to Xu Zhengyang. "The official statement is done." Watching Xiao Changnian's back as he exited, Zhengyang couldn't help but admire him. As expected of the legendary deputy chief, his style is pure, efficient, and hype. No fluff, just straight business. Zhengyang stepped up to the mic, regarding the incident with the student. "Deputy Chief Xiao has already cleared my name. As for the next steps, the deputy chief has already made his stance clear, so please keep your faith in the police. All right, now let's move on to the real star of the show today. But before that, let me introduce another guest." He gestured to a man named Jin Nan, a top-tier analyst from the Yanjing Pharmaceutical Academy. A man in glasses walked in, looking a bit nervous, clearly not used to the spotlight. He bowed, his voice trembling slightly. "Hello everyone, I'm Jin Nan. What I have in my hands is a comprehensive test report on 3 different types of medication. These drugs were sourced from 3 different reputable agencies." A confused journalist shouted, "What is going on? Why are we talking about drug testing all of a sudden?" Everyone was confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a press conference about the bullying scandal? Jin Nan adjusted his glasses and took a deep breath, the shyness vanishing instantly. "First, I want to thank Mr. Xu Zhengyang for his efforts in establishing a medical fund for Santai City. To vet potential manufacturing partners, we tested several samples and uncovered some truly disgusting truths." He held the report up, shouting, "After testing, the inosine produced by a certain pharmaceutical company, which should contain 0.2 milligrams of active ingredients, revealed something shocking. Testing proved it actually contained a dangerous 0.3 milligram dosage. From the same company, their cold relief medicine is supposed to contain 11 traditional herbal ingredients, but we found only 4. Xiaoman smirked in disbelief, while Jianye started sweating bullets. "Xu Zhengyang and this guy Jin Nan, are they trying to expose the fake medicine scandal? No way." The crowd starts grilling him. "So which pharma company are we talking about exactly? Doc, you gonna drop the name or keep us hanging?" Jianye finally realizes what's up. They're trying to expose the dirty secrets of Sanlin Pharma. Xu Jingyang starts dropping truth bombs, explaining how this company literally spiked their meds with toxic junk, leading to a body count. Apparently, these vultures bought off the autopsy reports for 7 victims with some serious hush money. But joke's on them, we've recovered the original reports and already handed them over to the authorities. He points right at Jianye and drops the hammer. "So yeah, for the record, the company in question is none other than Sanlin Pharma." The guy blows a fuse and screams, "You're literally committing defamation." The reporters smell blood in the water and swarm him with their mics. "Mr. Lin, is everything this guy just said actually true? Mr. Lin, are you telling us people actually died because of your products? Mr. Lin, is it true you guys covered up the autopsy reports?" Jianye is low-key panicking and tries to dip. "Get lost. If you keep running your mouths, I'm suing all of you for defamation. Get out of here." Zhao Xiaoman is still chilling in the back, thinking she's a genius for baiting the hidden guards out. Turns out Xu Zhengyang already cleaned up the mess all by himself. But now that he's declared war on Sanlin Pharma, he's definitely going to hunt down the big bosses behind the scenes. If the real heavy hitters enter the chat, even the secret guards won't be able to keep our boys safe. Down in the parking garage, Xu Zhengyang runs into Zhang Lin. "Hey Xu, the facts prove that I was wrong about you last time. The Nuanyang Charity Fund really did embezzle a massive amount of cash, and the situation is looking pretty dire. He hits her with that signature smirk. So, you blocked my path just to give me a little apology tour? She replies, I guess you could call it that. But honestly, I came to warn you. You've bitten off way more than you can chew this time. The Sanlin Pharma case goes straight to the top of the drug regulatory system. There's a reason nobody has touched this hornet's nest for years. Zhongyang is low-key surprised that she's actually looking out for him. He asks, seems like you know some of the inside scoop, huh? Any chance you want to spill the tea? Zhonglin shuts him down. All I can say is, move carefully, or you're going to poke a beast you can't handle. Prang, hearing that, he turns on his heel and tosses a quick thanks for the heads up. But seriously, where are they even going to attack from? Whether it's dirty tricks, business warfare, character assassination, or legal nonsense, bring it on. I'm ready for whatever. A ruthless vibe flashes across Zhongyang's face. He says coldly, I'm not just touching them, I'm going to bury them for good. The next day, Zhongyang is standing outside his villa. Right on cue, a car pulls up and parks right in his face. You Shu Zhongyang? Someone wants a word with you. Get in the car. Immediately, a massive bodyguard starts encroaching on his space, but Zhongyang doesn't even blink. He cracks a slight smirk. The goons finally stop playing hide-and-seek, and two more dudes circle behind him to cut off his exit. The guy in the glasses puts his hands on his hips and barks an order. Get in the car. Shu Zhongyang stays chill, and if I say no? One of the thugs grabs his shoulder and sneers. We told you to move, so stop flapping your gums and get going. In a flash, he twists around and locks the guy's arm in a vice grip. The other bodyguard is left staring in shock, watching his buddy get absolutely folded by Zhongyang. He tosses the guy aside. I don't like taking orders. Keep that in your tiny brain. Then, he slams his fist into the ground right next to the goon's head. That guy looked at the cracked concrete floor and couldn't help but shiver. One punch was all it took to shatter the pavement. Is this kid even human? The guy in glasses threatened him, saying the brat was just begging for a death wish. Right at that moment, a voice rang out from inside the car. Stop! The car window rolled down, revealing the figure of a man. The guy in the car was Masma Zongming, and he warned, young man, you're quite cocky, but there are some people you simply can't afford to provoke. Shu Zhongyang let his goons go and replied without a hint of fear, I'm returning that exact sentiment to you. Ma Zongming assessed him silently. Teske, the deputy head of the City Drug Administration and the chief inspector of drug safety have shown up. Looks like this drama is getting spicy. Zongming ordered, let's go. Hearing that, the subordinate was not happy. Deputy Director, are we just going to leave like this? He spoke in a cold, threatening tone that made the guy tremble. Did you not hear a word I just said? He wondered to himself, how did the kid know his name when he hadn't even revealed his identity yet? Knowing exactly who he is and still daring to talk back like that. It's clear he's trying to go head-to-head with him. Could this young guy actually have the connections to go up against him? Shu Zhongyang stood there, watching the car quickly speed off into the distance. A moment later, Zhongyang sat in the car on his phone. Lin Yurong sat in the passenger seat and asked anxiously, Zhongyang, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine, just some random loser. She was confused, a random loser? Since when do random losers drive luxury cars like that? If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I would already called Mr. Chen Suosheng for help. He called Mu Sheng and gave him instructions. Mu Sheng, I managed to plant a tracker on him during the scuffle. You guys personally head out and keep a close tail on him. The Zhao family and the others can wait, we need to win this fight first. The voice on the other end quickly acknowledged the order. Understood. He hung up and said to Yurong, aside from the media outlets I've already contacted, not a single news agency dares to expose the fake medicine scandal yet. Looks like Zhang Lin was, right, this is deep. Gonna take some serious effort to take these guys down. She asked, Zhongyang, where are we going today? I'll send you the location, just follow me. A few minutes later in the park, an older-looking man sat alone on a bench. Just then, Shu Zhongyang approached him and introduced himself. Hello, sir, I'm Shu Zhongyang. May I ask what you wanted to see me about? Suddenly, the man knelt down. Mr. Shu, we've wronged you, but we have some things we need to make clear. Zhongyang looked at the scene before him, utterly baffled. What are you doing? The man said, I'm Xiao Dai's father. You saved Xiao Dai. You're our family's benefactor, and we haven't even had the chance to repay you. But because of that fake video, we were afraid they'd retaliate, so we didn't tell the police the truth. I'm not even a human being for doing that. Hearing this, he was stunned. Zhongyang helped the man back onto the bench, and the man continued, a while ago, some people came to us and told Xiao Dai to act out a script for them. I refused, so they cut me with knives. Xiao Dai only agreed to them because of me. He thought to himself that it was just as he suspected, and asked further. Xiao Dai, was she hurt or bullied? Hui replied, no. Xiao Dai only got hit a few times, but my daughter secretly recorded the whole thing. We didn't know at first, but she told us later, he said, pulling out a phone containing the recording. They threatened to wipe out my whole family. I just wanted to protect my own. But now we don't dare give this to the police and don't know who to trust, so we had to bring it to you." He stood there, deep in thought, listening to the recording back at Xu Zhengyang's villa. He lay slumped on the sofa, clutching his phone. Wow, little Yi is actually sharp. She even had the foresight to record that audio. The deputy chief of the bureau just got his hands on that recording, too. Those losers playing the framing game are probably living on borrowed time now, Long thought to himself. Then again, Ma Zongming probably already knows about the recording. If they don't want to just sit around and wait for their downfall, they're probably already moving against us. Sheng Baola approached Tuanji. "Wait, you're already back? That was a quick trip. Huh?" Lin Zuxian followed right behind her. Zheng Yang sat up. He'd finished his work, so he headed home. He asked Zuxian, "How have you been feeling these past 2 days?" Zuxian replied, "Thanks to you. I've been taking my meds on time. Everything is fine for now." Just then, the front door opened and Lin Yurong walked in. "I finished setting up the lodging for little Yi's family at the Haicheng Hotel, so for the short term, I think they'll be safe." Zheng Yang was happy to hear that. "Nice. Thanks for the hard work." Suddenly, Bola spoke up, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Sister Zuxian, help me grab Yurong!" Zuxian immediately moved behind her and pinned Yurong down. "You got it." Yurong was still looking totally confused. "Wait, what is going on?" Baola quickly switched into degenerate mode. "I've always been curious, is Yurong actually that busty? I've got to verify this today for sure." Yurong screamed, "Don't you dare." Zuxian kept a firm grip on her and laughed. "Give up. Once Baola gets like this, nobody can stop her." A moment later, Yurong was panting on the floor, breathless. Mission accomplished. Cheng Baola looked radiant. "That was satisfying. I've wanted to try that for ages, but I didn't expect her to be that stacked. Felt amazing." Xu Zhengyang was left speechless watching this. Long thought, "Dude, who are you trying to show off for?" Anyway, right then, his phone started buzzing. After one look, Zheng Yang commanded, "Everyone pack up and get out of here for a bit." Baola asked curiously, "Why?" "I just got word that some idiots are coming here to commit suicide, so I'm going to personally entertain them." The scene shifts to the entrance of Xu Zhengyang's villa, where a car screeches to a stop. 3 shady guys immediately march toward the house. "Hurry up. Don't let that brat have time to resist. Understood." They break in, wielding black clubs, and the lead guy screams, "We're from Department 20. We received a report that you're hiding contraband here. We are conducting a search of your property. Hope you're ready to cooperate." Xu Zhengyang's expression soured as he frowned. "Since when does Department 20 conduct official business without showing a warrant? Do you really take me for an idiot? No warrant, huh? You just smashed your way into my private residence. Do you have any idea how many years you get for trespassing?" He had no clue. "Stop wasting your breath with the threats. This is an emergency operation. We don't need a search warrant. Now you're officially guilty of obstructing an officer on duty. If we weren't being so patient watching you sit there, we would have cuffed you already. This Xu Zhengyang is a real thorn in our side, and he's not going to be a pushover, so we gotta blitz him and finish this fast." With that thought, he signaled his goons in the back. "You two, get in there and check for any suspicious evidence." Zheng Yang held out his hand, refusing to budge. They had no warrant or arrest order, yet they dared to barge into his house to rummage for stuff. He grabbed the guy's head and slammed it right into the floor. "If you keep moving around, I'm gonna break every limb you've got. If this gets out, I'm just gonna claim it was self-defense." Those 2 goons started panicking, screaming, "You dare hit an officer? That's it, we're calling for backup. Target is attacking the police." As soon as the order dropped, 3 guys in police uniforms popped out of nowhere, but they aimed their guns right at the dudes in black. "Don't move an inch." Seeing those gun barrels pointed at his face, the goons started sweating bullets. "Why are you pointing your guns at me?" Like he said, that guy is actively attacking the police. What on earth is wrong with these people? If the plan went right, weren't we supposed to be catching Xu Zhengyang? Zhengyang? Just then, Xiao Changren stepped in, asking, "Why are you lot even here?" He interrogated them with a cold glare. "Xu Zhengyang was framed recently. Does this shady business have anything to do with you guys?" Hearing that, the 2 goons looked like they wanted to disappear. "Chief Xiao, we got a tip saying that, wait, why is Xiao Changran even here? Did they somehow know we were planning to pull up tonight?" Realizing the tables had turned, Xu Zhengyang leaned in and whispered, "Boss, come on. Show some love for my hard work this time." Regarding Lin Zuxian, Changran just turned his back, icy cold. "Don't even think about it." With that, he turned toward the door, ready to dip. "You know my limits. If I wasn't impressed by your skills, I would have locked you up already. If you want to clear Lin Zuxian's name, do it the legal way." Getting shut down didn't seem to faze Zheng Yang at all. Of course, old Xiao's classic law-abiding hero personality meant he was never going to help Lin Zuxian out the back door. Right at that moment, his phone started buzzing, and Cheng Baola's panicked voice came through. "Zheng Yang, Sister Zuxian just suddenly fainted. I have no idea what's going on." Zuxian was lying motionless on the bed, but her face looked weirdly peaceful. Getting the alert, Xu Zhengyang rushed over to check the situation. "Doctor, how much time does she have left?" The doctor sighed, 6 to 7 months, but if any complications arise, that window is going to shrink fast. Shen Chusheng promised, "Don't worry, this hospital is ours. No need to stress about the cops sniffing around here. Why don't you just keep Miss Lin here for the time being?" Xu Zhengying frowned. It looked like saving her meant he had to speedrun clearing her warrant. As he spoke, he kept his eyes glued to his phone screen. Zhengyang suddenly spoke up, "Baola, stay here and take care of Sister Zuxian. You're coming with me, you wrong." The two of them hopped in the car and hit the road. Lin Yurong looked confused. "Zhengyang, what are you doing?" And he immediately explained the plan. Back then, because of the scummy, low-quality meds from Sanlin Pharma that killed those patients, Jinnan already secured the autopsies reports. If we can take down Sanlin Pharma fast enough, we might be able to use that leverage to get Sister Zuxian's warrant dropped. Right then, Yurong's phone started ringing. She picked up. "Hello? Chow Chow, what's up? I'm busy with something important right now. I can't step away. Let's talk about this later." As soon as she hung up, he said, "If it's urgent, go handle it. I'll drop you off there first." Yurong replied, "It's nothing. Just a childhood friend of mine who arrived in Santai City, mostly because of the situation with Sister Zuxian." She explained they've formed some kind of magical girl protection squad, basically to speak up for Zuxian. Since Zuxian's identity got leaked, these people rushed to Santai City, and it's anyone's guess what they're actually planning. Xu Zhengyang was hyped, but kept it real. "Since she's your childhood friend, I'll drive you over, but if they ask for your help, keep your distance and stay grounded. If things get too extra or messy, just avoid getting involved." "I got it," she replied. Moments later, a voice rang out from an apartment complex. Wrong, you actually came. Thank you so much." Feng Chao Chao, Lin Yurong's childhood bestie, chimed in. "We just hit Santai City and have no clue what's going on. We were just about to hit you up. With your help, we can totally save the magical girl." Sitting in the car, Xu Zhengyang thought, even if these grassroots groups aren't huge, they can still stir up some serious public opinion. If they actually scale this up, maybe they could legit help Zuxian. But he kept his guard up. The only way he'd support this is if their intentions were actually pure. Inside the complex, Feng Chao Chao gestured to two people standing nearby. "Rong, meet the core members of our organization. This is Xiao Li and Lin Lei. We all came from different places and are meeting for the first time too. This is my childhood bestie, Lin Yurong. She used to be the client manager at Guangming Bank, and well, you guys know the rest." Spotting a total bombshell, Lin Lei immediately swooped in to slide into the convo. "Ms. Lin, you are as beautiful as you are kind-hearted. I've heard all about you and the two bosses of the Slender Dining restaurant. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of you three, and I really hope we can count on your support for our mission." Yurong frowned, clearly unimpressed. "Support? In what way exactly?" Sensing the vibe shift, Chow Chow whispered, Wrong, we know you're the secretary for the Slender Dining boss. The magical girl is currently wanted, and we need an influencer like your boss to help clear her name." Yurong's face turned ice cold. Chow, regardless of what the magical girl did, she still broke the law. You can't just shout on social media to fix that, and I'm not about to let my boss go against the law for you." Chow snapped back, frustrated. Wrong, why are you being like this? Don't you know how much she's done for the common people? Do you have any idea how many lives she's saved? We just need your boss to step up and show some support." Rose, is that really too much to ask? Yurong felt absolutely drained by this nonsense. This girl wasn't this delusional back in the day. How did she lose all her brain cells in just a few years? She waved her hand and turned to leave. "This conversation is over. If you only called me here for this, then I'm out. I can't help you with this one." Sensing the deal was falling apart, Xiao Li panicked and whispered to Chow, "What do we do now? If we don't get that boss on our side, we're finished." Suddenly, Feng Chao noticed something. That guy in the car. As Yurong opened the door, she caught a glimpse of Xu Zhengyang sitting in the driver's seat. Faster than a cheetah, she lunged toward the car. Xiao Li stood there, totally lost. Chow, where are you going?" As soon as Yurong got in, Zhengyang already knew what was up. "Looks like that reunion with your childhood friend didn't go too well, huh?" She sighed. "She hasn't hit me up in years, then suddenly comes out of nowhere asking for favors. Obviously, I'm not going to be all sunshine and rainbows. Whatever she asked you to do, keep it on the down low for now." Before the door could even close, Feng Chao dove right in. "Wait! You're the boss of the Slender Dining restaurant, right? Can you come out and clear the magical girl's name? We need your help, and I hope your internet hero persona isn't just for PR points." Zhengyang asked, so this is what she was talking about. "Trying to use her to convince me to do your dirty work?" Yurong answered helplessly, "I'm sorry, I promise." After confirming, he turned to Feng Chao. "Are you trying to drag me into this just to satisfy your own sense of justice? Do you think you're the literal center of the universe or something? Have you ever even stopped to think about what kind of ending that would lead to for me?" Stung by the truth, she turned red with embarrassment and shrieked shamelessly, "Who are you calling the center of the universe, huh? Don't you know how much the magical girl has sacrificed for the people? Even though she chooses to stay in the shadows, she's 10,000 times better than flashy heroes like you." Lin Yurong was losing her patience. "Feng Chao Chao, can you just stop it already?" She immediately quieted down. Seeing the situation going south, Lin Lei stepped in to smooth things over. "Brother Shu, please, excuse her. Hua Chao is just a bit impulsive. She doesn't have any malicious intent. If you're not comfortable stepping out, we totally get it, and we definitely aren't going to try to moral shackle you into it. We're planning a support event in Tamdai City, but we're currently facing some funding issues, so we were hoping to get some financial support from you." After saying that, he coldly reminded her, "Chao Chao, you're being a bit rude. Apologize to them first." Feng Chao Chao immediately acted obedient. "I'm sorry. I was just a bit worked up earlier. I didn't expect that you guys wouldn't want to show your faces. Sorry about that, I overthought things." Lin Yurong, hearing this, couldn't help but feel annoyed. What is this silly girl playing at? Does she really think I can't catch the shade she's throwing? Lin Lei continued his shameless act, but his words only made Yurong want to lose it. "I'm really sorry. Chao Chao isn't in the best state of mind right now. Plus, we have over 10 members on their way here, and housing and food are going to cost a fortune. We really need help from a big shot like you." Xu Zhengyang patted her shoulder and said, "Yurong, show a little sincerity." Yurong handed them the money. "Here's 1 yuan. That's my annual salary for you." Yet Feng Chao Chao wasn't grateful at all. Instead, she looked down on it. But at the charity gala, he clearly donated 200. Yurong said sternly, "You don't need to look at my boss. My intentions are his intentions. If he hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have given you a single cent." She got angry. "Yurong, what is your problem? Don't tell me even you don't want to support us." Lin Lei quickly jumped in to stop her. All right, Chao Chao, people have their own difficulties. Yurong couldn't care less. "Think whatever you want. Talking to you is just like playing the lute to a cow." "Feng Chao Chao, handle it yourself," they said before speeding off, leaving her standing there looking like a complete clown. Xiao Li stepped in to stir the pot. "This money is way less than what we calculated." Feng Chao Chao gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "Damn it. I was planning to pull Boss Shu in as our leader and get him to fund us. I didn't expect him to be so cold-blooded. It looks like all that praise for him online is just fake news." Just then, Lin Lei snatched the bill from her hand. "This is actually a decent amount. It's enough for us to get plenty done. Honestly, it's all my fault for being so useless. If only I were as rich as Brother Shu, everything would be so much better." Hearing this, Chao Chao immediately rushed to defend him. "Don't say that. That guy is just a total hypocrite. My friend is already completely bewitched by him. You're way better than him. At least you have a righteous heart. You're more talented and more decent than him." Xiao Li followed up, "Brother Lei, this event needs a man to lead it. Just take the money, you handle everything, and we'll follow your lead." Hearing that, he turned away, acting all moved. "You two, thank you for trusting me." Xiao Li continued to butter him up from behind. "Brother Lei, this event is counting on you," not knowing that Lin Lei wasn't as great as he pretended to be. "Damn it, I worked my butt off all day just to scrape this much together. Looks like I need to come up with a new plan." Xu Zhengyang asked, "What's wrong? Still mad about your bestie?" Lin Yurong quickly shot back, "Obviously. I seriously didn't think that after all these years, her brain would actually evolve in reverse." She seemed absolutely livid. "If I knew she came crawling to me just for money, I would have left those clowns on read. Just thinking about what she said makes my blood boil. I seriously want to tear them to shreds." Zheng Yang calmed her down. "Chill out, take a breath. You're about to get brainwashed by Baola at this rate." Then he pulled a small vial from inside his jacket. "Here, take this. Don't go dropping it now." She hesitated. "You promise? Could it be what I think it is?" Zheng Yang immediately confirmed it. "Yep, it's the exact same stuff Duan Yu and her crew are taking, though the effects are a bit different. You get it, right? I only just decided to give it to you after some serious, heavy-duty thinking." Hearing that, Yorong blushed, and a smug smile started creeping onto her face. I know." She gripped the vial tight, thinking he must have spent ages picking out the perfect formula just for her. Doesn't this just prove he actually cares about her deep down? If not, why bother? Why spend so much time on it? He explained that this potion boosts her linguistic intuition, basically a superpower that lets her analyze if someone is capping or telling the truth. "This is the first one I'm gifting you, but before you do, I gotta ask you one thing. Are you ready for this?" "Nope." Before he could even finish, Lin Yurong brought it to her lips. She chugged it down, then slowly started drifting off into a deep sleep. Zheng Yang smirked. This girl is still smiling while sleeping. Wonder what kind of dreamy paradise she's in right now. He'd been stressing over whether to prep skill potions for Yurong, but nothing ever seemed to fit. Who would have guessed that Yurong and those fake-ass clowns acting up would actually trigger a system upgrade? That's right, a system window popped up in his vision. This time it wasn't just for Yorong, even Baola's skills could be organized now. Host detected setting up a secretarial management team, initiating secretarial management potion catalog. Secretarial skill package unlocked. Microexpression interpretation unlocked. Secretarial skill package unlocked. Business operations mastery unlocked. Secretarial skill package unlocked. Maid management mastery unlocked. Secretarial skill package unlocked. Nutritional and culinary arts mastery unlocked. He decided to boost Yorong with micro-expression interpretation and the nutritional and culinary arts mastery. As for business ops and maid management, he hadn't found the right talent for those yet. Maybe save those two for that guy? He thought about it, but Zheng Yang already knew the guy would definitely try to play hard to get. Don't you dare hand that to me. I hate swallowing pills, bro. Zheng Yang curled his lip, looking diabolical. Whatever, I'm planning on handing over a few companies to him anyway. Leveling up his stats is just a necessary business expense. A moment later, Lin Yurong stirred and slowly blinked her eyes open. He spoke up suddenly, making her jump. You're awake? How do you feel? Yurong grinned. Feels great. But hey boss, how about you give me a combat potion next? That way I can actually protect you. Zheng Yang looked at the girl. She was way too high energy and felt a bit helpless. Are you addicted to these potions or something? Just do your job. If I ever end up needing you to protect me, do you really think those idiots would even bother using an organization to take me down? She stammered. But what if I end up in danger? She's putting on a shy face, but deep down, she's absolutely screaming inside. No, this is a disaster. If I ask him something like this, isn't it basically begging for the boss to spoil me? I'm just a secretary. Isn't this basically asking for too much? Xu Zhengyang thinks she's genuinely worried, so he pinches her cheek to reassure her. You're always by my side, and with me protecting you, what could possibly be dangerous? Well, are you planning on taking a long leave, or are you looking to job hop? Yurong denies it instantly, saying she really isn't. Right, boss. I'm looking for a place to stay. Do you have any vacant units near your house? Before she could even finish her sentence, Zheng Yang immediately agreed. Just buy the whole building, and while you're at it, set up Lu Chaili and Duan Yuyu nearby too. The side quests are over. Now it's time to handle the main story. A while later, at a certain office building, Chen Suosheng reports, Boss, Jin Nan just called to confirm that the autopsy report we sent to the forensic lab is verified. Xiao Chongren is now preparing to join forces with the Drug Inspection Department to file a legal case against Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Hearing this, Xu Zhengyang is satisfied. Good, keep an eye on the official notice, because the moment that hits, he smirks, we're gonna leak every single bombshell we've got. Very quickly, the media starts spreading a tidal wave of news about Lin Jianye. The drama surrounding Sanlin Pharmaceuticals' fake drugs goes from bad to worse, and the lead manager Lin Kangye gets arrested. Meanwhile, on Xu Zhengyang's side, things are peaceful. He's chilling while scrolling through the news, shocked that Sanlin Pharmaceuticals folded so fast. The big boss was taken out in just a few days. Still, Suosheng can't stop worrying. Boss, even though Lin Kangye is locked up, the whole situation is still being kept under wraps. Aside from us, not a single media outlet has reported on this yet. I'm worried. Contrary to his nervousness, Xu Zhengyang is incredibly relaxed. This topic is too hot. The other media outlets definitely wouldn't dare to spill the beans. We haven't even received official clearance, so by making this much noise, aren't we already on the authorities' radar? Suosheng sighs. It's not that simple. We've already been heavily criticized by the government for this. Does Ma Songming really think he can just silence the media and be done with it? Xu Zhengyang stands up. Sadly for him, poking the hornet's nest is exactly what I wanted. Even if they manage to suppress this for now, there's no turning back anymore. As he walks out the door, he thinks, I really want to see what a deputy director of the Drug Inspection Department can actually do to stop me. Zheng Yang thinks to himself, I've already dug up all the dirt on Ma Songming, and honestly, his connections don't even reach the provincial level. Things have gone this far, so his backers probably won't risk their own necks for him now. Looking at the current state of play, Ma Songming is basically playing his last card, isn't he? Right at that moment, a voice cuts through his train of thought. Xu Zhengyang, a police officer, appears right in front of him. We suspect you're involved in a public disturbance case, so we're placing you under arrest. Come with us. The photo on the arrest warrant is literally his own face. Xu Zhengyang is cuffed without a struggle and hauled off to the station. He can't help but be skeptical. Is this really it? I've backed this guy into a corner, and all he could come up with is a simple arrest warrant. Ma Songming, really? Ma Songming, it looks like I overestimated you. A while later at the station, the officer locks him in, not forgetting to threaten him. No fighting in here, or there will be severe consequences. We'll be back to interrogate you in 4 hours. Zheng Yang looks around the cell. After tossing him in here, they didn't even specify what public disturbance he caused. They just shoved him straight into the slammer. Seems like there's a trap waiting for me in here too. Oh look, turns out Lin Jinye is here too.
Oh, how the turntables.
Wasn't this your grand promise? It's been a few days. And look at you, getting yourself tossed into the slammer too? But since you're already here, I guess it wouldn't be rude for us to give you a warm welcome. Right on cue, a bunch of other inmates started closing in on him. 3 beefy thugs quickly surrounded Xu Zhengyang, pinning him against the iron bars. Lin Jianye smirked, thinking he had all the leverage. He really thought our boy had some skills, but turns out he's just another prisoner. Since he's finally arrived, we really should celebrate, right? The bald guy slammed into his back, using him as a makeshift chair. Zhengyang couldn't help but sneer internally. He thought Ma Songming had something better up his sleeve, but this was it? Looks like he doesn't have the clearance for high-tech setups, but I bet Ma Songming specifically requested this holding cell. Jianye thought he was the main character now, flashing a look of pure contempt. Xu Zhengyang, you really thought you were some big shot? Imagine trying to mess with our Lin family. He shook his head. Nah, you've got it wrong. I'm not trying to mess with you. I'm trying to wipe out your entire family. Besides, this petty little setup doesn't prove anything about my capabilities. Hearing that, the old man burst out laughing, spitting everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Good, I didn't expect you to still be this mouthy Xu. Is something wrong with your brain? Do you think this is still the outside world? Can't you tell this is a trap? We're here to make sure you never leave this place alive. He waved his hand. Boys, take your time. Don't let him die too easily. Looking at the 3 meatheads in front of him, Zhengyang remarked, I thought you were the big boss of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, but you're actually even more pathetic than your 2 cousins. His wrists flicked slightly. Tusk, I didn't expect this. Zhengyang flashed a grin and easily snapped the handcuffs. What a bunch of total trash. Seeing this, the 3 thugs were stunned into silence. Over on the sidelines, Lin Jianye still had no clue what was happening. He just kept on mocking him. Xu Zhengyang, you absolute idiot, I guarantee you, in less than 10 minutes, you're going to regret ever crossing me. Before he could even finish his sentence, the fat guy went flying, slamming into the iron door right next to him. Jianye finally realized something was wrong, sweat pouring down his face. What just happened? Before he could even blink, he saw Xu Zhengyang lifting one inmate off the ground while the other was already face down on the floor. He swung his arm, throwing the guy straight into him. That's all you've got? A bunch of losers. Zhengyang smiled. Now it's your turn. Meanwhile, the 5 members of Xu Zhengyang's inner circle were in a serious meeting. Tong Ying spoke up. I'm still worried about the other side causing trouble. Chen Haohai reassured her. Relax, I have absolute faith in Zhengyang. You've seen his skills. Those clowns won't get what they want. Sha Jihao was still anxious, but what if they pull some dirty tricks? Dong Chongming rested his chin on his hand. Should we report this to Xiao Chongran? Haohai replied, he definitely knows already, but he's probably using this to strike at a rival faction. Chen Sosheng intervened. Calm down. Xu already anticipated this and has everything under control. If we get involved now, we might just mess up his entire endgame. Tong Ying was restless. So we're just supposed to sit here and do nothing? Sosheng looked at her with a firm expression. I trust Xu. At the same time, in another building, someone slammed their cup against the table, cursing. These bastards are driving me crazy. That guy just scrolled through the news and started shouting so everyone around could hear. The boss of this restaurant got thrown in jail for exposing the fake medicine scandal at Sanlin Pharma. I saw in the news earlier that some people even cosplayed as cops to go to his place and drag him out. Hearing that, everyone else couldn't help but feel indignant on his behalf. No way, right? Are the higher-ups just not doing anything about this? I just scrolled past that news too. Xuzheng has done so much for all of us. We can't just sit here and do nothing. I'm heading to the government office to file a complaint. They need to give us an explanation at the very least. Everyone else chimed in, ready to join the movement. Count me in too. We can't let Boss Xu go down for something he didn't do. I'm going too. Me too. Count me in. Xiao Li and Feng Chaoqiao screamed at the top of their lungs, demanding justice for Lin Zuxian and the dropping of all charges. Xu Zhengyang watched from his car as the trio held up their magical girl signs, sighing to himself, Youth is beautiful, always thinking if you want something, you can just manifest it. Let's hope reality doesn't slap them in the face too hard. Chen Suosheng asked, Boss, do you think what they're doing will backfire on Ms. Lin Zuxian? Do you need me to send some guys to clear them out? You shook your head. No need to go extreme, as long as they don't cause any real trouble. This kind of public pressure can actually work in our favor. Hearing that, Suosheng replied, I get it. I'll have some people keep an eye on them. You lean back. That'll do. Now take me back. Xiao Chongran already helped me get in touch with the inspector. Before things at Sanlin Pharma are fully wrapped up, I need to get some shut-eye. A few days later, at the Procuratorate, you were face-to-face with Xiao Changran and a man in a suit. He introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Xu. I'm Inspector Sun Zhengfa, and I'm very pleased that you invited me for these negotiations. But before we start, I have a few side questions to handle. Old Xiao, according to the rules, you really shouldn't be sticking your neck out for Lin Zuxian. You've crossed the line this time. Changran heard this and started sweating bullets, shivering in his seat. At least it's not technically against the rules. Xu Zhengyang sized him up silently. Judging by his vibe, Sun Zhengfa is cut from the same cloth as Xiao Changran. Sun Zhengfa cleared his throat. All right, back to business. Let's talk about the situation with Ms. Lin Zuxian. Even though the internet is blowing up in her favor, that alone isn't enough to drop the charges. You flashed a faint smile. Not enough to drop the charges, so that means it's not entirely off the table, right? Zheng Yang replied calmly. I've had my legal team double-check everything. Lin Zuxian sold counterfeit and substandard medicine, and while the total involved is 16 million, the actual profit is less than half of that. If you guys scale back the prosecution, the max sentence would only be 5 years. Realizing you weren't going to budge, Sun Zhengfa frowned. The sentencing isn't something you business folks need to worry about. It's not like the law exists just to protect your reputation. Do you think we'd stop upholding the law just because the public doesn't think we're doing a good job? That's what he said to my face, but internally he was calculating, though paying 1.6 million to buy Lin Zuxian's freedom. This kid is definitely throwing around some serious cash. He leaned in closer. Can I ask what exactly is the relationship between you and Lin Zuxian? Zheng Yang laughed heartily. Haha, we're just friends, that's all. Sun Zhengfa reached out his hand, beaming. This is a win-win for everyone. We have no reason to say no. You grabbed his hand with a grin, then thank you, Inspector. Once the deal was sealed, we immediately kicked off the plan to take down Ma Zongming and Sanlin Pharma. After a rigorous investigation, the Drug Regulatory Department underwent a massive overhaul. Many officials were demoted, fired, or put under review, including Ma Zongming himself. Although Ma Zongming didn't get taken out in one hit, he's made plenty of enemies. Trouble will find its way to him soon enough. As for Sanlin Pharma, because their actions were so foul, let's just say they are completely cooked. First up, the CEO of Sanlin Pharma, father of Lin Jianye, got hit with the death penalty. Even though the ringleader is toast, the circumstances were so messed up that the other high-ranking executives didn't walk away clean. Lin Jianye and his 2 brothers are locked away for life, while the rest got at least 20 years behind bars. At this point, we've officially pulled the weeds out of Sanlin Pharma for good. With Sanlin Pharma out of the picture and our charity fund established, things are looking majorly bright for Lin Zuxian. The prosecution dropped the charges, and the arrest warrant was scrapped immediately. This marks Lin Zuxian's first public appearance since all the drama. In the middle of a beautiful sunny day, Xu Zhengyang's black luxury car is cruising down the road. Lin Zuxian lets out a massive sigh of relief. Zoom! Baola turns to look at her and asks, Sis Zuxian, it's all resolved now, aren't you happy? Xu Zhengyang can't help but roast Baola. Sis Zuxian has been stressed out for days. Let her chill out for a second. Not everyone is as oblivious as you. Baola gets triggered. I'm gonna bite you, she yells as she lunges at him. Bro, are you a dog? Why are you biting people? Zuxian giggles softly. All right, you two need to stop acting like kids. Lin Yurong is just standing there, speechless. Right on cue, Yurong's phone starts buzzing. She picks it up immediately. Hello? Feng Qiao asks from the other side. Wrong. I heard you guys built a charity hospital, and Sis Zuxian is finally off the hook, is that true? She pauses for a second before answering. Yeah. Qiao keeps the pressure on. Nice. Can we meet her? We've been dying to see her. Yurong replies, let me ask her first. Meet us outside the parking lot of the diet restaurant. Sis Zuxian says she'll meet you there. Hearing that, Qiao is instantly hyped. Bet. Thanks. After hanging up, she excitedly announces, good news, guys, we're actually going to meet Lin Zuxian in the flesh. Xiao Li is totally shocked. For real? Lin Lei suggests, you guys go ahead. I'm going to swing by the hotel to grab some stuff and let the others know. Qiao smiles. Sounds good. We'll be at the parking lot of the diet restaurant. Just catch up with us later. He gives a sly smirk back. Got it. You guys head out. We'll be there in a bit. With that sorted, Feng Qiao and Xiao Li take off. Lin Lei stays behind, looking deep in thought, clearly cooking up some secret scheme. Half an hour later, Lin Yurong introduces her. This is Lin Zuxian, the magical girl of everyone's dreams. Lin Zuxian gives a friendly wave. Hey everyone, I heard about you guys filing the appeal. Thanks for worrying about me. Qiao instantly grabs Zuxian's hand. Sis, don't even say that. We're huge fans. We'll support you from the bottom of our hearts forever. Hearing the brown-nosing, Zuxian can't hide her smile. Thanks, but look, what happened was technically illegal. Let's make sure we stay on the right side of the law from now on. In the fake sisterly vibes, Yurong doesn't hold back the sarcasm. Are there more of you coming? Sis Zuxian isn't feeling 100%. She can't wait around all day. Fine Qiao frowns while firing back. Lin Lei turned back to update the others. They're almost here. Then she pulled a total 180-degree personality flip. Softening her tone, she told Zuxian, Sister Zuxian, just wait a sec. The mastermind behind today's operation is arriving soon. Even though he's not exactly loaded, he's got a sharp brain, he's deep, and he's a man of justice. Plus, he's got a heart of gold, and he's such a perfect match for you, you absolutely have to wait and meet him. Inside the car, Baola poked Zheng Yang's cheek, teasing him nonstop. Bro, you and Sister Zhu Xian are honestly such a vibe together. Shu Zhengyang chimed in to remind them. Watch the clock. I got word that the paparazzi are already heading this way. If Sister Zhu Xian gets caught on camera now, it's going to be a massive headache. Feng Qiao got triggered instantly, trying to bait him. What's the matter? Are you scared of meeting the press? She thought to herself. This Shu Zhengyang guy has been hiding the truth from us this whole time. He's definitely trying to ice us out. That's the only way he can plot against Sister Zhu Xian. Why else would he spend so much cash on her? I've got to warn her. I can't let this absolute trash tier sim succeed. She turned to Lin Zuxian, acting all concerned. Sister Zuxian, even though he helped you deal with things, you really need to be careful who you trust. Some people do things with ulterior motives. Don't just look at the money. Her comment made everyone in the room cringe. Their faces turned stone cold. Maybe after being checked by the squad, Feng Qiao finally had a wake-up call. She realized Zhu Xian is practically on her deathbed, yet Shu Zhengyang is still out here helping her. Just for that, he's miles above anyone else. And I've been out here thinking he's some shady creep with bad intentions. I'm such a massive clown. Saying that, she jumped out to block the car. Wait! Xiao leaned into the car window and gave a sincere bow. My bad, I totally misjudged you. Shu Zhengyang looked at her, his expression colder than ice. Then he just peeled away. Fine. I hear you. Inside the car, Lin Yudong spoke up. Sorry, Sister Zhu Xian, I'm so sorry. I let my mouth run and accidentally spilled the tea about your health condition. Zhu Xian replied, it's all good, it's the truth anyway, nothing to hide. Cheng Baola jumped in. Yudong, don't sweat it. Sister Zhu Xian isn't the type to hold a grudge over small talk. But now that you're finally free, is there anything on your bucket list you want to do? Zhu Xian beamed, her excitement written all over her face. I want to hit the booze. Baola and Yudong were shook, hesitating. But what about your health? Zhu Xian shrugged. I've only got a little time left anyway. Living a little wouldn't be a crime, right? If I just live a basic, boring life, I'd be doing myself a disservice. Hearing that, Shu Zhengyang let out a hearty laugh and agreed.
Haha, true that.
Baola, I'll drop you and Sister Zuxian off first. Go prep some food while I go grab the booze. A while later, at Shu Zhengyang's place, the table was littered with empty beer cans and wine bottles. Lin Yudong was already smashed, passed out on the sofa. As for Lin Zuxian, Zhengyang carried her to the room. Cheng Baola asked, is Sister Zuxian out cold? He gently closed the door, confirming her health was already trash, a few drinks, and she's out like a light.
Yeah.
Baola blushed, looking shy. I didn't drink much tonight. There's still some stuff I'm down to do. Hearing that, Shu Zhengyang immediately went full beast mode. They locked lips in a fiery kiss, their bodies tangled up like a chaotic mess. After an absolute sweatfest of a battle, Zhengyang sat up to fix his threads, leaving Cheng Baola passed out cold. Our boy is feeling himself.
Achievement 71.
Finally hit Achievement 71, boys. Do you have any idea how hard I had to grind for this specific achievement? Finally, I've officially secured the bag, I mean the girlfriend. He leaned over, playfully poking her cheek. She's definitely a total noob, but hey, practice makes perfect, right? We'll level her up in no time. Too bad there are two others in the house. If I wasn't worried about Sister Zuxian and Yorong being awkward, I'd definitely be sleeping in Baola's room tonight. Zhengyang quickly scurried back to his own room and flopped onto the bed. He told himself, look, you already had a full-course meal. Expecting seconds is just being greedy. Plus, there's no way that little newbie, Baola, would sneak into my room in the middle of the night, right? Just then, Lin Zuxian suddenly walked in. He was stunned. Sister Zuxian, you were. Before he could finish, Zuxian climbed right onto the bed. She gently lifted her shirt, revealing her top-tier assets. Remember when I asked you to help me become a real woman? Let's pick up where we left off. Hearing that sweet, shy, yet totally savage voice, Shu Zhengyang felt his HP and stamina instantly fully restored. After another intense round of cardio, Zhengyang splashed some water on his face. I really just did that with Sister Zuxian? He was totally mind-blown, but tried to keep his cool. Chill. You gotta stay chill. It's gotta be a dream. Definitely a dream. Yeah, if this is a dream, then Yorong is probably gonna walk in next. No sooner had he thought that, than the door handle started turning. Shu Zhengyang jumped, whipping his head around. Exactly as he predicted, Lin Yurong slowly glided in. She shyly whispered, Brother Shu, I finally managed to grab my chance. Zhengyang couldn't believe his eyes. Is this actually a dream? His whole body suddenly surged with fresh energy. The next legendary battle is about to begin. The person on the other end of the line asked Zhengyang, Yo, you there? My cousin's flight is landing in Santai City today. My mom's nagging me to pick her up, but she's got a mountain of luggage, so I need you to play the role of the pack mule. Hearing that, he probed, your cousin? The one with the braces who grins like a maniac and shows off her whole dental work. The guy snapped back, "Get lost. She got those off ages ago. She's a total stunner now. Stop yapping and get over here." A while later, Xu Zhengyang pulled up in his ride to pick them up. The auntie said politely, "Little Yang, sorry to trouble you. Have you met my niece before? She's a total goddess now. She just quit her job and is dead set on finding work in Santai City. You gotta look out for her. Oh, by the way, you're still single, right?" He quickly clarified, "Auntie Lin, I actually have a girlfriend." Is Auntie Lin trying to force a blind date on me? No way. She didn't even care about his answer. "You're not married yet, are you? Just spend some time with her and see how it goes." Her son, Zhang Yu, sitting right next to her, started throwing shade. "Mom, I only came to visit because I missed you." "You're something else, Mom. Already trying to sell your own daughter off?" The lady snapped, "Do you even know how to talk? I'm just introducing a boyfriend to your sister. And how does that interfere with you?" "Exactly." Seeing the vibe getting tense, Zheng Yang stepped in to defuse the situation. I think Aunt Lin is just kidding with me, Zhang Yu. Don't take it too seriously." Aunt Lin didn't seem to get the memo and shot back, "Kidding? Who's kidding? I'm being dead serious right now." Just then, Zhang Yu yelled out in excitement, "Mom, look, we're at the airport." As soon as they arrived, they saw massive signs with "U" plastered all over the terminal. Seeing the airport swarmed with people, Zheng Yang was caught off guard. "Holy crap, are we walking into a full-blown fan mob for an idol?" He remarked, "Looks like it's that celebrity, Wu Hanyu. He's been blowing up lately." She looked confused. "You actually know who this celebrity is?" Zhang Yu replied, "Of course, the guy is practically everywhere right now. That's the typical starlet path these days. Go abroad to train for a few years, and if you flop, just crawl back home to cash in. Plus, this dude's pushing some weird dark aesthetic, claiming he's into heavy metal or whatever. Basically, he's leading these kids astray." Hearing that, Zheng Yang smirked, "Haha, let's hope he doesn't actually try to claim the heavy metal title." Suddenly, a voice echoed out, "Move aside, clear the way, stop blocking the path." The crowd erupted in unison. "Ah, Baby Yu is out." Wu Hanyu appeared, waving at his fans like he's royalty. "Baby Yu is 10,000, no, 100,000 times more handsome in person." The cheering just kept getting louder and louder. "Ah, Baby Yu just smiled at me." He turned to Aunt Lin and said, "Aunt Lin, let's get out of here fast. We don't want to get caught up with these obsessed fangirls." Right at that moment, a familiar voice called out,
Is that you, cousin?
A gorgeous girl appeared, waving at them happily. Seeing her, Aunt Lin lit up. "Girl, I'm over here," and even Zhang Yu couldn't hide his excitement. "Sis," she walked over to grab Aunt Lin's hand and said affectionately, "Auntie, I missed you so much." The old lady teased, "You brat," still as unserious as ever. Xu Zhengyang raised a hand in greeting. "Sis Min, long time no see." Zhang Yu opened his arms. "Sis, finally we get to see you." She looked back at little Zhang Yu and Zheng Yang, right? 5 or 6 years, and you've grown into such a handsome guy. You must have had a rough time today. He felt helpless and kept urging everyone to leave. "Sis Min, stop messing with me. Let's get out of here first." No sooner had he finished than the fangirl shrieks intensified. "Wow, he's so dreamy!" "Ah, baby, you marry me. I love you so much." "I can't take it. I'm literally going to die," Zheng Yang explained. "If we keep dragging our feet, we're going to get pinned down right here." Wu Hanyu's manager announced, "Fans, we're at the airport exit. Please be safe. Absolutely no pushing Baby Yu." But his fangirl army couldn't have cared less about what the manager said. "Baby Yu, marry me. How is he so handsome from every angle?" He couldn't help but let out a massive eye roll. These stan groups are honestly just built different with the cringe. I really wish this so-called celebrity would keep his toxic fanbase on a leash. Suddenly, the mob swarmed in, shoving their way right into Zheng Yang's group. "Whoa, hold your horses. Why are you ladies acting like you're in a mosh pit? Look, you literally just bodied that lady." One of them actually had the audacity to shove Aunt Lin hard. Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed that girl's hair with a death grip. Zheng Yang barked, "You've really pushed your luck long enough, haven't you? Are you blind, or did you not see that you just shoved someone?" The girl didn't know when to quit and started playing the victim. "Are you actually insane? Get your hands off me!" Aunt Lin didn't want this drama to escalate, so she tried to de-escalate. "Xiaoyangzi, just let it slide. Let's get out of here." But he stood his ground, saying, "It's fine, Aunt Lin. She hit someone. She needs to apologize like a normal person." Hearing this, she looked awkward and Long started overthinking things. According to Xiaomin, these fanatical stans are legit insane. If they put a target on Xiaoyangzi's back, his life is going to be a living nightmare. On the other side, Zheng Yang kept shouting, his grip still locked on her hair.
Yo, I said, apologize, are you deaf or something?
She stiffened her neck and spat back, "I'm not apologizing for squat. Who even are you? Are you a total psycho?" Hua Zhengyang was officially done. He yanked her hair so hard it felt like it was about to snap. She let out a high-pitched scream of agony. "Ah, let go!" At that exact moment, a random dude suddenly popped up behind them. "Hold it right there." Wu Hanyu pointed straight at him, acting like the main character in a low-budget hero flick. "Let her go right now." Hua Zhengyang's voice dropped. What did you just say to me? Looking at this Wu Hanyu clown, he couldn't help but wonder if the guy had a screw loose. Like, look at that pose. How are you not embarrassed for yourself? The guy continued to play tough. I said let her go. Are you deaf or what? Zhengyang frowned, his grip tightening even further. Your words mean absolutely nothing to me, he said, while the girl kept screeching at the top of her lungs. Hanyu, having zero self-awareness, charged at him like an absolute NPC. Someone as low-life as you has no right to defy me. I said let her go. Unlike what Hanyu imagined, it took only one casual backhand slap to send his soul straight to the shadow realm. Instant regret, Wu Hanyu was sent flying back a solid meter. Everyone nearby was left completely shook. Only our boy stayed standing there, absolute gigachad energy, not backing down an inch. The dude ended up face-planting into his own fan mob, lights out. Seeing their precious idol getting cooked, the brain-dead stands started losing their minds. You dare touch our Wu Bao? I'll end you. You piece of trash, I'm gonna tear you to shreds! Hua Zhengyang shouted his command. Zhang Yu, make sure you keep Aunt Lin and Sister Min safe. On command, Zhang Yu immediately stepped up to guard the ladies. A horde of crazy fans, also known as the Yu-stands, swarmed Zhang Yang like a pack of wolves trying to tear him to pieces. Sisters, let's beat this trashy loser into the ground. How dare he lay a hand on our precious Yu Bao? You hurt Yu Bao, so I'm going to make sure you have a miserable ending. Wu Hanyu had woken up by now, and he immediately started pouring gasoline on the fire. You dare hit me. You're finished. Hurry up and make those calls. Call the media, call the lawyers. Xu Zhengyang stood his ground, shielding the three people behind him, while facing down the massive swarm of Yu-stands like a total boss. Aunt Lin asked nervously, Zhengyang, are you okay? Her heart was racing. Even though she was the one who got bumped, seeing Zhengyang act like this made her feel like things were getting terrifyingly out of hand. Just then, the youth idol Hanyu signaled his brainless fans to charge, sneering, Do you never go online? Don't you know who I am? Zhengyang retorted with pure sarcasm. You're just a glorified street performer. Message delivered. Hearing this nobody insult their beloved idol, the fangirls started losing their minds. Who are you calling a street performer? You country bumpkin. Do you even know what a real celebrity is? Exactly. You're not even worthy to lick the soles of Yu Bao's shoes, so why are you still barking? The money he makes in one session is more than you'll ever earn in your pathetic life. What gives you the right to talk about our Yu Bao like that? Wu Hanyu struck a pose, trying to look like a dangerous, edgy lone wolf, but honestly, it was just cringe. But don't think for a second I'm going to let you off the hook. And yet his dramatic cringy act had all the girls around him swooning. To think you'd intentionally hurt my fans and me. I am absolutely going to sue you into oblivion. The Yu-stands started cheering for him again. Oh, Yu Bao is the most handsome. Yu Bao, I love you. Yu Bao is the best, don't show him any mercy. It was so secondhand embarrassing that Zhengyang wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Seriously, I can't stand this guy, and this cringe is literally lethal. He lost all patience, furrowed his brows, and issued a warning. You're planning to sue me? No problem. I'll play this game with you until the very end. Make as much noise as you want. Just don't come crying to me when you regret it. But Hanyu wasn't backing down, retorting, I should be the one saying that to you. Even if you crawl on your knees and beg, I'm not letting you go. Right on cue, a voice boomed from behind him. Mr. Wu, are you injured? Hanyu smirked, my backup is finally here. The guy puffed out his chest and introduced himself. I am the attorney representing Mr. Wu Hanyu, and I'd like to know who caused physical harm to my client. I will be documenting his injuries today to file a lawsuit, and the compensation will be calculated based on the severity of the damage. Before he could even finish, a group of middle-aged aunties charged in and kicked him to the curb. Sisters, let's go. Move, get out of the way. What is wrong with these women? You stepped on my foot again! Now two factions were going at it, the brainless Yu-stands versus the squad of aunties who were fed up with their entitled attitude. I didn't step on you. Stop trying to scam me, lady. How were these kids even raised? They don't even know how to apologize, just how to bully the elderly. Who's bullying you, ladies? You literally slammed into me, just so we're clear. Oh my god, there's no justice in this world. This is totally unacceptable. Hitting an old lady like me, I can't go on living like this. Xu Zhengyang leaned in and whispered, use this distraction and get out of here now. A moment later, the three of them made a clean getaway from the airport. Waiting outside, Qi Yunfei had the car ready and parked for them. Mr. Xu, you handled that well. Those old ladies don't have it easy, so make sure to toss them a little extra cash after this. Zhang Yu asked curiously, Old Xu, when you pulled out your phone earlier, were you calling backup? But there were like dozens of those old ladies. Where did you even find that many people? He waved his hand and laughed. I just sent a text out. Whoever shows up to start trouble gets $5 grand. You think I'd have any trouble finding people? Hearing such a massive figure, Zhang Yu got a little spooked. The average person only makes about $5 grand a month, yet old Xu was just throwing it around like pocket change. Money really does make you a god. Then he turned and suggested, Aunt Lin, Sister Min, you ladies go ahead and ride with Chi Yunfei. Zhang Yu, you can ride in my car. We've got some things we need to talk about anyway. She asked Zheng Yang. Even though we left, that guy is still a celebrity. Is this going to cause trouble for you? Zhang Yu immediately chimed in, Sis, you don't really go online much, do you? When it comes to reputation, that celebrity isn't even on the same level as Brother Shu. If anything actually goes down, he's the one who's getting dragged through the mud. Hearing that, she felt a lot more at ease. That's good then, but make sure you don't push yourself too hard. The two of them quickly hopped into Yunfei's car and took off. Zhang Yu cracked his knuckles. Old Shu, what's the move now? While those hags are still there, should we go back and beat that punk into the dirt? Hearing that, Zheng Yang kicked him. You and your obsession with starting fights. Zhang Yu just kept grinning. Wasn't I just following your lead? He waved his hand and headed toward the car. Small fry like that aren't worth my time. I could wipe them out with a flick of my wrist. But since you called me out today, I guess we should be real with each other. Once he finished speaking, Zheng Yang tossed 2 vials to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's eyes went wide and he asked, What is this stuff? Zheng Yang said, Don't I have several companies under my belt right now? I'm currently missing someone to run the operations, and I know that position is best handled by someone I trust. Hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately started sweating. Old Shu, you aren't seriously asking me to manage your companies, are you? You know how I am. With my brain, aren't you worried I'll run your business into the ground? He pointed at the 2 vials and said, Just drink these first, then we'll see. Zhang Yu quickly complied, popped the caps and thought, Don't tell me old Shu actually thinks drinking this will help me run a company. He downed them in one gulp, thinking whatever, he wouldn't actually set me up. Drink it first, worry later. Zheng Yang asked, How are you feeling? Zhang Yu watched the world start spinning around him and replied, Feeling a bit dizzy. This isn't some kind of sedative, right? I'm feeling kind of sleepy. His voice faded away and he passed out, drool starting to spill from his mouth. Zheng Yang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This idiot really didn't stop acting goofy even before passing out. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu snapped awake from his slumber, eyes wide open. Zheng Yang jumped back slightly. What the... Damn! What's wrong with this guy? That gaze is way too intense. Did I actually grab the wrong potion? Like, did I give him the max masculinity or aggressive alpha upgrade by mistake? Suddenly, Zhang Yu let out an ear-piercing shout. Brother, I've reached enlightenment. You look totally zoned out. What's going through that head of yours? Long Tan thought, enlightenment is fine and dandy, as long as I don't turn out like those weirdos. Zhang Yu shouted with hype, This is legit supernatural. I feel like I just single-handedly conquered the whole street. My brain is literally overflowing with top-tier knowledge and logic right now. This feeling is actually cracked. Zheng Yang calmly laughed. Just listen to my explanation. Chill out. He felt relieved deep down. At least the kid wasn't brain-dead enough to start poking his own skull, so that's a safe W. Their car kept cruising down the road, while Zhang Yu stared at the 2 vials he just chugged. He shoved the bottles into his pocket and kicked back in the seat, feeling the vibe. Zheng Yang started, All right, time to break down the empires I own. A few minutes later, arriving at Zhang Yu's place, he suggested, Bro, how about I drop you an advance on your salary so you can go buy a decent place? Living in a dump by yourself is one thing, but don't let Lin suffer in this shack with you. Seeing the guy staring blankly like a literal NPC, Zheng Yang asked, You even hearing me right now? Give me a reaction, bro. Zhang Yu was still dazed. Wait, what did Boss Shu just say? Tianyu Motors, the Tenglong Group, and the Dua video platform all belong to him? Zhang Yu couldn't even process the massive info dump, sweat literally pouring down his face. So according to him, Yunhai, Shixiong, and Tang Ying are all his lackeys now? Once I take over, doesn't that make me their big boss too? After thinking it over, he turned to Zheng Yang, Boss Shu, slap me for real, I gotta know if I'm dreaming. He didn't hold back and slapped him right across the cheek. Hurry up and get your act together, we still gotta haul all this luggage up for Sister Min. The 2 of them started carrying the gear upstairs, and Zheng Yang asked, By the way, Sister Min decided to set up shop in Tam Dai City? Zhang Yu replied, Not sure, but looking at this mountain of luggage, she's definitely serious. They kept chatting while walking, making the trip up seem way shorter. They finally arrived at the destination, standing right in front of Zhang Yu's door. Zhang Yu grabbed the handle, I'm home. Right on cue, Min Min came rushing out in a total panic, cutting him off mid-sentence. Little Zhang Yu, Zheng Yang, it's bad. That celebrity we ran into at the airport just sent us a legal notice. Zheng Yang said, Let me see that. She handed the lawsuit papers over to Zheng Yang. Basically they're claiming we maliciously attacked and humiliated that star, damaging his public image, and now they want compensation, plus they want us to crawl to a specific location to beg for forgiveness. Hearing that, Zhang Yu's blood started boiling. Holy crap, what a shameless loser. Why didn't he mention that he incited his fans to bully us first? She looked worried. Zheng Yang, he's clearly targeting you. How do you plan to clap back? He replied, Clap back? Let's see what the other side has to say first. The moment he finished, his phone started buzzing with an unknown caller. Zheng Yang picked up, and Wu Hanyu on the other end was sounding smug. So someone finally got the legal documents? Did you enjoy the read? He just laughed and countered. You want me to apologize to you? The guy kept threatening. Listen clearly. My demand isn't a normal apology. If you don't follow every single instruction on that paper, I'm going to make sure you experience true despair. On his side, Zheng Yang remained unbothered and taunted. Is that so? Well then, I invite you to use every bit of your power and resources to hit me with your best shot. I'll be waiting. After you're done with your little performance, it'll be my turn, he replied with total Chad energy. Then keep waiting, bro. Meanwhile, Wu Hanyu's studio uploaded a video of Xu Zhengyang hitting Wu Hanyu onto social media, officially framing the airport incident. Beneath the post, the comments were flooded with simps defending Hanyu, crying about how a famous star could be treated so badly. The owner of the Slim Diet restaurant is clearly rocking a massive bias against our star. Bojichi, you total trash. Do you even know how hard our Yubao has been working? 491-177 out mobile. Stay strong, Yubao. You don't need validation from losers like that. We love you. 491-177 at mobile. Yubao, sue him. Sue that guy into oblivion. This is clearly assault, and he dared to face-slap the world's most handsome man. He's just straight-up jealous. Hanyu watched the netizen hype train roll in his favor and couldn't help but grin. Haha, you really thought you could mess with me? Just wait and see how I crush you like a bug. The manager finally decided to speak up. So you only kept the clip of you protecting your fans, and conveniently deleted the part where they started the fight? That move is pretty mid, plus it's actually trashing your own public image. He laughed mockingly. What the hell do you know? As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. I want that idiot to see what happens when he dares to lay a hand on me. She frowned and warned him, you better remember your place. Seeing how serious the manager was, Hanyu paused, but she just turned away coldly and added, the company isn't getting involved in this mess, but if you don't handle this properly, you know what happens next. One slip-up, and you won't be able to handle the consequences. With that, she slammed the door, leaving Wu Hanyu all alone in the room. He still thought he was untouchable. I just took down a broke loser, there's no way I messed up. In this day and age, whoever controls the media wins the game. What makes that nobody think he can turn the tables on me? However, Weibo Hot Search Het 1. Wu Hanyu assaulted at the airport. 2. Yubao sues airport attacker for $2.28 million. 3. Slim Diet restaurant owner meets a formidable opponent. 1.627 million views. Full video of Xu Zhengyang's airport fight. 1.153 million views. Full video of Xu Zhengyang's airport fight. 9.999 million views. The Hot Search section is absolutely flooded with news about him and Hanyu. Just then, the footage of his brain-dead fans acting like thugs leaked out too. Move, get out of the way. Yubao is coming out right now. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in this lane. A bystander at the airport couldn't help but snap back. Who the heck do you think you are to act like you own this place? Get lost! Then came the footage of them swinging their arms at Lin, followed by the scene where Wu Hanyu rushed in, trying to sucker punch Xu Zhengyang. The U stands weren't having it. They decided to use their numbers to bully people, rallying the girl squad. Get him! Beat this trash who dared to bully our Yubao. The video went viral, sparking a wave of hate. Holy crap, these aren't fans, they're straight-up rioters. Blocking the airport, blocking the path, and chasing people away? These fans have no shame at all. Did they think they own the airport? Oh, so we're all just low-life trash to you guys, huh? Look at your precious noble idol now. His reputation is absolutely nuked because he let his fans gang up on someone. It's obvious that Boss Xu was just acting in self-defense. Do you guys see it now? Aside from pulling that girl away at the start, Boss Xu was literally just getting jumped the entire time. Everyone who sees this clip is getting heated and can't stop roasting Hanyu. Seriously? This is the kind of class a top-tier celebrity has? If I ever saw him in person, I'd throw hands immediately. Sister Zhu Xian once told me that she's never loved anyone in her life, let alone had a boyfriend. He turned away, and so what? A flicker of sadness crossed Bao La's eyes. Actually, I've been thinking about Sister Zhu Xian's situation for a long time. Hearing this, Zheng Yang thought to himself, Sister Zhu Xian is such a green tea snake, she even managed to scam Bao La. In a few days, this silly girl will probably be ready to sacrifice everything for her. Bao La whispered, you should find an opportunity and conquer Sister Zhu Xian. Hearing that, he furrowed his brows in annoyance. He turned and pinched her cheek, saying, is your brain just mush or something? Why would you want to give your boyfriend away? She stammered, but Sister Zhu Xian only has a few months left. I don't mind that. What are you even afraid of? It's just lending you to her a few times. The important thing is making sure she has no regrets. Zheng Yang started the car and let out a loud laugh. You really are a genius. What do you mean? Sister Zhu Xian is seductive, beautiful, and also gentle and understanding. Don't you feel anything at all? If I were you, I would already fallen for her. He brushed it off. Stop overthinking things. Let's get you to the restaurant first, then I have to head over to see Mu Sheng. Fine, I get it. But seriously, just think about it. That comment made him slam on the brakes in surprise. And just like that, the two started bickering in the car. Are you actually itching for a fight? Do you want me to handle you right here in the car?
Oh?
So that's how you like to play. By now the sun was high up, casting light into every corner of the street. Lin Yurong's group walked inside. Zheng Yang flipped through the documents page by page. Is this some new trick from the Huanan group? He frowned, looking visibly irritated. I already broke their legs, and they're still dancing around? Mu Sheng replied immediately.
Hurry!
That's right. And their target this time is Miss Bao La. Hearing this, Zheng Yang fell into deep thought. Zhao Yang continued. Miss Bao La's background is from the Chung family in Tianzheng. Their power is actually a notch above the Huanan group. Miss Bao La's father, Cheng Jianyi, was third in the family but was disowned. And 6 years ago, he and his wife passed away in a suspicious fire. The file was slammed hard onto the table. Zheng Yang thought to himself, Cheng Jianyi and his wife were disowned. I need to find out if their deaths were actually an accident. Just then, Mu Sheng handed over another file. Besides that, we discovered one more thing. After the fire that year, Miss Bao La signed an agreement severing all ties with the Cheng family and renouncing her inheritance. However, we received intel that someone from the Cheng family recently arrived in Santai. It looks like they're hunting for Miss Bao La. He suddenly scoffed. Just step up the security for Bao La. If the Cheng family wants to come, let them come. If they're looking for a death wish, I'll gladly send them on their way. Mu Sheng replied, understood. With that, he walked out of the room. Old Chi, follow me, I've got someone to meet. A little while later, they're back on the road, cruising along. Inside the car, Zheng Yang picks up a call.
Hello?
The voice on the other end says, Zheng Yang, there are 2 cars tailing you guys. Hearing that, both he and Yurong exchange a look of pure shock. She glances at the rearview mirror. Zheng Yang, that car behind us has literally been following us the whole time. Yunfei asks, Zheng Yang, I'm just driving behind them. Do you want me to take care of these clowns? Zheng Yang replies, hold your horses. I don't have enough leverage to bag them yet. We need to set a trap first. He looks outside and spots a self-service gas station up ahead, telling everyone to wait there. Got it. Understood. Their car screeches to a halt at the gas station. He unbuckles his seatbelt and turns to Yurong. Don't get out. Leave this to me. With that, he steps out of the car. At the same time, the tailing car pulls up as well. He glances at the car behind him, and with a click, the rear door swings open. Zheng Yang looks at them and thinks, excluding the girl, there's only 2 of them? Do they really think they can handle me with just this small crew? It looks like Qi Yunfei is ready to go. Even if the numbers aren't huge, taking these 3 down shouldn't be a problem. He sizes up the other 2. All right, let's see what kind of trashy tricks you've got up your sleeve. The big buff guy acts all arrogant. Hey brother, what should I call you? But Zheng Yang couldn't care less, intentionally ghosting them to focus on pumping gas. Triggered by being ignored, the girl starts screeching. Damn it! She slams her hand against the gas pump and yells, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something? Only then does he glance back. Zheng Yang looks at her, annoyed. You're picking a fight the moment you arrive. You lot don't look like you're sent by the Bala tribe. What do you want? She starts shouting again. Damn it, you think you're all that, don't you? You're the reason Wu Bao ended up in that state, right? Today, I'm going to end you. He explains, clearly irritated. You watched the video, didn't you? He attacked first, then tried to smear me online, so I just gave him a reality check. He thinks to himself, oh, it's just a brain-dead fangirl. No wonder she's acting like such a drama queen. But she brazenly pulls out a knife. So what if I attack you? Wu Bao hitting you is an honor you don't deserve. But since you dared to touch him, I'm going to kill you, you bottom feeder. She lunges at him with the knife. Zheng Yang asks in a cold tone. So, you're looking for revenge on behalf of Wu Hanyu? She glares at him with pure hatred. That's right, I'm going to take you out. Just then, Yu Rong opens the door to get out, but before she can step out, a hand slams the door shut. The big buff guy leans his face against the window. Hey beauty, this doesn't concern you. Stop being a busybody. He looks like a complete creep, adding, if you don't listen, my bros and I might have to play with you. Hearing that, Yu Rong is terrified, sweat beading on her face. Meanwhile, the girl lunges at Zheng Yang with the knife, daring to touch Wu Bao. Today you're going to pay the price. At this point, Zheng Yang is officially fed up. Did you really think I don't hit women? He strikes her wrist, and the knife drops to the ground instantly. She let out a piercing scream of pain. Gah! Then he grabbed her wrist and twisted her arm behind her back. This dumb chick really thought she could make our boy pay for his actions? Look at her now, pinned to the floor like a loser. Ugh, fine. Since I've already taken her money, I guess I have to do my part. Before he could even rush in, Yunfei sent him flying with a single kick. Yunfei frowned, scoffing. You really think hitting the gym makes you invincible? Just like that, his hands were tied tight. The two of them were shoved onto the floor, staring up in absolute terror. Who exactly did I just mess with? They looked at the two bodyguards approaching. Are these guys straight-up gangsters? Are they actually going to off us right here? Yunfei called out, "Hey, how do you want to deal with these two brain-dead NPCs?" Zhengyang replied casually, "Beat them up, then hand them over to the cops." Yunfei nodded, understood. Sitting in the car, he looked exhausted. His mood was completely ruined by those two idiots. "Just take me home." Yu Rong glanced over. "But boss, didn't you say you wanted to take me and Qi Yunfei to meet someone today?" Hearing that, he looked over, completely stunned. Right, how could I have forgotten that? The person Lin Yurong and Qi Yunfei were supposed to meet was Zhang Yu. He was waiting there, looking pretty impatient. "Old Shu, my man, where in the world are you?" Suddenly a voice called out, "Are you Mr. Zhang Yu?" He looked up to see a group of guys with terrifying expressions saying, "We are so happy to meet you." He was scared out of his wits and just collapsed on the spot. To be in the same room with so many big bosses, I can die with no regrets now. Zheng Yang, my friend, I'll see you in the next life. At the same time, in Qinzheng City, Cheng Zongyao, the head of the Cheng family and Baola's grandfather, lay trembling on his hospital bed, saying, "Xingyu, I'm putting everything in your hands." Chen Xingyu, the Cheng family lawyer. He replied, "Old master, everything I have, including my life, is thanks to you." Lying on the bed, Zongyao weakly produced a will. "You can't die yet. We owe little Sanzi too much. This will must be delivered to his daughter. But finding her is just the beginning, and honestly, it might just bring more trouble to her life. I hope you can give her a bright future and make up for all my regrets." A few days later, inside a restaurant, a loud voice shouted, "Get lost! From today on, this restaurant belongs to me. You lowlifes need to get out of my sight." The patrons stared in confusion, then started laughing. "Here comes another clown looking for trouble. Let's just keep eating and enjoy the show." Ever since this place opened, there's been no shortage of drama. I didn't expect to catch some live tea today. Wait, what are those three even doing here? Trying to stir up trouble again? Talk about unoriginal. Ever since the grand opening, didn't those two food influencers come here to pull the same stunt? Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Hearing the gossip, the three of them turned black with rage. Bao La walked out of the kitchen. "Who are you people? What do you want?" The old lady asked. "Are you Bao La?" She stepped forward. "Wow, talk about a selective memory. You get a little money and suddenly forget your own relatives, huh?" Bao La looked confused. "Whose relative are you exactly?" The woman puffed out her chest and declared, "Listen here, I'm the cousin of your aunt-in-law, and since your dad owed money to your second uncle and never paid, they've signed the debt over to us." She held up a yellowed piece of paper and shouted, "Everyone look closely. This girl has enough cash to open a restaurant but refuses to pay her debts, yet she acts like an internet celeb, a boss lady, and a philanthropist." She went full Karen and barked, "Let me say it again. From now on, this restaurant belongs to us. Paying off debts is just common sense. Even if we took this to court, we'd be the ones in the right." Hearing this, Bao La looked completely bewildered. The lady pointed at the paper. "Read it and weep. It's clearly written here that Cheng Baola's father owes us money. Back then, the loan was 0.36. With interest piling up over all these years, it's now worth over 2.4. Cheng Baola, see the IOU yet? I'll give you 2 hours to prep the ownership transfer contract for this restaurant." A guy in black standing with the old lady started throwing threats. "That's right. Don't try anything funny, or we're calling the cops on you immediately." A panicked Bao La stepped back. "What IOU? Back then, my dad..." Suddenly a voice cut through the air. "You want my restaurant over a measly $2?
Did you forget to wake up this morning?"
Zheng Yang walked in. "And you sent these clowns to shake me down? Do you really look down on me that much?" The old lady scoffed. "Is that any way to talk? Sent who, exactly? I am the sister of the second wife of the Cheng family." The bald guy shouted in frustration. "Who the heck are you, anyway? What does this have to do with you? And isn't this restaurant owned by Cheng Baola?" Zheng Yang pointed at himself. "I paid for everything in this place, from the building to the renovations, so obviously it's mine." He smirked. "Plus, we're getting married soon, so what's mine is hers." The old lady laughed contemptuously. "And here I thought he was someone important." The bald guy turned to her and chuckled. "Turns out he's just some loser who treats money like dirt." "Getting married, huh? Perfect. I don't care who you are. Transfer the restaurant to us right now." She pointed aggressively at the paper. "See the IOU? If you dare to refuse, I'm calling the police this instant." An angry Bao La stepped forward. "Call them then. My father already paid that debt off." But Zheng Yang caught her by the arm to hold her back. He whispered, "Relax, let me mess with these idiots for a bit." He turned back and shrugged. "So you have an IOU, so what? If there's a debt, we pay it, right?" He stared them down and said, "This restaurant's Duo account already has 50 million fans. Do you have any idea what that actually means? If we just agree to do a few promos, we can make dozens of dollars in a single month. When they heard dozens of dollars, the eyes of all three scammers lit up. He continued, using this restaurant as collateral for a debt of less than $5? Did you get water in your brain or something? The old lady remained stubborn and unreasonable. Just because you claim you'll make that much doesn't mean you actually will. I don't care. I don't want the money. That old hag was losing her mind, screaming that she wanted the restaurant. Yunfei walked up behind her and grabbed her head. No one interrupts his boss and gets away with it. You want a one-way ticket to the afterlife, Grandma? Seeing that, the bald goon tagging along with her scurried over. Hey, let her go right now! Yunfei just shot him a cold glare that froze him dead in his tracks. Zheng Yang reached into his pocket for his phone and said, "So you guys only want the restaurant and don't care about the cash, right? If that's the case, I'll just have my lawyer handle this legal mess." Those two cowards panicked and yelled for him to stop. Who told you to call a lawyer? Exactly, this is a private family matter. What does it have to do with you? The bald guy paused, clearly trying to cook up a scheme. He opened his trap and yelled, "Fine, we'll take the money first then." Zheng Yang smirked, "Oh, you want money, do you? Well, don't talk here. Let's go somewhere else to chat." Only then did Yunfei finally let the old hag go. The old hag thought to herself, this IOU is a high-quality forgery. The real one is still with the Cheng family's second son. I'll take their money now, get another forgery from that second son later, and then double dip on the payout. Meanwhile, outside the city, Zheng Yang and his squad walked ahead while the debt collectors scurried behind them. Zheng Yang picked up a call, and the voice on the other end said, "Boss, Bao La's dad really did borrow money from the Cheng family's second son, and he signed a legit IOU with insane interest. But Bao La's dad paid that debt off ages ago, yet that scumbag Cheng refused to return the IOU, which is why these rats are out here trying to scam her now. But Mr. Xu, knowing how the Cheng family operates, even if they have the IOU, it's probably..." Zheng Yang finally put the pieces together. "I got it." He stopped and glanced back at them. "Right here is fine. Hand over the IOU and let me see it." The old hag shrieked, "Let you see it? What if you tear it up, huh?" He flicked his fingers and said, "If I really wanted to destroy it, do you think you'd still be standing here right now?" Suddenly, the old hag sensed something fast whizzing by, and a bodyguard immediately pinned her down. The old hag watched as the paper was snatched away. Hey! What do you think you're doing?" She barked. "What are you doing? Get your hands off me!" Zheng Yang looked down at the hag. "I'll pay up, but only if this IOU is actually legally valid. Because from what I know, Bao La's father paid this debt off years ago."
He furrowed his brows.
"If you aren't satisfied, feel free to take this IOU and sue me. If I'm in a good mood, I might even double the amount." He threw the paper down, "But if you keep playing these low-life games, I'll have you beaten every single time I see you. First time I break your arms, second time your legs, third time I'm turning your son into a eunuch." He threw an arm around Bao La and said, "Consider this a small lesson for today." With that, they walked away, leaving the sounds of the thugs crying for mercy echoing behind them. "Ah no, someone help me!" Above, the lush green canopy swayed as leaves drifted down in the breeze. On the sidewalk, Zheng Yang and Bao La walked, she trailing behind him with a gloomy look on her face. Zheng Yang teased, "Sis, I'm gonna bother you for the next few days. If you're free, keep an eye on Bao La. She's a few screws short and gets scammed way too easily." "I understand, Mr. Xu." She ran up to him, annoyed. "You. Are you asking for a beating again? You're the one who's a few screws short." He laughed and said, "Also, Miss Tong, when you hang out with Bao La, make sure she doesn't infect you with her brain-dead energy." Suddenly, a loud shout came from ahead. "You cheating piece of trash." Both of them froze, then turned to look in that direction. The guy was clenching his fists in a rage. "You actually dared to cheat on me? I'm gonna beat you to a pulp right now." Bao La said anxiously, "She's in the wrong, but that guy is hitting way too hard. If he keeps this up, she's going to die." Zheng Yang frowned as he watched, thinking he'd seen that guy somewhere before. The girl was being shoved to the ground and beaten mercilessly. "Young Master Zhang, I was wrong." The girl cried out in pain, "I won't ever do it again." Zhang Tai swung his fist down in a fury. "You're still thinking about the future? Today, I'm ending you right here." Suddenly, his arm was grabbed. Zheng Yang stepped in. "Bro, chill out. You killer, and you're going to prison for life." He yanked his arm away, irritated. "Who the heck is this trash? You think you're important enough to lecture me?" He shouted, "Get lost, or I'll wipe you off the map." Zheng Yang frowned and asked, "What's your relationship with Zhang Jiao from the martial arts family?" Hearing that, he stopped his assault and stood up. "You know my sister?" He suddenly realized something and looked stunned. "I remember now. You're the guy who beat up Sun Qingyi and then got invited by my sister to join the martial arts tournament. But don't think it's that easy to get close to the Zhang family. Besides, I don't see any talent in you." Zheng Yang couldn't be bothered to explain. He just replied, "You'll see soon enough." He turned to leave. "Then I'll wait. Just hope you don't embarrass yourself." The driver asked, "Young master, this guy had the audacity to be arrogant in front of you. Do you want us to handle him?" Zhang Tai cut him off. "No need. Is it really worth wasting effort on a little street rat? A bottom feeder like him probably won't even survive the opening match of the tournament. High above, a breeze rustled through the branches, sending leaves dancing in the wind. At this moment, they arrived in front of a massive building. Inside, the MC stood in the center of the arena and announced, "We are all brothers from across the lands, gathered here by fate. We are martial artists, and promoting the spirit of Chinese martial arts is our shared ideal." The fighters all around looked dead serious. "We are martial artists, and promoting the spirit of Chinese martial arts is our shared ideal. Let's show the charm and style of Chinese martial arts," while Zheng Yang sat off to the side watching. Did he copy that opening speech from a middle school sports meet? Zhang Jiao walked over. "Thanks for agreeing to represent the Zhang family in the tournament today." He replied, "It's a win-win situation for both of us." As she sat down, she added, "Don't worry, I've already convinced my dad. As long as you represent the Zhang family and win, the family will support you within reason, provided your requests aren't too absurd." Just then, Zhang Tai stepped onto the stage. He cupped his hands and said, "Seniors, pardon my intrusion, but today I have something I need to make clear." Down below, Zheng Yang turned and asked, "Is that your younger brother?" Zhang Jiao looked over. "You know him?" She smiled. "The kid is a bit impulsive, but he's actually quite reliable." On the stage, Zhang Tai declared, "I believe you've all heard that young Master Sun Chengyi was injured by some outsider, right? There have even been rumors lately that this culprit will be representing our Zhang family in today's tournament, and I want to set the record straight right now. That person's name is Xu Zhengyang. He has zero martial arts background. He isn't part of the martial arts world, and he has no connection to the Zhang family whatsoever." With that, he pointed at Zheng Yang. "I refuse to believe Sun Chengyi lost to a loser like that. The martial arts world shouldn't be trampled on by some rich boy with a bit of cash. So as a member of this community, I officially challenge him to regain our honor." Zhang Jiao was so angry she started to stand up. Zhang Tai reached out a hand to stop her. She bit her lip, thinking this idiot wasn't just wrecking her plan, but also provoking Xu Zhengyang. He was literally sprinting toward his own funeral. Zhengyang stood up, thinking, "What century are we in? You're still spitting lines from some wuxia novel? Total cringe." He chuckled to himself, like, imagine talking like a kung fu movie protagonist in this day and age. Bro is seriously stuck in the past. Zhang Tai pointed right at him and said, "Look around you, kid. First, you aren't from a martial arts clan, and second, you don't even have a sect." He laughed out loud. "If you actually had some skills or a reputation, you'd at least need someone to vouch for you. So what exactly are you supposed to be?" Zheng Yang scratched his head. "Oh, I get it. So I just need a sect, right? If I just start one right now, that settles it, doesn't it? I hereby officially announce the founding of the random sect, and our signature style is the random punch." He looked at Suo Sheng and Yun Fei, saying, "These two by my side are the official left and right protectors of the random sect. Oh yeah, I also have a female secretary and an attendant who are our first-generation disciples. Too bad they couldn't make it today." He stared directly into Zhang Tai's eyes. "So, can I join the tournament now or what?" Zhang Jiao looked up at him, thinking, is this guy actually brain damaged? Founding a sect requires sending out formal invitations and accepting open challenges. And claiming his secretary and attendant are disciples. Is he trying to roast everyone in this room? This idiot Zhang Tai wasn't supposed to mess up the flow, but is Xu Zhengyang actually trying to get himself killed? Does he have any idea that everyone here is a cold-blooded killer? An old man with a shaved head stood up and spoke. "Master Xu, are you saying you want to establish a sect right here and now?" The old man asked, "Why would you do something so reckless? Don't you realize that this is basically a declaration of war against everyone present?" "It's simple. I just have a question I want to ask everyone here." He said, "If I'm just an outsider, I doubt you guys would be willing to give me a straight answer. Plus, it seems like Zhang Tai has a little debt he wants to settle with me. Naturally, I have to satisfy the kid's request." Zhang Tai gritted his teeth. "I guess you know your place. Actually volunteering to come and get beaten up." Zheng Yang smiled lightly. "My hands were just itching for a punching bag, honestly." Zhang Tai triggered, launched his attack, while Zheng Yang just stood there, cool as a cucumber. Zhang Tai threw a kick. "Don't blame me for not warning you. People die at every martial arts tournament." He lunged forward. "So you better just suck it up, little master." Zheng Yang smirked. "Oh, people might actually die?" He clenched his fist and landed a massive blow right onto him. At that moment, Zhang Zhao's face went pale with shock. Right there on the arena floor, Xu Zhengyang and Zhang Tai were trading blows. This left the crew of Old Man Xu completely stunned. Qi Yunfei and Zhao Huashan couldn't help but crack a faint smile, the corners of their mouths curling up. Xu Zhengyang just quipped, "Is this all a legendary martial arts family has to offer?" He hunched over, his body trembling, thinking, what kind of freakish martial art is this? How is he so fast, and why does he hit like a truck? I couldn't even see the movement. Then he tensed his entire body, and a surge of qi manifested around him. No, that's not right. He's definitely just relying on pure speed. If it's real technique, he's no match for me. Fury burned in Zhang Tai's eyes. I just let my guard down for a second. Once I get serious, this guy's gonna get absolutely humiliated. Without another thought, he clenched his fists and charged at Zheng Yang. However, the moment the strike came in, our boy casually dodged it like it was nothing. Panic flashed in Zhang Tai's eyes as Zheng Yang left an afterimage and delivered a clean, decisive strike that sent his chin flying back. So, you're the young master of a martial arts family, huh? Then he grabbed the guy's wrist and said, me and your Zhang family have nothing to do with each other, right? You're intentionally trying to mess up your sister's plans, aren't you? Just like that, our boy started throwing hands, landing hit after hit right on the guy's face. Trying to challenge me, are you? Looking to seek some fake justice, huh? Outside the ring, Zhang Jiao thought to herself that she told her dad not to underestimate Xu Zhengyang's power, but he just wouldn't listen. She was stressed out. If her dad had stepped in to help Xu Zhengyang when Zhang Tai started acting up, the Zhang family wouldn't be on the hit list right now. But at least watching his back, she started hoping he wouldn't get humiliated in front of everyone. Xu Zhengyang stepped out looking hype and said, so, I guess that counts as a win for me, right? The crowd looked salty as hell. Yeah, sure, you won. Zheng Yang cupped his hands and said, I've seen the Zhang family's strength now, and it really lives up to the hype. I wonder which clan's expert is going to step up next to teach me a lesson. He thought to himself that he really wasn't used to these cringy NPC-style dialogues. Just then, a guy flew out from the crowd. Let me take this one. He landed with a loud thud, striking an insanely cool pose. He announced loudly, Sun Aocheng of the Sun family ready to throw down. At 25, Sun Aocheng has already reached the early stage of external force. I bet the other young heirs aren't even on this level, right? The crowd started whispering that Sun Aocheng isn't just talented, but also the hardest worker, way better than those spoiled trust fund brats like Sun Chengyi. Looks like the Sun family is finally pulling out their ace to settle the score. Zheng Yang looked at him, thinking that this is one of the Sun family's top talents, the same guy Zhang Jiao warned him about, though he still wasn't sure how strong this dude actually was. Suddenly, the guy waved his hand and said, before we start, I want to sign a death waiver. Zhang Jiao was shook and screamed, a death waiver? Is Sun Aocheng actually trying to take Xu Zhengyang out for good? The spectators were losing their minds over the mention of a death contract. She kept yelling, why are you guys just standing there like NPCs? Stop Xu Zhengyang. If he signs that, he's basically walking into a grave. There's no legal protection if he gets deleted in the ring. Only then did Xi Yunfei realize the gravity of the situation, and he glanced over at Zhao Huashan. Zhao Huashan looked just as surprised, but then he casually pulled out some popcorn he had prepped, started munching, and replied with zero chill.
Yeah, got it.
That Sun Aocheng dude is really full of himself. Zhang Jiao was honestly done with these guys. Can you two for once care about your own sect leader? The leader of the Intention sect. Sun Aocheng is demanding a death waiver. Are you still going to take the challenge? You could back out, but your sect won't even be able to get off the ground, and good luck avoiding more challenges later. At this moment, Sun Aocheng was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. His feet dragged across the floor as he fought to regain his balance, his body tensing up, though he couldn't hide the fact that he was clearly trembling. He thought to himself, is this Xu Zhengyang guy even human? How could I have been sent flying like that? While he was busy panicking, Xu Zhengyang lunged at him with a kick. He was stunned, his brows knitting together in fear. Tesk, the Sun family's genius, huh? Zhengyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, kneel for me. Nobody expected that single kick to crack the entire ring into pieces. Everyone stared at the dust cloud, anxious as hell. Is Sun Aocheng actually finished? Looking at his body slumped on the floor, our boy thinks, no way, this guy is supposed to be a prodigy, but he can't even take a few hits? This clown is lying there motionless. He didn't actually get stomped into the afterlife, did he? He sits down to assess the situation. He really only came here to ask the martial arts clans a single question. If I accidentally turn this into a murder scene, how am I going to explain that later? Suddenly, a voice booms out. Stop right there. Two martial artists emerge from the shadows behind him. He tightens his grip on Aocheng's hair, thinking, I knew you scrubs couldn't handle the heat. Then he hoists Aocheng up, using the guy as a human shield. If any of you take another step, I'm ending this dude right here. They panic immediately, shouting, I'm Sun Aocheng's father, please, I beg you, don't kill him. Sun Kaidong, Sun Kaiming, get back, you losers. If you signed a death waiver, you don't get to whine about the consequences. Seeing this, Kaidong and Kaiming lower their heads, muttering, are you two trying to break our sacred tournament rules? Hearing that, Zheng Yang thinks, looks like even the Sun clan is too scared to cross the martial arts world. He tosses the guy toward Kaiming, who catches him in total shock. Our boy leans in, saying, look, I didn't come here to start beef, and I have zero interest in fighting to the death, but if you keep chasing me like rabid dogs, don't expect any mercy. The guy closes his eyes in absolute defeat. Thank you, you win. He frowns, thinking, I can't even read this guy's cultivation level, but his real power is definitely leagues above ours. At this point, the best move is to show some goodwill instead of playing chicken with him. Out in the arena under the scorching sun, someone speaks up. Everyone, I've had the luck of winning 2 rounds. Anyone else want to step up and catch these hands? The crowd starts shoving each other. Bro, why don't you go up and give it a shot? Nah, Sun Ao Cheng got clapped by him. If I go up, I'm just gonna get turned into human mulch. A girl stands up, with whispers echoing around her. No way I'm going up there, that guy is a total savage. She quietly slips off her outer cloak. Tong Yushi looks a bit tense as she steps forward. Tong family, Tong Yushi, here to challenge you. No way, this guy's a beast, even Tong Yushi can't sit this one out? Not just her own generation, even the old-timers wouldn't dare take Tong Yushi lightly. The crowd starts buzzing. Xu Zhengyang is definitely going to take an L this time. It's hard to say, it feels like Xu Zhengyang hasn't even used his full power yet. This is going to be a close one. Zhengyang smiles lightly. Look, I don't hit women, but she retorts fiercely. I don't need you to treat me like a girl. She thinks to herself, he's fast and strong. He's definitely got some kind of specialized qigong. As long as I keep my cool, beating him shouldn't be that hard. Zhengyang prepares to strike, thinking this is going to be a tough one. Instantly, he throws a straight punch directly at her face. At the same time, a massive shockwave erupts, billowing out and turning the entire arena into a dust storm. The force of it is insane. Everyone has to hold on for dear life or get blown away. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. Xu Zhengyang stands frozen amidst the haze. He reaches out his hand, and Yushi's face turns into a mask of panic. Her eyes go wide, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. She clenches her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks. Yushi turns around, defeated. I lost. Ahem, Xu Zhengyang has accepted 3 challenges. Anyone else want to step into the ring? If not, I hereby declare that Xu Zhengyang has officially conquered this entire tournament. From today on, the Tantong sect is officially established, and he is the new sect leader. The crowd erupts into applause for our boy. Kaiming and Kaidong glare at him with murderous intent, but Zhengyang clasps his hands together and says enthusiastically, in today's martial arts assembly, I have offended all of you, and I truly apologize. Please accept my sincerest regrets. They look salty, thinking he was just wiping the floor with everyone, and now he's apologizing? This kid is definitely cooking up something devious. Xu Zhengyang stands on the stage, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. Xu, sect leader, you're too polite. We're all part of the martial arts world now. Let's just help each other out in the future. Though he was putting on a friendly face, he was thinking, this guy isn't afraid to offend anyone and keeps forcing his way into the assembly. He must need something from us. Let's hear him out. Maybe I can get him to owe me a favor. Zhengyang replied, I've offended you all today, but honestly, I'm just looking for information on 2 people. If any of you have info, please point me in the right direction. And who exactly is sect leader Xu looking for? Liu Huilan and Xu Tianfeng. The moment he heard those names, his face went pale with pure shock. Does anyone here have any news about these 2? If you do, please let me know. I'll make sure to reward you handsomely. He forced a smile and replied, Sect leader Xu is a big shot in the martial arts world. If you need a hand, we certainly aren't going to just sit on our hands. If we hear anything, we'll definitely hit you up. He bowed his head, looking completely stressed. Then I'll be leaving it to you guys. Outside, the summer sun was absolutely brutal, and the crowd of martial artists began clearing out of the stadium. Zhengyang walked out and gave a satisfying stretch. Finally, that's over. Now let's see if these martial arts families are actually useful, or if they're all just talk. He glanced back, but the 2 behind him hadn't said a single word since the start. Did something happen to them? The 2 behind him bowed their heads and said, left and right protectors of the Juntong sect, reporting to the sect leader. Yeah. Cut the act. Left and right protectors my foot. I'm about to demote you guys. Wasn't this whole title setup just some game young Master Xu put together? Suddenly, Zhang Zhao walked over. Sect leader Xu, what happened today was on the Zhang family. I owe you an apology. She thought back to how it was supposed to go. According to her plan, Xu Zhengyang's reputation today should have been tied to the Zhang family's name. Now, not only had Zhang Tai ruined the vibe, but Xu Zhengyang was definitely holding a grudge. She had to do damage control so he wouldn't come back to settle the score with her family later. He kept walking and replied, I know what's important and what isn't. This wasn't your fault, so I'm not putting this on you. He turned back and added, but if your brother keeps acting like a clown, it's not just going to be a simple slap next time. He walked away into the distance, with a few clouds drifting across the clear blue sky. A luxury car screeched to a halt beside him. Sect leader Xu, hold up a second. Old man Xu spoke from inside the car. I've got some intel that might actually interest you. Let's talk. Zhengyang turned to his 2 lackeys. You guys follow the car. I'm going to chat with this old-timer for a bit. They both nodded in agreement. He hopped into Old Man Chu's car, knowing the Chu family had some serious street cred among the martial arts elite. I wanted to ask, what's your relationship with Liu Huilan and Xu Tianfeng? His face turned somber. They're my parents. I can't believe it. After all these years, this old man actually gets to meet their son? Is this fate? Zheng Yang was completely caught off guard. Old man Chu, you knew my parents? He stared at his steaming cup of tea and replied, knew them? We go way back. Over 10 years ago, the Chu family was just starting to climb the ranks. I was pretty decent at fighting, but right when we were stabilizing, a mysterious group started causing chaos in Santai City. There were over 40 of them, and not only were they rocking high-end gear, but their combat skills were absolutely cracked. Even the government agencies and the martial arts families back then were getting folded by them. But then, the mysterious Protector Sword organization stepped in to handle the conflict, and the people leading the charge were your parents. They managed to wipe out all 40-plus assassins with basically zero losses. During the final showdown, your dad took a heavy hit, and I just happened to be the one to save him. Because they were recovering at the Chiu estate, we started to get pretty close. Back then, even though your parents hadn't fully revealed their true levels, they were already showing signs of peak internal power. I even got some tips from them, which helped me break through my own plateaus. I rarely met anyone in my league after that, and since then, the Chiu estate became the secret base for the Protector Sword. It's just a shame I never crossed paths with them after that year. He straight up asked Elder Chu, when you met my parents, was it back in 2020? The old man looked shook. How do you even know that? Our boy's grip tightened instantly. My parents died in a car accident that same year. Hearing that, Elder Chu was absolutely stunned. He stared out the window, thinking, these Hokuan Kiem people are stone cold, sacrificing everything for the country and ditching their own kid. But imagine being so selfless to leave your child an orphan just to defend the people on the front lines. That is some legendary level of patriotism. Zheng Yang continued, Elder Chu, I'm guessing Hokuan Kiem probably slapped you with some secret gag orders. I won't pry into the details, I just need one favor from you. If they ever assign you a mission, I want in on it. Given my background, there's a high chance my parents are overseeing operations in Tamdai City. If I join the mission, they might notice me, and who knows, maybe they'll finally show their faces. The old man gave him a nod. All right, I hear you loud and clear. A bit later, Elder Chiu's son spoke up. Dad, we've got a mission from Hokuan Kiem in 2 days. Are we seriously letting this kid get involved? What if the higher-ups at Hokuan Kiem find out? If they do, the kid looks 70% like Xu Tianfeng. He's definitely his son. I doubt they ditch their own kid by choice. If we give him a little push behind the scenes, it should be fine. He fiddled with the piece in his hand. Xu Zhengyang doesn't seem like the type to act without a plan. Let's just call helping him a good deed for our karma. Besides, if the Van Hai Tu Hung really are his lackeys, his financial power is literally off the charts. Those past missions from Hokuan Kiem, we were way out of our depth, but if Xu Zhengyang joins, the difficulty drops significantly. Plus, I've got a gut feeling. He took a long drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. His involvement is going to make things a whole lot more interesting. Before long, the luxury whip pulled up in front of a massive building. The tension in the car became dead silent. Nobody said a single word. Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang happily pulled his phone out of his pocket. He sent a quick text to the boys. Brothers, I finally found a lead on my parents. Te Yunfei was shocked. I don't think I've ever seen him look this hyped before. Same here, bro. After that, he slipped his phone back into his pocket. Who knew the martial arts tournament would be such a massive win? He stared out the window filled with hope. Not only did he find a trail for his parents, but he also networked with the Hokuan Kiem elites. Time to prep for the Hokuan Kiem mission. Hopefully, they won't choke when things get real. They finally arrived at the shooting range. Tai Lei walked in with someone else. This is the training area. Someone will come find you shortly. I'm gonna go say hi to an acquaintance.
Bet.
She looked at the gun resting on the table and picked it up to inspect it. No ammo? Suddenly, a voice called out. First time here. Huh? If you're a rookie, I'd suggest sticking to the smaller caliber guns. Even in a pro spot like this, training weapons can still be dangerous, you know. He smirked. Of course, if you trust me, I can give you some free one-on-one coaching. Her massive assets had clearly caught his wandering eyes. Damn, she's built different. He smirked and said, if it's your first time shooting, you need to watch your stance. Let me show you how it's done. He then leaned in to guide Kylie's grip on the gun, thinking to himself that since she was clearly a total noob, this was his golden chance to flex his skills. Suddenly, she stripped the entire gun down to its individual parts, leaving him completely stunned.
Huh?
A second later, the gun was disassembled and laid out on the table with surgical precision. He gasped, my bad, this is range property, I shouldn't be messing around with it like that. She looked a little worried. I need to put this back together real quick. However, the speed at which she reassembled the weapon left everyone speechless. Holy crap, look at that hand speed and accuracy. Has this girl been training to be a Spec Ops agent or something? She clicked the final piece into place in less than 30 seconds. Then Kylie picked up the gun, ready to drop everyone's jaws. She turned to him and said, I want to test this out. We usually pay for our own ammo here, but I can hook you up with some rounds for practice. He thought to himself, turns out she's a pro. If that's the case, I'll give her some perks now and slowly build that connection. Just then, a black card was tossed in front of him. I promised I wouldn't sweat the small change. There's $500 on here. Spend it however you want. Kylie excitedly said, get me a bit of every ammo type they have. And also, do you guys have any sniper rifles? That's mainly what I want to test. As soon as she got the ammo, she nailed every single bullseye on the target. This left the whole squad completely shook. No way, what kind of top-tier pro is this girl? Once she finished, Kylie shouted, hey you, which caught him totally off guard.
Huh?
I heard the weapons here are for sale. Mind telling me the price for the guns I just used? Reporting to the boss, Kylie's training session today is finished, and the results were pretty cracked. Zhong Yang replied, good. Tell her to keep that energy up. We're gonna need her for what's coming soon. Suddenly a voice echoed, you're back? Sister Zhu Xian, you're looking pretty lively today, huh? She giggled and said, yeah, still alive and kicking. Being alive is good as long as I'm alive. You've still got your chance. He gave Zhu Xian a playful pat on the backside. When the time comes, I'm definitely going to do it for real. That instantly made her face go bright red from embarrassment. She then hurried away in a panic. Shameless. Bao La is coming home soon. Watch out she doesn't catch you. Fine, I'll wait until she's out of the house. She slammed the door shut, her face still burning red inside. Since when did this guy get so bold? Wait, no, she looked down. His presence gave her a reason to keep living a good life. Suddenly, his system pinged. Target character satisfaction detected. Host gains 3 satisfaction points. He chuckled and thought, 3 satisfaction points just for some light teasing? Is Sister Zhu Xian really that easy to fluster? But hey, that works for me. I'll have enough to unlock that new mastery potion in no time. Suddenly, Old Chu gave him a ring.
Old Chu?
Hello? Old Chu, did something come up? You little brat, does an old man need a reason to call you? Chen Dongyi was standing right there. But yeah, the Guardian Sword had finally issued a new mission. Lin Tong appeared as well, looking dead serious. At the Chu family villa, Xu Zhengyang and Zhu Xian walked in. Old Chu, what's the situation? Old Chu replied, knew you'd be rushing over here the second you heard. I've already got the files prepped for you. He looked at Zhu Xian, but kid, keep in mind that what we're discussing today is top secret. Our boy Zhengyang pulled the girl into his arms, keeping her close. No worries, this is my wife. Zhu Xian blushed furiously, her heart doing backflips in pure joy. Did he really just acknowledge me like that? The old man let out a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha, as long as you're cool with it, that's what matters. Follow me, kid. They headed down a staircase, and as they walked, he thought, is this where the old man is hiding the elite bodyguards? Can't be helped, I guess. This whole situation is a massive web of secrets. Better move like a ninja. Suddenly, Dongyi shot a glance at Old Chu, thinking, wait, is this the secret backup you mentioned earlier? Are these guys not even from the Q family? Didn't you guys have some outside help before? He explained. These are secret operatives. We were ordered by the Sword Guard to keep this under wraps. Even you two don't know half the details. Plus, without his help, it'd be impossible for the Chu family to smuggle anyone out. Dongyi extended his hand. In that case, I'll be counting on you for this mission. The name's Chen Dongyi. Zhengyang shook his hand with a confident grin. Don't sweat the small stuff. Just say the word if you need a hand. He pointed toward Lintong. This girl is a key witness in a major case. We need to get her to Yanjing safely. The problem is, she's got assassins swarming her, and the numbers are only going up. We're currently pinned down in Santai City. Every exit is being watched. If we show our faces, it's game over. That's why I'm hoping you can use your connections to get us to Yanjing. Old Chu spoke up. We're planning a massive diversion to sneak them out, but our current manpower is stretched thin. He looked visibly stressed. I'm just not sure how many people your side can mobilize. Zheng Yang's expression turned serious. This? Is that all? Old Chu glanced at him, thinking, this plan needs hundreds of people. Am I putting too much pressure on the kid? Dongyi was also doing the math, thinking it's a tall order for the Chu family, let alone this young guy. Moving 1,000 people is a piece of cake, Zheng Yang said, and as he finished, the others nearly choked on their tea. He said with hype, 3,000 guys is no problem at all, and they're all prime, athletic recruits. Dongyi waved his hands. Whoa, that's too many. 200 or 300 is plenty. Let's break down the plan. He thought to himself, damn, what kind of organization does this kid run to have that many people on call? He pulled out a map. Actually, the plan is simple. We station people at 4 spots and trigger a massive distraction at the right moment. The Sword Guard has men waiting on the train. Once we make it onto the train, the mission is basically a win. Wait, you're planning to take the subway to the train station? Why not just drive there? I've got a fleet of over 100 cars. My guys can escort you, and it would be way safer. Based on my experience, the subway is actually safer. It's crowded and complex, so they won't risk making a move there. They probably won't even expect us to operate in a place that dangerous. Fine, I'll lead the reinforcements myself. Zheng Yang thought, whatever, I just need the clout to have Old Chu recommend me to the sword guard. No point arguing with Chen Dongyi. The two shook hands. Deal, we're counting on you, brother. Easy, I'll just call in a few lieutenants to gather the squads. We move out at the crack of dawn. Morning arrived in the blink of an eye. At the subway station, Mu Sheng stood in front of the monitors, eyes locked on the screen, laser-focused. Zheng Yang's team had already blended into the crowd. Outside the station it was packed, but there were way too many blind spots for a potential ambush. If we can reach the subway station, at least our survival odds go up a bit. Suddenly, a transmission came through from the other side. Boss, get them inside ASAP, we've already got eyes on us. He was shocked, asking where.
2 positions to your right.
Hearing that, he glanced over immediately, spotting a masked girl tailing them. Right at that moment, she looked up too. Their eyes locked, and she whipped out a gun hidden in her coat pocket. A shot fired straight at them, landing perfectly in Dong Yi's right arm. Zheng Yang gritted his teeth, thinking, are you kidding me? A shooting in broad daylight? These guys are absolutely cracked. The subway crowd started screaming, someone's killing people. Run. Dong Yi shouted, get the witness out of here. Before he could even get up, another shot landed straight in Dong Yi's forehead. On the other side, a guy in a suit was aiming his piece. He frowned, his face looking super tense. Over here, Zheng Yang grabbed Lin Dong and bolted. Then Cai Li appeared, and he handed the witness over, telling her to meet up with Mu Sheng. Zheng Yang didn't forget to warn her, you absolutely have to keep her safe. Cai Li replied with confidence. Got it. He stood there for a second, watching them vanish. Then he called Old Chu. Yo, Old Chu, Chen Dongyi just got iced by an assassin. How did that even happen? There were assassins everywhere. We can't even get a head count. My people are currently escorting the witness to safety. Do you guys have a backup plan? Old Chu panicked, saying, the whole operation was Chen Dongyi's brainchild. Now that he's gone, we're flying blind. Zheng Yang gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll handle the witness. I'll keep her under wraps if I have to. Then he looked back and said, clean up Chen Dongyi's identity. Don't let the feds trace this back to me. I hear you, but keep your head on a swivel, or I'll have no way to face your parents. Zheng Yang thought to himself, trying to pull stuff like this right in front of me? Do you even know who you're dealing with? If that's how you want to play it, you're all paying the ultimate price. Xu Zhengyang lunged forward, throwing a rapid-fire Wing Chun punch to wreck his opponent. The suit guy from earlier was still spraying bullets, so Xu Zhengyang leaped from behind him, ending him with a single brutal punch. By the time the guy realized what was happening, it was already way too late. Blood started pooling in his eyes. In no time at all, our boy had taken both of them out. Before this, he'd been studying up on various martial arts techniques to prep for the tournament. He thought to himself, never expected those moves to be useless at the tournament, but perfect for a real-life shootout. He immediately radioed in, I've handled the hostiles on my end, what about you guys? We lost the tail, we're at the bus stop on Donghua Road. Visibility is great, no suspicious targets, the witness is safe. Good, I'm on my way. At that moment, Cai Li and Mu Sheng were keeping Lin Dong shielded. Suddenly, a car pulled up to the alleyway where they were hiding. Cai Li immediately drew her gun, ready for a fight. It was just Zheng Yang who shouted, get in the car. They quickly hustled Lin Dong into the vehicle, safe and sound. Zheng Yang looked at her and asked, who the hell are you, really? Why are you even the witness? Who exactly are you trying to expose? He pressed her further, asking where Chen Dongyi intended to take her. Who is the backup contact? Seeing her hesitate, he lost his cool and barked at her. She was instantly terrified, sweating bullets in front of him. She stammered, my name is Lin Tong, I don't know anything else, I swear. She burst into tears, whimpering, while Xu Zhengyang finally calmed down, started the engine and said, Mu Sheng, I'll find a safe spot for you to take the wheel. Get them back to base. I need to visit the Chu family to get to the bottom of this. Chen Dongyi is dead, and I've already hidden the witness. He demanded impatiently, Old man Chu, you need to tell me everything you know. Chen Dongyi kept the specifics of the backup plan a complete secret. Honestly, what I know is about as much as you do. If we work off the lead from that woman, wouldn't that be more effective? She's just eye candy, and she probably knows even less than we do. For now, we wait for the next order from the sword guard, and until then, I'll keep her safe. But that's just going to put a target on your back for every assassin in the city. We don't have any other choice. He replied calmly, guess that's all we can do for now. He thought to himself, if Xu Zhengyang washes his hands of this and the mission falls entirely on me, it might end up dragging the whole Chiu family down. Besides, compared to the Chiu family, the connections Xu Zhengyang is holding are probably better suited for protecting a hostage, right? He stood up and left, trying to keep a low profile to avoid being spotted. Tell the Chiu family to stay out of this for now. If you hear anything from the sword guard, report it to me, but leave the rest to me. He smiled and said, fair enough, I guess we're all tied together now. Just holler if you need anything from the Chu estate. With Chen Dongyi dead, the responsibility of transferring the witness falls to me. If I can pull off a win here, there's a high chance I'll become the next offline hub for the Sword Guard, which means the sooner I finish this mission, the closer I get to finding my parents. He sighed, pulled out his phone, and thought, this operation cannot have a single slip-up. He called a mysterious contact, Chen Chusheng. It's time to move. Meanwhile, outside a massive building, a group was busy gambling when the doors were suddenly kicked open, leaving everyone inside stunned. Chusheng walked in with his guards, announcing, from this moment on, every casino in Tai'an City belongs to me. He gritted his teeth, either join my crew or get the hell out of Tai'an. He shouted for his men to attack, and the whole place devolved into an all-out brawl. Damn you, Chen Chusheng. You think Tai'an is the same as it was back in the day, just waiting for you to call the shots? Today, I'll show you exactly how the new generation replaces the old. A strike came flying in instantly. Trash like you thinks they're the new generation? Chusheng lunged forward with his blade, roaring, everyone, get down on the floor. He went on the offensive, giving him a brutal beatdown. Under the full moon, Chen Kuo yelled, I haven't been active in a few years, and you actually think you're hot stuff? He pursed his lips, face cold as ice, and said, give it everything you've got. If you don't bow down to us, don't bother asking for mercy. By now, they were all inside the room. Lin Chongting, what is the meaning of this? He slammed his hand on the table. You haven't even figured out who's in the right or wrong, yet you come to our turf to cause trouble. You trying to start a war? Zhao Gei screamed in rage. Does Chen Chusheng really think he can take on the entire underworld of Tai'an City? Zhao, don't get triggered. Honestly, we only did what we had to do. We had no choice. No choice? Are you kidding me? Don't tell me you guys weren't planning to go full-scale war on us? Then he slowly shoved the guy's face down. You hit the nail on the head. Chongting smashed his head into the table, whipped out a blade, and pinned the guy's hand to the desk. From this moment on, all the street gangs in Santai City belonged to Big Boss Chen Suosheng. Then he looked at everyone and said, I've said what I needed to say. Who's with me, and who's got a death wish? Meanwhile, back at Zheng Yang's place, Suosheng is on the phone. Got it. I understand. Young Master Shu, we've successfully bought out the entire underworld in Santai City. He smirked, nice. If they've tasted the stick, it's time to offer them the carrot. Send some hush money from my account to the ringleaders, and tell them this. I'm buying out the entire Santai City underworld. If you want to stack paper, follow me and get rich. Over at the Witness Protection Safe House. All right. Talk. Zheng Yang asked, who exactly are you? My name is Lin Tong from Sa City. My father is Lin Guodong. Surely you've heard of him? He instantly remembered. Lin Guodong, the billionaire from Xia City. I recall he died of some sudden illness a while back. Suddenly, she started getting agitated. My dad didn't die of a sickness. Gi Changrong hired a hitman to take him out because my father had evidence of his crimes. She started sobbing and screaming. I have that evidence right now, and I want that guy to pay with his life. Go Changrong is the top dog in Sa City. His business is just as massive as Lin Guodong's, and his hands are way dirtier. Mu Sheng chimed in. The rumors about Lin Guodong's suspicious death have been circulating for a long time. People say he was definitely off by a hitman. He asked her, so do you know who Chen Dongyi is planning to hand you over to? Or any info on his backup plan? No clue. I just know that if I can get this evidence to Yanjing, I can finally make him pay for what he did. Then he turned around.
Got it.
Stay here for now, we'll keep you safe. I trust someone will be coming to take you to Yanjing soon. Young Master Shu, someone's trying to buy info on that witness right now. Good.
Do exactly as I say.
Feed them some fake intel. Tell them she's been spotted near Bailey Mall. I'll send you some photos to leak to them. Also, tell everyone we recruited these past 2 days to report to Bailey Mall tomorrow and wait for my command. The next afternoon at Bailey Mall, the place was packed, and his team blended right into the crowd. Lin Tong acted weak and cried, please don't leave me behind. The goons watching from the sidelines saw the movement, and Scorpion asked, is that the target? Poison Snake replied, I didn't expect her to show up here. Boss Hu immediately ordered his units to move, making sure there was no way she could escape this time. Several guys were tailing Lin Tong. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Hey bro, you hanging out here? The guy was totally caught off guard. A girl was also tailing him from behind, and she immediately tased him, making him scream in agony. The two quickly dragged the neutralized target away. Target number 1, secured. Good. Once you've handled them, head to exit 3 and wait for my next order. Mu Sheng sat at his monitor, watching exit 1 where a white guy in a leather jacket was tailing someone. He said once they reach point 7, take them down. Floor 2, exit A, Asian guy in a blue coat, handle him at points 5 and 6. The guy in black at the lobby desk wearing a red baseball cap. 4 of our guys are closing in at the 9 o'clock position to handle him. He thinks to himself, just to nab these clowns, Boss Shu basically rented out the entire mall.
Talk about a flex.
From the customers to the shop staff, and even the janitors, everyone here is one of ours. Once they step inside, there's no way they're walking out. Even if they somehow manage to get near the target, they're just going to end up disappointed. Suddenly, someone calls her out. Lin Tong, a blonde-haired guy, approaches. Come with us. Lin Tong quickly pulls something from her pocket and swipes her hand, hitting him with a cloud of pepper spray. He thinks to himself, damn it, fell for the bait. Before he could even finish his thought, he collapsed backward. Target? Lin Tong beams, as expected, all brawn and no brain. How could they be so sure I'm even Lin Tong? Scorpion slams his fist onto the table, shattering it instantly. He screams in rage, so many people, and you still manage to fail a simple mission. Viper chimes in, Scorpion, what good is having numbers anyway? Trash is just trash, no matter how much of it you have. 12 men sent out, and they all folded. Scorpion, you really opened my eyes today. Viper, Tiger, both of you take the lead this time. No screw-ups allowed. This isn't even about the payday anymore. It's about our reputation. Viper speaks up. This mission is a game of intellect. It seems the underworld of Santai City is becoming a real pain to deal with. They're all just taking orders from one single person now. Since we're colleagues, I'll show you how it's done. Once we grab him, we won't have to worry about them not bringing the witness to trade with us. She lets out a mocking laugh. Just hide on the sidelines and take notes for the next 2 days. After all, if we fail again, life for the squad is going to get real difficult. Viper stands there with absolute arrogant confidence. An organization that only knows how to infight isn't worth me staying, right? He then uses a blade to stab the phone featuring Zheng Yang, burying the knife deep into Zheng Yang's face on the screen.